morning, everybody. Woke up to a beautiful sunrise and a beautiful ceremony here on Anzac Day, Saturday, April 25th here in Australia. As you see the Red Bull Athlete Zone activating on dark this morning, knowing that today would be on. Calling on the men's quarters first. Italo still in the mix. And Crosby Colapinto anticipating his first win of his career. It might happen here at stop 2. Joel Vaughn preparing for the first heat of the morning with Samuel Pupo in the first quarterfinal. We missed you guys. We had a lot of lay days, but we've been having a good time in WA. Waiting till the final weekend of the waiting period. We have today and tomorrow, and today's fun enough to get things started. Look how good the host set is right now with some WA royalty next to me. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Taj Burrow. Good morning, you guys. It's been a long wait. I'm so happy that we're getting things started.
I'm super happy. It almost feels like a different contest. You know, we've had so much time off, and I know everyone's going to have to reset, and whatever momentum you had before, it kind of feels like everything's beginning again, you know?
Yeah.
The start of a brand new day and a brand new event almost.
Taj, your phone is going off the hook during events like this, especially when things get challenging here and everyone's trying to wonder where they can go get a wave. And I know you found some diamonds amongst the rough over the last few days.
That's true, mate. Yeah, it's been a pretty difficult window this year for sure. Probably for our standards, it's maybe as bad as it gets for Western Australia. I mean, there's still waves, but it's been wild and stormy, and you do have to go to those kind of tucked away spots to find a free surf between heats. So a few of them have been coming up my way, and yeah, we've had a few fun free surfs, so it's been cool. But yeah, like you said, back into action. And it's going to be exciting to see everyone reset and get into it.
Such a good resource to have when you come to the West. Taj will be joining us for the call for the first 2 quarterfinals. One man that's in quarter 2, Crosby Colapinto, standing by with Von Lakey.
Thanks, Joey. Cros, you had a little surf this morning. We've got the call. It's men's quarters into women's quarters, semis on standby. But what's the conditions like this morning?
Pretty similar to the other day. It's a little onshore, but it's getting a little bit cleaner and the faces are clean. So should be some fun, a little action, so excited.
Fair bit of juice out there still as well, mate. That's going to play to your strengths.
Yeah, there's definitely some juice out there, so it should be good heat, and they're just excited to get the jersey back on and surf.
Mate, I know you watched Fight Club for the first time last night. You've got a massive fight on your hands as well with Gabriel Medina coming up in your quarter.
Yeah, I got to bring out the alter ego, so let's go.
Congratulations, mate. Listen, have a great day. All excited to see what you can bring out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Crosby. Crosby looking for a semifinal. If he can get past Medina, he's made the semis out here once before. But it is Gabriel Medina, one of the all-time greats, a 3-time world champ on deck. Coming up next after this one, quarterfinal number 1, Samuel Pupo taking on Joel Vaughn. And all rumblings that we're hearing is this could just turn quickly into a finals day. First, breaking down the conditions as we count in the start of this heat. We knew Saturday was a really strong day that we've been waiting for. Here we are, Flick, and what are you seeing in our waves we have at Mainbreak?
Look, I mean, obviously, you know, we heard Crosby say it, obviously, it's still onshore. You can see the texture on the face right now, but one thing about today, you know, being Saturday, is we've still got a fair bit of swell. I think as the day, you know, progresses, we're going to see this swell sort of drop in size. But it's contestable. You know, I had a look over my shoulder this morning. We're all having our coffees, and there's still some open face, and I think conditions are going to improve as the day goes on.
Sammy Pupo now into another quarterfinal. Started off well at Winky Pop, equal 5th, and then his big brother, you know, got the yellow jersey for the first time in his career. You know, you got to surf a lot with Miguel Pupo, Taj, over the years, and now seeing Sammy come up. Break down kind of what the brothers have been doing the last few years and making the tour really exciting.
Yeah, they seem to be both on a bit of a rampage for sure. You would kind of think Sammy's been looking insane. I really love his front side wrap, and I saw him do one in his last heat that was really impressive. He found himself a bit of clean face, and he did such a perfect carve. It was so sick. But yeah, Miguel is just on an absolute tear. It's amazing to see him just come to life, you know, a bit later in his career. But yeah, that Bells win was insane, and they must have so much fun bouncing back and forth between each other, just keep firing each other up, and Sammy must be so inspired and motivated seeing his brother just kill it lately. So they're a good combo, and they're both killing it.
Great combination. A lot of Brazilians remaining in the quarters here at Margaret River. We've got Medina coming up next, and we've got Iago Dora. We've got Italo Ferreira. So a lot of Brazilians, but a lot of world champions as well in the back part of the draw flick.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty impressive, you know, as we see the first ride of the morning.
Joel Vaughn, North Shelley Beach board rider, sets up that big first turn, connects well, fades it. And now just a little setup turn under the whitewater. A man that pulled a crazy flip rotation at North Point the other day. Loves going upside down, and he'll just capitalize on a big first turn, really. And in the opening ride here of quarterfinal number 1, Sammy Pupo will now have priority. Good way to kick things off with a nice section out the back there, Tosh.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to catch a wave, find your feet, feel your board, just get a feel for the ocean. I did notice the left had a bit of wall, but, you know, everyone gravitates towards the rights traditionally these days. Yeah, he banged that first turn. I saw him this morning. I think he chose the 6-1 over his 6-0 that he was riding last event, or round.
Feels like last event.
Yeah, last event, like you said, pretty much last event. But yeah, that wave, beautiful first turn. Tricky conditions, but he handled those lumps really well. Yeah, so I guess everyone's going to be really looking for a wave with a bit of wall. You know, you'd be taking anything that offers you 2 big turns. So yeah, feet in the wax, even though they look like they slipped right there. It's yeah, it's good to get that ball rolling.
Joel paddled out yesterday. He said it was really on shore. There's some 6-footers, and he said out of nowhere there were some 8-footers that would just clean him up. There wasn't too much of a crew out there last night, but he was so well prepared. Just wanted to feel the energy.
Yesterday was so surprising how much energy was there in the swell. It was like some kind of long period just came out of nowhere, and I had a few of the competitors surfing up my way, and it was huge. There was this really powerful, thick, like long period double ups coming through. It's really surprising, because I thought it was meant to be quite small yesterday. Anyway, it had a lot of punch to it, and I thought Margaret River main break would have been massive yesterday. I think 6 to 8 foot's even being conservative. I thought there would have been some big sets, but having a free surf yesterday and then coming in today, it would probably feel a lot more manageable, because yesterday was so big and wild and powerful. So Joel's probably feeling pretty good, and Sammy be feeling good after that last heat we were talking about. You know, those couple of calves he did were insane. So it's a great matchup.
Really good matchup. 4.83 for really one major turn for Joel Vaughn to get started. Potential finals day on our hands. We could go all the way here on Saturday, second to last day of the waiting period, as we check out the finals bracket. Crosby, Gabriel Medina coming up next in the bottom half of the draw, filled with world titles with Dora and Ferreira. Iago, the reigning world champ, has George Pitar, and Italo is going to have Ethan Ewing flick.
Oh, man, I mean, look at the Brazilian absolute dominance in the quarterfinals. Each one, you know, with the Brazilian, you know, stats or history would show that probably one of them really is going to make the final, and something unfortunate happens. It's crazy to see this dominance continue, you know, from bells over to main break. And look, there's some big heats coming up, which we can get really excited about.
World number 1 going for 3 in a row here at Margaret River. That hasn't been done since Carissa did it at Bells years ago. Sawyer Lindblad, that's like a rematch of a final they've had out here. Caroline takes on Lakey, the reigning world champ Molly Picklum, Lana Silva, and a world champ seed, Katie Simmers and Carissa Moore.
That's an incredible looking quarterfinal for the women. That's so many good matchups right there. That's exciting. Here we go.
Looking like right back into Joel Vaughn, picking his rail back up after a little bobble there. Throws down a wrapping turn, finds some white water to slam, and he will sink. So much water moving on that rapid, and then goes over the shelf there. But that'll be his second scoring ride, as Samuka still hasn't budged out the back yet.
He kind of stood on the tail and kick stalled on the takeoff then, like he was going to stall and wait for a huge ramp. I kind of had this feeling like he was going to go for something huge, but here we go, Sammy's turn.
Samuel Pupo opening ride of the morning, just up and out and holding down his position. Yeah, I was curious to get your thought on this whole flip kind of movement that were happening, Taj, especially with, you know, what Joel Vaughn did in the pool, but now his younger brother Huey's doing him in the water, that crazy backflip motion with the lean grab. And then the other day at North Point, Joel finds a combo where he's going upside down. First, let's see what he did on his...
See that little stall? That's something you do at Cobblestone when you're looking for a big ramp. So I thought that's maybe what he was looking for. But he went for 2 turns. Unfortunately, just stacks it on this last one. But yeah, the flip movement, yeah, completely due to wave pools, I think. I don't think that would happen in the ocean without the assistance of practicing them in wave pools. So I think that's what, yeah, all those guys that are starting to go that direction, it's so exciting for us to watch. But I think we can take the wave pools because you wouldn't really, I don't think you don't get enough opportunity in the ocean to try that move. And I mean, yeah, it's really cool that it's been taken to the seas. In the pool, it's really fun to watch, but it doesn't deserve as much credibility as the ocean, as we all know. It's so incredible if you can sync up with the right section actually in the ocean and make a flip like that. It's really impressive and it's cool to watch. So yeah, I'm all for it. And those guys, you know, those two brothers have been doing some wild stuff lately, Joel and Ewing.
Yeah, going upside down. And I suppose when you're, you know, putting all your amazing movies together, you really took advantage of the jet skis, right? And catching a lot of waves and almost getting more reps because you could actually whip yourself into more air sections and perfect your craft above the lip.
That's true. Actually, I didn't think of that. That's almost our version of a wave pool back then, is, you know, getting more opportunity by just whipping in on a jet ski and trying air after air, just on a small closeout somewhere, anywhere, just any kind of wave. You can make it fun when you've got the assisted power of a jet ski. So yeah, that was probably my version of getting those reps in, and now they have the pool, which is even better. So yeah, it's all good to see the progression.
Yeah, great to see that. And I suppose when you look at main break, you're not always thinking it like a ramp type wave, you know, but you remember what Griffin did, a crazy full rotation and a giant section. Then when you got a guy like Joel Von Flick, you're going, if he has a type of maneuver like an air, like he goes upside down, that no one else really has on tour with that kind of consistency, he could force the judges to throw him something real big early in this quarterfinal.
Totally. I think, you know, Joel even said it, I think in his post-heat interview, he was like, you know, my performance has been good, but I haven't been completely stoked on him. I think it was his last heat win. And he was like, look, I know I'm really going to have to rise in these quarterfinals. And I think it was probably just a good indication on that last wave that that's where his brain's at. He's thinking about going to the air already. Obviously, Sammy has those in his repertoire too, but he's like, how can I have a big point of difference here? Because you mentioned it, Taj, like
True.
Sammy's rail game has been incredible this event. It's been like notably better, I think. It just was so crisp. And I think for Joe, he's like, okay, sick. Like there is a little bit of air wind here. We got a little puff out of the south. Like this is playing into my strengths here. So why not, you know, try and go for something like that? It's on his brain because he's already, you know, did that kickstall, you know, it's pretty evident.
Yeah, it's nice to know that you've got it in your bag of tricks if you do need to pull it out. You know, if all else fails, you've got, you know, some wild maneuver that you can potentially go for and pull off. It would be so tricky to do something that technical at main break on a day like this, but these guys have got it in them, and Joel's one of them. And yeah, it's cool to know that, you know, he can potentially go for something wild, you know, if it's called for.
Joel Vaughn, 483.267. Sammy Pupo just stepped out of a wave, so he was able to hang on to first priority. One of his better starts he's had to the start of a season where he's had to go back to the Challenger Series 3 times, but he's been successful every time, even winning it in the past. Last year coming up with a 5th place finish on the CS and getting himself back on the top 34 in the world. Right now he's in a great position to go the distance and hopefully not think about what he would have to do to requalify. It's a whole different year again, Taj, and everything's finishing at the Pipe Masters. One thing, well, you've obviously experienced the finish at Pipe and a win there as well, but 15,000 points. We've never done that before. So if you win a regular season event, it's 10,000. If you win Pipe Masters this year, it's 15,000. So it's heavier rated point-wise.
Wow, just that one event.
Just that one event. So
and it's the final event.
And that's the final event.
That's incredible. That could, you know, call for like an incredible come from behind victory, potentially. Yeah, there's a few variables involved in that. I didn't know that. That's really interesting.
And I suppose we're all going to feel it together because it's the first time it's been this way.
Yeah, well, I can relate to the way the tour is now. It's how the majority of the years were while I was there. 1 full year, cumulative points, wins the title. You know, there's no final 5. It's just a traditional world champion, which is exciting. I think it's a great way to run the tour. It's going to be really cool to watch it. in its original format. But yeah, that 15,000 points, it's interesting. But that'll make it so exciting, that last event.
And also I wanted to get your opinion on the no non-elimination round. You know, the 3-man heat to start, which has been a tradition forever. And then now there's people that have been on the Gold Coast, but it feels like for 2 weeks that lost on the first day. It's just so quick, and then you're packing your bags if you don't make it through.
That does put a little bit of fear through me as a competitor. I like having a little warm-up heat and knowing that you might have a second chance, that elimination round. So it's probably a bit of a shock to the system as a competitor. Like, oh my God, what? It's just, you know, one and done. If you blow that first heat, you're out. So it scares me a little, but it's fun. It's fun for the spectators, and yeah, it's the way it is, and it's cool.
Yeah, I suppose when you think about all the changes that happen in surfing, it's a pretty open book to make this tour better and better. And I don't know if any sport is open to making so many changes, with the whole goal of making it the absolute best platform for the best surfers in the world. I talked to Molly Picklum yesterday. She was just talking about all these lay days after she had a banger of a heat. That left she got, that 2-turn combo. She's like, the hardest thing ever is just trying to stay in the game through so many lay days when you're trying to stay warm and loose. And it's just day after day of kind of Groundhog's Day, Flick.
Oh, totally. I touched on it this morning. I honestly feel like, you know, it feels like 2 separate events as a competitor, right? We've had so much time. I mean, even before, you know, we're feeling like, you know, this is a separate event. It really does feel like that. And I think, yeah, it's been hard, though, to kind of keep fresh and kind of keep your feet in the wax, because obviously we have had a couple of storm fronts back to back. There's obviously a couple of pockets on the coast that, you know, you can kind of try and find some shelter and, you know, keep active. But I think any sort of momentum that you had, you know, it's going to be hard to sort of pick up where you left off, because yeah, it's totally different. It's got a look, it's still onshore, but different look, different feel. You know, it's almost been a week since we were competing last. It was Sunday that we ran competition, right? And it's Saturday today. So, you know, that's a fair bit of time.
It is.
Fun time, too, in the GWM Aussie Treble. This is stop 2 of the season. Miguel Pupo won bells. He's already eliminated from stop 2, but these are live rankings. He's still out in front. You can see Samuel Pupo was equal 5th. He's getting a little distance on Griffin Colapinto. Remember, George is still in the mix. He's competing today, just like Italo Kanoa did lose out already. So he'll look to bounce back on the Gold Coast. That's when we hand out the keys of the GWM Tank 300. That's going to be a fun one to pass on. Isabella Nichols won last year along with Jordy Smith. It's kind of a tradition. There's been some cars given away over surfing history.
Yeah.
Some classic stories that go along with it, especially in the old days. As we get it back into live action, Samuel Pupo throwing an arc in the pocket, holding that speed and finding the power source again, and putting it up through the whitewash. Nice speed management and just clean rails.
He's done this before.
A dicey little finish. You're right. He's tap dance on that thing.
Oh, that was pretty nice. Just a nice warm-up ride. Some basic turns with a really nice finish. I guess that's just his kind of feet in the wax intro wave, but he looked great. He's looking for that clean face like he found last round. So I'm sure he'll be looking for maybe second wave of the set next time, but I'm sure he just wanted to get things moving.
Got that little arc to start, Flick. Then what happened here?
Oh, I think obviously that first wave, there's a lot of lump and bump, but his board looks good and he looks just powerful. He's really powering through his turns despite how wonky and hard this wave is to surf. So I think he looks like he's still kind of maintained that form from, you know, the last heat that we saw. I think he looks powerful, and I think today it can be really easy to look like you're not in control because there is so much lump and bump. But to me, it seems like Sammy's still got a lot of control, and if that's what he's putting together on, you know, the first wave of the set, if he finds a bit of clean ocean, I think he's going to be looking really good.
Yeah, no, last time was really good. So yeah, bit of clean face and he'll be on.
He's got size, he's got good power, and it's such an early start to the season, especially for those that lost early at Bells and finally in their second, maybe third heat. You're always wondering, how are they going to bounce back after such a long off season, and how do they fire up right into gear? Taj, you always did really well at that, especially when Snapper was the season opener, starting with wins, semifinals, finals. You were so excited about the tour starting. I always felt like it just gave you great energy to kick off your world title campaign.
You know, I think I was just excited to surf Snapper Rocks without a crowd, to be honest. I think the Gold Coast was probably my strongest event. And yeah, excitement. I just love the idea of surfing that wave with one other guy, and I would always, I'd have to chill myself out because I'd be so excited to get out there. And I actually kind of traditionally never even surf snapper before the event. I would always stay down kind of Burley Heads End and surf there, and just know that my time's coming to get snapper with an empty lineup, and I'd just be so excited by the time my heat came round that I'd be fired up. So yeah, had a good run out there.
You did that at a few locations, didn't you? Where you actually wouldn't, I remember in Tahiti, you'd stay so far away, and then you'd come down to Chumps. Was that part of your strategy of going, you know what, I'm going to kind of keep my distance from the tour?
Well, it was on the Gold Coast, but Tahiti more so, you know, once you become friends with a family over there, you become part of the family, and there's no way that they would let you stay anywhere else. And so I became friends with Hira Taranatufa and his family, and they live up at Papara, which is, like you said, 45 minutes away. And I wouldn't dare stay anywhere else. They would come and physically grab me and bring me back to their house.
Home.
I remember Billabong had a house one year right at Chopes, and they're like, yeah, we've got you this room right in front. And I was like, I can't do it.
You've got your family. There's the arc from Pupo. Already has a 6.5. There's that arc again out in front. JS looks great, and perfect flow and rhythm, total control in the finishing move, Flick.
Yeah, he looks really good. I think, you know, a bit of improve, just like the moment he has this clean face, his wraps are even looking even stronger. I think he's just going to build on this 6.5. He looks great. He looks like, you know, literally the last day of competition was just yesterday. It's a really hard thing to sort of keep that momentum, and Sammy has managed to do that.
Yeah, it looks like he's just picked up right where he left off. He looks confident, and yeah, like you said, that last round he surfed, it looked like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
He looks great.
Such a fun contrast when you go to stop number one. You know, we had most of our heats at Winky Pop. Sammy just makes sense at a wave like that, real fast down the line, impactful combinations, different type of pace that's required, especially on a day like today, Taj. What'd you see on the first turn?
Oh, you know, like we said, he's just doing great to navigate that wonk and those bumps, and he got two beautiful turns for how wonky that wave was, and then just a simple closeout turn, but a little bit of theatre, you know, make it look like a big finish. Here we go, Joel's on the one behind. Right
into Joel Vaughn, comes off the carve. Nice top turn, gets that board completely back to the power source. Little chip as this thing's starting to fade and run out of water, and Joel will get out of there. Vaughn's best was his opener, 4.83. Sammy went right into a 6.5. And looks like he's really taking control of this matchup, Flick.
Yeah, it's cool. I think the difference is the wave selection, right? You look at this wave of Joel's. I think he's a bit more like angled, a little bit more TP'd. He gets like this one beautiful section.
Oh, that was nice.
Doesn't kind of give him that big finish, though, that he's looking for.
Exactly right, Flick. You need that big finish, and those were two great turns at the start. Oh, I actually did get 3 turns, but like you said, that huge, impactful finishing turn is pretty crucial at Margaret River, I think. But still a really well-ridden wave. It'll definitely give him some confidence and maybe kind of, a bit of momentum into his next wave. Hopefully he can find that big finishing turn. Yeah, a couple of good scores.
Joel Vaughn, Sammy Pupo kicking us off this morning. Potential finals day in the making. We'll keep you posted as we have a beautiful view of our entire setup here at Main Break on the Western Australia flight cam. More action to come here at quarterfinal number 1. Standing by for scores from that last exchange, and we'll give you the update right after this. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise. Big thanks to Kevin Wallace and the team at Surfline giving us the updates through several lay days. They called the wine days on, and now we're back to surfing here on the weekend, Flick.
Yeah, we are. I think, you can obviously see those big purple blobs that are, coming up from, below Australia and been making their way up and absolutely decimating the West Australian coastline. But, we've had a lot of wind, and you can see this morning here, though, that wind's pretty light. It's backed off, which is why we've got competition underway. We've still got a bit of swell left over. And, light winds. We'll see how that goes throughout the day. It's supposed to drop off throughout the day. This morning, I mean...
The wind or the swell?
I think the swell is supposed to drop off a little bit throughout the day. But, yeah, you can look here this morning. I mean, you're looking at the faces here, so 10 to 12 foot. And, the wind... Well, look here, the wind, potentially getting that little bit stronger, but we'll monitor that. And then tomorrow... potentially offshore in the morning, and that swell's still sticking around. So I guess we're just going to have to wait and see how today unfolds and whether or not we roll over into tomorrow.
That's true.
We've got options, which is great. Today, potential finals day, or if not, we'll wrap things up tomorrow on Sunday, the last day of the waiting period. Big thanks always to Surfline for keeping us posted throughout the entire waiting period. 11:45 on the clock, important scores locked in. Last of Joel Vaughn was his best at a 5.33. However, Sammy Pupo now has two better waves. 6.5 was the one he had before, and then a 7.5 was the wave he rode before we went to break. So he's just slowly building and getting that lead out over Joel. Vaughn now needs an 8.67 in this first quarterfinal, Taj.
Yeah, that's a big score. It's never a good thing when your best wave is not even as good as your opponent's second best wave. So Joel's in a tricky position. Here's the replay of the 7.5, I think. Just nice, clean surfing, two beautiful turns, and just like we were talking about, he got that big, impactful finish, and it was just a basic turn, but like I said, had that little bit of theatre on it, and yeah, they love that big finishing turn.
And then Joel Vaughn is up now live, looking to get something that at least matches one of Sammy's scores, but he's going to have to get out of there early. And when it comes to just picking off a wave that gives you that big finishing section, Flick, is that easy to identify, or are you kind of just rolling the dice on a lot of waves on a day like today?
I think it's harder today, obviously, with it being onshore, and we've had that onshore flow now for like almost a week, right? So it's not like groomed, clean, offshore, and you know what wave's a good wave, But I think today the kind of difference is, I mean, Joel's getting excellent, sick first turns. It's just like the rest of his wave isn't really standing up for him. I think it's been pretty evident on all of his waves. They kind of had a little bit more of a TP, kind of taper to them, whereas Sammy's is, when those waves are coming in, I think they just typically look like they've got a lot more wall, probably out to the channel, which means you're going to get that finishing move. But yeah, it becomes harder when it's been onshore for so long, for sure.
Yep, I agree. I think when you're choosing a wave out there, you're basically looking at something that's going to offer you two huge turns, and you do want to look for a fair bit of wall that's going to have that big, impactful closeout turn. So my whole thing is you don't even really need to worry about the size of the wave that you catch. It's more so if it's got those couple of steep sections. So yeah, that's my opinion. It's like from the beach and from the judges, it doesn't really matter the size of your wave, because even an insider out there, if it's got wall and it's got a couple of big sections attached to it, it still looks huge on, once you catch it and once you ride it and you rip it, it still looks solid, like it's still going to look good. As long as you get those big turns in, you can get the biggest set of the day, but if it's a burger and you're just doing three kind of boring cutbacks, it's never going to score. So an insider with heaps of steep wall and a big closeout turn is still very worthy. So you just need those big sections. Everyone wants to see big turns, that's the ones that we're here to see. So anything with a wall.
Speaking of big turns, working with Gabriella Bryan, she was so thrilled to pass on that news when we were back at Bell. She was like, I'm working with Taj.
Oh, yeah.
How's that been, and how did that relationship begin, and what's it been like through this waiting period working together?
She just reached out and asked me to be in her corner, and I said, yeah, why not? I've got a few commitments down here anyway, get to jump in the booth with you guys, and she asked me to join her team, and I was like, yep, let's do it. And it's been great. She's awesome. She's such a sweetheart. She's really easygoing, and she's just surfs so good. Obviously I didn't realise her track record was so good. I knew she won last year, but I didn't know she won 2 years in a row. So yeah, the pressure's on me now. So yeah, we've had a good time together so far, me and her team, and we've had a few fun free serves, and I've been spending a fair bit of time with her and her team, and yeah, you know, like, even though she's a two-time winner, it's still good to refresh her memory of kind of where to sit, because the conditions have been way more challenging this year. I think she's really enjoyed leaning on someone that knows a bit about Margaret's, and yeah, it's tricky. So I'm looking forward to her heat. She's in the first quarterfinal against Sawyer, and yeah, it's going to be fun. I can't wait.
No, it's fun to see you just working with different people. We'll watch Gabriel Medina prepare this Cabianca. He was messing around with different types of boards before the start of the season. Kicked off with a very exciting third place over at Winky Pop in a very exciting heat with Yago Dora. And then the news also where he joined forces with Adriano de Souza as a super coach.
Is that fresh? Is that just
That's
recent?
fresh. Yeah, that's for this year. First time. So yeah, they worked together through that.
At Bells, were they together?
They worked together at Bells. I was just imagining the way Adriano had to learn to win on tour, everything he picked up.
Yes.
Doing it the hard way. And then handing all that over to someone with superpowers like Gabe?
No, you're right. That's a lethal combo, because Adriano is a grinder, and he was one of the most annoying, difficult people to surf against ever.
Yeah.
And I was so frustrated with him at times. But now I've just got, you know, now that we both retired, and I've mentioned the same thing with a lot of my rivals through my career, it's once you retire and you let your guard down, it's kind of cool, because you can be friends again properly. Yeah. And Adriano, like, I high five him and say good day all the time. But when we were at each other and we were rivals, he was difficult, man. He was really, really challenging. He knew how to get under people's skin, and he definitely got under mine. And he's really good at competing. He's really, really good at it. So yeah, like you said, to pass that knowledge on to someone with superpowers, that's a lethal combo, and he's a great guy to have on your side, because he's clever.
You gave me a flashback, Taj, to a post-seat interview where you're like, oh my gosh, he's bugging me. And you just went right into it. I love those old stories.
Oh, nice
we got Joel Vaughn in the mix here, and he's attacking with a beautiful off the top carve. Sammy's on the next one.
Big
closed out finish. That's what Joel was hoping for.
Sick.
Sammy found one of those outsiders with not much wall, so well done for Joel Vaughn.
Yeah, he switched up the wave selection on Sammy then. He got one of the waves that Sammy had kind of gotten previous in the heat. Yeah, that was great. 3 big turns. So that's going to really set up the last part of this heat. This is going to... Oh, is that a second priority little swoop? I think it was.
Yeah. I think he just was able to wait and see and got down to business, Flick.
Yeah, this is a hard wave to read, but he did so well. And just to power through the lump and bump on the second carve was pretty special, and big turn there too to finish. So, you know, you got to be thinking he's going to be equaling at least, you know, Sammy's back up here. That's where I'd kind of go with this for sure. So, I mean, look, it's pretty impressive for how difficult that wave was to read.
I agree. That was 3 good turns over bumpy, difficult sections. That's going to be his best wave. And yeah, you know, he'd want to hope that it's somewhere in between Sammy's waves, hopefully. That's what I would imagine, you know, kind of around that area. And then, yeah, he's going to be looking for a lot less after this wave with 4 minutes 20 remaining.
Nice patience there for Joel Vaughn. Started off on some waves that weren't giving him a big finish. Picked that one off under priority of Sammy Pupo, and could get something right in between the 7.5 and 6.5. We'll see what the judges think, as Sammy now has priority with 4 minutes to go. Pupo has made a quarterfinal here in the past. Lost to John a couple of years ago. Had the emotional win over his brother when he sent him to the CS. But now it's a much different start to the season for Samuka, as he is still out in front. As we wait for the scores, we'll enjoy the GWM recap. Flick rolled right into a 6.5 on his second choice.
Oh, yeah, Sammy's done well. You know, I feel like he's identified what waves he, you know, really is going to have the scoring potential this morning. Not an easy thing to do. And yeah, it was the Sammy Pupo show up until about literally 2 minutes ago when we saw Joel get his fight back wave. But yeah, it's been smooth lines from Sammy. This one, he got into it super early. I like how he came from behind the section to kind of identify this carving maneuver. And look, he's just been solid, man. I mean, he's picked up right where he left off, and Yeah, just smooth, wrapping turns and solid. You know, not falling, getting the finish. But yeah, it's this moment here where Joel gets this wave under priority, and I mean, it's been a really critical moment in this heat because the way he surfed this wave has been pretty powerful.
Yeah, this has turned into a really exciting heat. And once we get an update, everyone's going to find out how exciting it is. Here's the wave we're talking about. This is his last wave ridden. Really attacked it. All right, are we going to announce it?
They weren't like obvious targets. You could tell Taj is getting really excited about this number to drop.
Well, it's a great number there. You can see it. It's 7-7-3.
I see the score drop in at a 7-7-3. 3/8 thrown from the panel as well, Taj.
Oh, I didn't want to say it, but I kind of, after seeing a replay, he did attack those 3 turns almost a bit more aggressively than Sammy's, and I was actually thinking it could go slightly above it. So I think the judges have done a great job. That's a great score. He attacked it. There is only 2 minutes left, so this is kind of panic stations because he needs a 6.27, I think, and that's not much time at Margaret River. I'm looking over my shoulder for our sets, but that's really exciting. He's really got himself back into this heat. You can get a 6 on a smaller wave, like I was saying before. If it's something with a lot of wall and steepness, he's going to have to swing on it. Anything that moves that's got a wall, that's what I'll be looking for.
Yeah, even a closeout for Joel Vaughn.
Yep.
If he has time for a little runway decision without priority, Sammy will make a move here. Pupo comes around the corner and gets clipped.
The pressure cooker. Look.
90 seconds.
Wow.
Miguel stressed on the stairs with Sammy's coach, Matty Myers. Miguel can't believe it.
Oh, dear.
As he's watching his younger brother out there fall on that wave. There's the look of just disbelief. Sammy's still in the lead, but Joel does have
this is cool.
Priority needing a 6.27.
I love these heats that come down to this. Like this could go anyway right now. A minute left, and you know, 6 is not huge, and there's waves approaching. He's got the lineup to himself. He's got priority. This is what we love about competitive surfing.
What's going through your mind if you're Joel Vaughn right now, Flick?
Look, I think you're pretty stoked. You've got the highest wave of the heat for sure, but you're kind of stressed right now because you're like, yeah, okay. Job done. I forced him into a wave. He took it, but now please just give me an opportunity, you know. So.
And it's ticking away, you know, like at Margaret River. If you don't see anything coming, it's going to take a fair few minutes for something to come because it's a big playing field, and you can see him starting to move in a little bit.
Joel Vaughn, 7.73, best number of the heat.
It's not looking good with 20 seconds. Oh, it's unfortunate. He was on a bit of a roll there.
What an incredible comeback to give himself a chance. Even got Sammy to use priority so he could have a chance with a minute 30 to go, but the clock is just running down really quickly on the Australian. And Joel Vaughn, even though he has the highest single score, will be eliminated in the quarterfinals. Miguel can take a big breath knowing that that was a close one. And Samuka will move on to the semifinals with that 6.5 and a 7.5 and try to clean up that in the next matchup as this one unfolds, Flick.
Wow, I mean, a pretty exciting end to that heat, really. But, I mean, Joel, you know, I think he's equaled his best result on tour. I think his best result's a 5th, but that one's going to sting because he was kind of almost right there to sort of potentially have his best result.
Well done. Coming up next, we'll have Crosby Colapinto take on a 3-time world champ, Gabriel Medina. Taj is still going to hang out for the call. Be right back.
Where should I put it?
No, I'll take it. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We've had the most beautiful day today, honestly. Today we got picked up in style. Been doing a bit of a winery tour all day today. We've seen these beautiful wineries from bird's eye view, which is nice. They look even prettier from the sky. And a lot of the coastline all around Margaret River. It's honestly the best way to see it. You don't realise how expansive and beautifully undeveloped a lot of it is. And just the blue water and the vineyards. It's honestly been one of the best days I've had in a long time.
Welcome, very exciting to have you.
Just seeing this region and landing in on the chopper and doing all that, it's just like, you can't get better than this.
We've been walking on a dream here in Western Australia. It's fun hanging out with Cody Simpson and the crew at Lewin Estate the other day. Fine dining, great experience, great people. That's our favorite as we have led into the Hydrolite Heat to watch. Quarter number 2, Crosby Colapinto, fresh off the heat win over his big brother Griff. Now as a matchup that he'd be looking forward to against the one of the all-time greats, a 3-time world champion, an absolute beast when it comes to competing. A past champion Margaret River as well. Gabriel Medina, Goofy versus regular. Joe Flick and Taj here for the call. And we've already got started with Crosby during the break flick.
Yeah, so let's see what he gets up to. Big section there, and just for one big belt. Does he get around it? That's all she wrote there, but look, he's attacking.
Yeah, well, I guess he remembers how he beat his brother. one savage turn, basically, for a 7-1-7, I think. So, yeah, he's taking the same approach.
Yeah, you look at his approach on tour, and it's just so much improvement in a short period of time for Crosby. And even with some resilience last year when he busted his elbow and there was still the cut around, and he was able to salvage that season and winning Rookie of the Year to start things off. And I think one thing that's standing out to me is how, you know, you get attached to your brother as far as a conversation goes on tour, and being younger, you could easily be put in a shadow maybe. And Crosby, with all the love in the world for Griff, thanks him for really helping him get to where he is today. But you can tell he's always like, I've got my own goals. I've got my own goals. And I'm really loving what Crosby's done on tour. His surfing is just so exciting, Taj.
I agree. He's great to watch. And it is such an interesting dynamic having two brothers on tour. And I mean, I'm an only child, so I don't know, but it's so bizarre to me. And just to think of, like, yeah, Griffin would have had him under his wing, you know, his whole life, and now they're competing at the world's best, top level. It's so interesting, but yeah, it's great to see that Crosby does have his own goals, and, you know, he's starting to probably realize what he's capable of, because he is incredible. They both, him and Griffin, are just such good surfers, but they have their strengths, you know. Yeah, it's a really cool dynamic, and it's really cool to watch it unfold, and I'm a huge fan of watching both of them surf, so it's cool.
Crosby was on a podcast a couple of days ago, well, released a couple of days ago, this guy, Cave Doctor, down in San Clemente, and he goes through this list of, like, name your top 10 favorite surfers of all time. In his first breath, he goes, Taj Burrow. As we look at Stone and Wood slow-mo here, Flick, let's see that big turn again.
Oh, just one big belt, right? I think it just goes, I mean, the lip here has got a lot of power. I mean, in the break, we turned around and we saw a really big set kind of roll through at the start of this heat. So there's still a lot of size out there. But, yeah, he's just really, really attacking it. And, yeah, to your point, Taj, that's exactly how he got the job done in his last heat against his brother. You know, we had, you know, the brother showdown, and it came down sort of to the last, you know, few minutes, and Cros getting that wave. But, yeah, I mean, you know, it's a solid score, really, for just the one big belt. You know, 5.33, you do a couple of those, you're definitely on your way to excellence, you got to be thinking. So,
exactly.
Yeah, judges appreciating.
Yep. That was a bigger wave and a bigger section. He probably doesn't even like the way he hit it. It kind of hit back, just like you were saying. The lips are pretty powerful out there, and, you know, it wasn't the greatest turn he can do out there, but it just shows that a big section matched with a big turn can score. So, yeah, like you said, if you get two of those done, you're going to get a great score.
You can see Crosby's number there. It's Griffin's upside down. So Crosby has 66, and then his big brother Griff has Taj's old number. And it was a kind of a rad story when we heard that Griffin actually called you up and said if that was cool, if he carried your number on tour. What was that like when you get a call from the next generation?
Yeah, that's right. No, that was cool. I was 100% stoked that he wanted to take that on. And I guess, yeah, the reason for that being, is that the year he might have been born? 99?
What was that, sorry?
Is that the year he may have been born? Is that why he chose it? I don't know.
Good question. Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm sure we got his bio in here somewhere.
Happy to pass it on, but that's cool. Yeah, no, these guys, they're so sick. I love watching them. So, yeah. And they've got a support team that are obviously good friends of mine. I mean, they've both used Jake Patterson in the past and now Tommy Witts. And, yeah, it's cool to see that go down. You can see him.
It's a good vibe when you hang out with that support crew. They remind you of how much fun this job is and how dreamlike it really is, but they also love doing hard work so you could surf at your best and accomplish your goals. Crosby 5-3-3 surfing against one of the toughest competitors in surfing history. Gabriel Medina with priority after taking time off tour because of the injury he had last year. We missed him deeply, just how much energy he brings to these comps, Flick.
Yeah, yeah, totally. I mean, he's an absolute weapon in every sense of the way. You know, in the water, as we see someone maybe having a look at a left. But yeah, look, and there is wall on that. I mean, Taj, you even brought it up earlier in the first heat. You identified that there was a little bit of wall on an earlier left. You know, Joel, I think, went right, but there'll be the odd sneaky one probably today.
And you are right. Oh, he's going right.
Yeah. Medina stepping into his first wave as he sets up. Ooh. A little connection there, finds his feet again for a top turn back into the pocket. Just all pace turns, just trying to find a big section, pushes hard
nice.
to release the fins. It wasn't just the obvious maneuver for that end section, but that's one of his freakish superpowers of staying on his feet. Something you were talking to us about the other day on a lay day, Taj, with how he can get through bumpy water.
Oh, man, it is so impressive. It's like a few of the Brazilians I've noticed just this event have really been on point with just gliding and glancing over all that choppy water, really just dancing over it, you know, like really well. He gets a little hung up in this first turn. It was a tricky whitewatery one. The lip actually broke quicker than he anticipated, but he winds out a couple of nice turns. And I'm just impressed with his finish. It just has that little point of difference. Like he kind of kicks the tail and makes it. He turns it into a really sick turn, whereas most people would just be looking for a kind of a safe finish. He realised he had to put an extra bit of flair on that wave, on that turn to get a bit more of a number, and that's why he's Gabriel. You know, he's really special. He's got those superpowers that you talk about, and I love that last turn.
So finally getting a start, Gabriel Medina looking for a 4th world title this season. And he always talks about how Margaret River hasn't always been easy for him.
How old is Gabriel?
He is 31 now.
I actually asked Italo this same question free surfing with him yesterday because he's just got so much energy. I was like, mate, how old are you? And he's like 31, almost 32. I'm pretty old. I'm like, oh man, you've got so much energy. It's insane. But I was wondering how old Gabriel was, and yeah.
32. He's
32. Yeah. Oh, they've got a lot left in the tank, and it's great to see him back on tour. I'm a huge fan, and it is, yeah, it's sick to have him back.
Yeah, great to have him back as we do a Bond University athlete health check. Well, for both these guys, Gabriel Medina injuring his pec muscle, doing an alley-oop in an awkward way. Just looked like a routine punt for him and ended up changing his whole year last year. And had to wait, recover, got himself back in the water pretty quickly, and decided to wait for 2026 to make his official comeback. And then Crosby busting his elbow at Pipeline. He was so ready, and just a young bull ready to compete. He just couldn't believe he was missing Pipe that year and the next event. And then...
Was that last year?
That was last year.
Yeah, okay.
And then he just had a shortened season to make the cut, and he got it done.
I think that's what's the most impressive thing, you know. I mean, he didn't compete in a couple of events and still made the cut, you know, with all that extra pressure. You know, it speaks volumes to just the mental resilience and strength of Crosby. So, yeah, stoked to see him back and full health this year.
Yeah, 100%. And scores are rolling in there. Looks like Gabriel scored a 5.77.
So Crosby's 5-3-3. They're right in the mix. Cros with priority. Whoever wins this heat takes on Sammy Pupo in the first semifinal. Waves on the way. Crosby with a decision to make here. Tommy Whitaker, his coach, has won here before at the QS level. As he's watching on from the steps, and they will let that one go through. And now Sammy making his way up to his support crew after that victory. There's Matty Myers. Let's hear the debrief.
It's pretty annoying. It's pretty annoying. Kind of consistent, but like I said, the surfing is still there. You're pushing more than your opponents, and the judges are the commitment to your pushing on every turn is the difference, and it's showing in each score. And what I love is that as soon as you got off the ski, you just took the next wave.
Yeah.
You trusted yourself and just went.
Like because I literally just surfed the first wave and
Still got
I heard their score. I was like, fuck, I just need to surf.
Yes.
I need to be too peaky.
Yeah. Yeah. But just the ending again. Yeah.
It's pretty annoying, but it's going my way. So.
Yeah. I'm just praying there wasn't one more wave.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a long break now, because they're gonna do all the girls, and then they're gonna do a Legends heat, and then go to girls semis.
Oh, that's
and then you. So you got like hours. Yeah. The board survived that last turn.
They felt the energy on that comeback from Joel Vaughn. That's for sure. Matty Myers there saying he was just hoping there wasn't another wave. Sammy's happy to move on from that one. What a great start to a season already. Now minimum equal third result, but he can go even further as he'll take on the winner of this heat. Matt telling him he's got some time to relax, get warm, and see how this event unfolds. Gabriel Medina 5.77, Crosby 5.33 start as he sits out there holding priority. Adriano de Souza coach to Miguel Pupo to a victory at Bell, somewhere Adriano's won. De Souza also won out here, beating John Florence in the final when it was pumping main break. That was the year Kelly got that 10 that looked like Nias. Paddling into this one is Medina, and just up and out flick. So he's managing his time out there and now trying to play the under priority game. He's one of the hardest guys in history to watch. You know, under priority, he's flipped heats on its head.
Oh, he's just so good, and I think today, you know, you're just going to have a little sniff around. I think, to your point before, Taj, the smaller to medium-sized ones are always better out here anyway, so I think he's just kind of, and also maybe just operating underneath Crosby if he manages, you know, to get a score, and then obviously, you know, I mean, look, he's stood up and, you know, kicked off, and yeah, okay, with the .27, he's gone up into the lead, but if he was, you know, able to convert, get a little score on there, just put a bit more pressure on him, I mean, yeah, he's deadly under pressure, under priority.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. I think Gabriel and probably Italo are the two I noticed where they are everywhere at once in a lineup. Everywhere at once. It's incredible to watch. They just can cover so much ground. And if you are in a heat against them, Gabriel right now, for example, you are terrified even holding priority because you see him just, here we go. Looks like Crosby's on.
Crosby looking for a big first turn, lays the rail down and slides out. Priority goes to Gabe.
That was a tricky one to ride, huge bumps involved. But yeah, like I was saying, just watching Gabriel scoot around the inside with second priority, just looking at anything that moves. It's a terrifying feeling because you know what he can do. So yeah, it's a great skill to have, just to be able to pick up anything that moves and make a score out of it.
Stone and Wood slow-mo. What went wrong here, Flick?
Oh, just lots of lump and bump, hey. I mean, look, he sets the rail here, you can see it. I mean, and look, if there wasn't this lump and bump, this is going to be a beautiful turn. But yeah, the fins just disengage a little bit. And I mean, it would have been a sick wrap if he had, you know, nailed that turn, you know, really leant back, you know, all on that heel side rail. But yeah, look, unfortunately, I don't think that's not user error. That's sort of just the wave, you know. You just, yeah, hard section to read.
Exactly. Yep, a lot of bump.
Gabriel's 32, came on tour, he was a Grom.
I know that.
And yeah, and he won his first world title when he was 20. That was a pretty wild statement that he made. Taj, knowing what it was like when he came on the scene with his big profile of like the guy that won King of the Groms and then won a world title so quickly.
That's the first thing that comes to mind is that King of Groms thing he won in France, right?
Yeah.
He was just getting 10 after 10 and just doing so many airs so consistently. He was so skinny and like such a Grom and just doing so much cool surfing. So yeah, we knew that he was going to be a threat. And as soon as he started to fill out and really start to learn the, you know, the chess game of pro surfing, he just became so deadly.
Yeah, there were some emotional days as he's grown up on tour.
I actually just remember having crossed paths with him in one of his first years on tour. I had a heat with him at Santa Cruz, and I remember getting out there first and kind of hugging the rocks, like, you know, trying to assert my inside position. And I think he paddled from down the bottom of the point and just motorboated, kicking and paddling as hard as he can, and he just went straight at me and straight up the inside against the rocks and against me. And this was when he was super young and super fresh to the tour. And I was like, how is the state of this guy? Like, I could not believe that he just paddled at me and went straight to the inside. And he's a Grom, and he's just coming into the big leagues, and he just had that attitude. I was baffled. But respect to that, like, it got him to where he is, having that, you know, that attitude and that confidence and just being assertive. And it blew my mind. It's something I couldn't do, so it was pretty impressive. It pissed me off at the time, but looking back at it, that's how you got to do it.
It was a common theme around that era. I remember Taylor Knox coming in, same thing, kind of what just happened. There was this change where I think Gabriel Medina almost opened it up for everyone else to be like, hey, you're here to win too.
Yep.
Paddle someone to the moon if you want. It doesn't matter how many years they've been on tour, but at the time, during your era, that was just unheard of, especially if you're still a 17, 18-year-old.
Exactly.
You're never paddling someone up behind the rocks. That's how he just began to be just a ruthless competitor, backed with an unbelievable ability. Now a 3-time world champ, Gabriel Medina, with priority and just a subtle lead over Crosby Colapinto. Be right back after this Bonsoy brew break. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, ambition loves company. Welcome back to quarterfinal number 2. Medina still leading over Crosby Colapinto on a fun day, potential finals day. Let's see where Kaipo's hanging out.
Check out the guts on this fat boy scrambler, real suspension, front suspension, lots of juice with Australia's #1 e-bike. Ample saddle room. You can get a fat boy, make your life better. Come down here, scan the QR code right on site, and you can enter the sweepstakes for a chance to win a fat boy. Remember, it doesn't matter what the terrain is. It can be asphalt, dirt, grass, sand. All of that fat boy eats it up. Don't ride a skinny bike, please.
Please, thank you, Kaipo. As we transition into the tail end of the ride for Gabriel Medina, he's looking for a finish right there.
Oh.
Goes above the end section.
He likes it.
Shows the panel and everyone on the bluffs here at Surfers Point that he's feeling good about it.
I did look over my shoulder for this one, and I think everyone's going to like the first turn. It is about to be replayed, and it was a beauty. So I think that's why we saw a little claim towards the end there.
Yeah, he's feeling it. Let's go to that first section flick and watch it again here.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing what all the fuss is about. Yeah, it's serious, hey. I mean, look, connected with a really tricky section, and then the midsection of this wave, I mean, it kind of broke in two, and to even get around it, and the way he powers through sections like that.
Yep.
Most people, you know, everyday surfer are just falling on maneuvers like that. He just absolutely powers through it. I mean, just touches the rail there, gets super nice and low, able to like really coil up and, you know, beautifully pivot through that first turn. I mean, look, releases the fins, gets a slide.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
It's nice.
Yeah, I think the majority of the score will come out of that first turn. He did really well to pick a kind of a second cleaner wave of the set then, and as you can see, he got to this last turn a bit late. He probably would have liked a clean finish, but he did get the finish. I think it's all about that first turn. You know, he found a clean enough, smooth enough bit of water to get a beautiful grab rail bottom turn into that huge snap. So the best turn of the morning so far, and yeah, he's going to be feeling good after that.
He certainly will. Gabriel Medina, the first Brazilian world champ, but he wasn't the first to be the #1 surfer in the world from Brazil. After Adriano won at Barra da Tijuca, an event back in 2011, he was the #1 seed in the world in a final with Taj Burrow back in the day. Do you remember that?
Who was? Sorry?
You made a final with Adriano.
Oh, with Adriano.
Down in Brazil.
Yeah, of course I remember.
And the energy was wild on the beach.
Yeah.
Every time you did a turn, it was like booze would happen. And then if you fell, there was an eruption. It was like you were surfing against the country that day.
Oh, absolutely. It's a pretty savage environment to be competing in, because, you know, I let that stuff affect me sometimes. It's really hard not to. And yeah, if the whole country's booing when you stand up. Oh, there's a score.
I see the numbers drop. 767. Really, really rewarded for that big first turn. And that is a turning point in this heat. 767 to go with his 577. Kraz now needs excellent, 8.11. Yeah, times have now changed where everyone's pretty aware of the amphitheater now. And I was talking to Cole Hauschman about it when he went on to win. He said, I know sometimes not everyone's on my side for the heat win, but I feel the energy and I can thrive off it.
Yep.
But it was a significant moment because Adriano was on his way to becoming a world title threat and be more well-rounded. And to finally win at home was an emotional victory. And I saw your support crew though, Taj. B. Durbridge, Wilco, Ty Otten. And they were just going, I don't think he can hear us. It was incredible.
I don't know, Otts is pretty loud. Here we go. Oh, slipped off that one.
A little bobble there on the takeoff, but he's got the lead. Medina just checking things out under priority. Winner of the last heat, Sammy Pupo, is with Vaughn.
Samuel, congratulations. You are into the semi-finals of the Margaret River Pro. And, mate, I'll tell you, that was a nervous heat after 5 days off. How difficult was it to sort of get back into the heat mode?
Yeah, it was really tricky just having such a big break before, after my round of 16 heat against Kanoa. It felt like it was so long ago, so it's hard to just keep the momentum going, keep the rhythm going in a competitive mind. I definitely felt a little lost out there the first few minutes, and made a big mistake letting Joel go on the best way of the heat at the end and getting him back in the heat. So it was tricky for sure, but I'm happy that my surfing is still great and the rails are still sharp, so I'm happy to make it through.
We were eavesdropping on your conversation with Matty Myers before, and he said he was really proud of your decision making, and also that when you got your waves, you know, surfed as hard as you could on them.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the cool part for us. I mean, I feel like every time I stood up, I got good scores, and that brings a lot of confidence. That knowing that when the wave comes, I'll be ready and I'll get the score that I need. So that definitely helps a lot when you're landing your turns, when you're finishing your waves. It brings a lot of confidence, and when I thank JS for the amazing boards, and happy to give him back some success, some win he's.
Mate, it's great. You know, your mindset is obviously right on point. Your boards are on point. And your decision making's on point too, because right at the end there, you know, you had to make the decision to use your priority, hold Joel off a wave. it turned out to be a really good decision because the ocean went flat after that.
Yeah, it was all about just not making the same mistake twice. I let him go on the wave before, and he got a 7, and we had about a minute and a half left at the end. I was like, I'd rather take my shot here and leave it for the nature, for the ocean to give it to me. So I'm glad it went my way.
Yeah, your brother's face said everything when it was a minute and a half to go, and Joel was sitting out there alone, by himself. But mate, this is your best ever result here at Margaret River, so congratulations on that. But still a couple of heats to go.
For sure, yeah, I'm really stoked just to get past this round. Really, I feel like I have so many quarterfinal finishes, and I have a final finish in Brazil, so I just really wanted to get through this round and have a shot at the final.
Well done, mate.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks, Vaughn. Sammy Pupo made his first CT final when he was a rookie on tour, runner-up to Felipe Toledo, and he's been waiting for another shot to win a CT event. So far, so good. He's off and running into the semifinals, but during that interview, Crosby turned in his best, just came in at a 6.5.
Yeah, look at that. That's good. Got him right back in the game. He needs roughly a 7 now. So that's reeled in the task of taking down Gabriel. Here's a replay of his last wave. Beautiful, beautiful carve. Not an easy section. A little setup turn, and I'm pretty sure he gets a big finish here. Bang. Yeah, that was really nice. 6.5. That's definitely going to put him in a lot better position for the remaining 6.5 minutes. He's looking for an update.
So Kra is 6.5, best score. Medina 7.67. These guys are in the top half of the draw, so one of them will be dealing with Sammy Pupo. Then we have Yago Dora, the world champ, taking on George Pitar. George's done really well at main break in the past. And then we get to Ethan Ewing and Italo, and I know you spent a lot of time with Ethan specifically recently, Todd. Well, let's watch this.
This is going to be a great finish to this heat. This is really exciting.
Medina, nice looking wave, big bottom turn, connects well. Second turn's bowling already and throws some water off the tail. Real smooth surfing once again, and he just redirects to finish as he's running out of water.
See, he's really good at reading the water. You'll notice on his first bottom turn, he just nurses it just the right amount so he doesn't spin out. You'll see it in the replay. It's really, really impressive. I noticed in his other heat the other day when it was really messy too, he was just reading the water so well. And he knows just the right amount to push his surfboard to where he doesn't skip out. So watch this first bottom turn. It was a hard one to get there, but he nurses it just enough to get to that lip right in time. And then this turn, the money turn, bang. And then just, he knows right now, difficult section, all he's got to do is finish it and ride out of it. Just really smart, calculated, great surfing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it just was all, even those couple of bottom turns, the first one, to your point, just that you know, the ever so slight redirect, and then on the second one, the little fade too, to like really set him up to square up beautifully.
Yeah, he spotted that clean bit of water. The second turn was, the second section was nicer.
Like, the top turns were incredible, but for me, it was just all of the bottom turns, just the setup, and to your point, the read of the water was pretty good. You know, the last turn, I'm sure he would have loved for that to be a little bit cleaner, but he's still going to get a great score. You know, just the strength of that wave was pretty epic. You know, even taking into consideration the whole morning and the waves we've seen. Yeah, he did such a good job.
Yeah.
It's just that whole element you're breaking down, Taj, of making things look smooth when it's not.
Yeah.
Hold a rail that long off the bottom to tag your section perfectly. Let's go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo to break it down further.
See those bumps he had to get over? Because he had to get to that section. It's just the right amount of pressure. And here's the fade into the nicer, cleaner section on this wave, and he really takes advantage of it, jams it, huge fan. And then another difficult section, and like we said, just wanted to get the job done and finish this wave. And by finishing that wave, it will put Crosby in a more difficult situation, I assume.
What a way to finish for Gabriel Medina.
It certainly did.
An absolute champion type performance. A 3-time world champ, a past champ at Margaret River, goes excellent. as I see the score drop in now to a 15.87 combined total. Crosby with priority does need a 9.37 now.
He's got a West Australian howling southwester in his ear out there. He's cocking his head up, trying to get news of that score, and he's going to be pretty happy when he does. So yeah, big task for Crosby.
Dealing with just an animal guy. You know, you always think of Pipe, Chope, saw the crazy wins Gabe's had, Fiji performances in heavy water, obviously what he's done in the air over his life, but also remembering his backhand surfing in a final with Italo at J Bay when it was bombing. It was some of the best backside turns, I think, done at that venue, where it wasn't always the easiest sections to read, but he can put his board in places that are kind of unthinkable.
Yeah, you know what, when you mention that final as well as when he won out here, he was doing the biggest turns on the biggest sections, and I remember his board at the time wasn't even hardly a step up. It was only a 6-1 or something, and the waves were like, I mean, easy 8 feet, like almost 10-foot sets. But he was riding a relatively short board, and he was just gliding over these sections, a lot like those J-Bay turns. Do you remember some of those closeout turns he did at J-Bay, and like some of those lip line floaters? Like, it was really similar to kind of some of the surfing he was doing here when he won, and it's just so impressive. Big legs is what it takes, I think, and he's got them, you know, like big, strong legs to land those sections. So yeah, very impressive in all areas, but that area especially.
2:10 to go. Medina on fire. Crosby just trying to find something to throw at this wave so he doesn't have to stop here in the quarters, but it looks like Medina's got a stranglehold on this one, and it's looking promising to have an all-Brazilian semifinal with Sammy already waiting there. Cros's goal was to beat his brother and then go all the way. He's had a lot of good down days, surfing a lot, golfing a lot, just solid head on his shoulders with clear goals this year. But he's starting to run out of time, 90 seconds. As you look back at this heat, Taj, where would Crosby begin with like what went wrong and how he could have changed this up? Or is it basically just beast mode from Medina that he'll just have to figure out on another day?
Yeah, it's definitely wave selection, because Crosby could have done so much damage on Gabriel's wave too, on both of those waves. Yeah, looking for that cleaner water, just, you know, nursing your turns when you need to, and attacking when you can. I guess it's how active Gabriel is could be a factor, like you said. You know, when you're up against someone like that, you have to get the best waves of the heat, and you have to do the best surfing. So it's a big challenge. Yeah, we just had word that this is the highest heat total of the whole event. So Gabriel's good. We know that.
He's good.
Still doing it for 15.87.
That's right.
It's now the high mark.
It's impressive. But yeah, Crosby is, I would say, yeah, just needs those sections that Gabriel had.
What a read. Gabriel Medina is looking for his first win of the season, looking for his second win at Margaret River, but he's got semifinals to come. Crosby will get into this one with a chance. He's got to throw everything at it. Whips through that first whitewater section. Now just gunning down this whitewater and throwing the punt off the top, and that'll do it. Gabriel Medina gets the win.
Wow.
Adriano loving that one. And now it's tied 1 win apiece between these two, as Gabriel will have Sammy Pupo in semifinal number 1.
Oh, he's not happy. It's fun to watch, you know. I mean, if he got offered a huge section at the end, then, you know, he would have gone for broke. It would have been, he wanted to. It just didn't really pop up enough, but great heat.
What a great heat. Let's go through the GWM recap and see how Gabriel got on top, Flick.
Oh, look, I mean, it just, to your point, Taj, just reading the water beautifully. These waves were tricky to surf, but, you know, he's really surfed these waves up and gotten, you know, manufactured scores on really difficult waves to surf, and just with the sheer power and, like, physicality of him and just going into absolute beast mode. He's also picked some nice clean face here. I mean, this wave in particular, this is the excellent wave. It really, you're really picking the eyes out of it. You could not have timed those first 2 turns any better or read that any better. And, you know, just connecting the dots there at the end to really make sure you ride out and, you know, have that convincing lead. But yeah, unfortunate times for Cros, but yeah, there'll be a couple of moments that he'll be able to watch back and be like, okay, that's where I went wrong, probably wave selection a bit. But yeah, Gabby onto another semi-final, you know, if not maybe final coming up. So, yeah, pretty cool finish for Gabby to the start of the year.
What a crazy comeback already in the making, Taj. Thank you so much for joining us. Always
Thanks
a
for having
pleasure
me.
to
That
be
was
in your
fun.
company. And best of luck coaching Gabby Bryan throughout the event.
Yeah, I better get busy. Thanks for that.
Thanks for the time. Contest continues. Yago Dora taking on George Pitar. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Miguel Pupo for the call right after this.
There's not a better destination than WA. You've got incredible natural attractions. The coastline here is unbelievable, but our favourite for all of us is just tapping into the experience of learning about the wineries, eating incredible food, and just getting stuck into some of the world's best produce. Today we've been lucky enough to check out Glenardy Road. They grow all their food here. Everything is processed here and brought to the table.
The food, the wine, the experience of the farm, all being right here. You're immersed in it. The crew here know exactly what they're doing. They make this beautiful product that is enjoyed the world over. And on the flip side, the same people making your wine are the same people getting barrel bombs.
It's not every time you have a meal that you know where it comes from. There's something that feels good when you know that everything has been grown right where you're standing.
Kaya, welcome back to Surfers Point here for the second stop of the championship tour, and it is quarterfinal time. Semi-final number one is set. It's going to be a big battle between Gabriel Medina and Samuel Pupo, but we are yet to set up the bottom half of the bracket, and to help us with the call, we've got a very special guest, the current world number one, Miguel Pupo. Great to see you, Miggy.
Great to see you guys. Happy to be here.
Absolutely, mate. Your younger brother did really well. First Pupo into the semis over here in the West, and a completely different experience for him coming to WA this year, not with the cut in mind, but just really looks freed up and surfing beautifully.
To be honest, I feel like this wave suits semi-surfing really well, so it's more about going out there and pick the right waves. And obviously the last few years have been hard on him, but I think he didn't take it personally. You know, he was just like, all right, it is what it is. Next year I'll be back and do it all over again.
Yeah. He's got a really big heat on his hands, of course, but there is a chance if the results go his way. Maybe Sammy's the guy going after your number one position at the top of the rankings. That could be pretty huge, but we've got some great heats to call here. Yago Dora, world champion, taking on a really informed George Pitar, who's already taken on a former event winner here and got a victory. Richie Lovett. It's been an amazing turnaround for George after the disappointment getting knocked off tour last season. He's back and looking deadly, dropping some of the biggest scores this season.
Amazing just to see George come back, and mate, it was a hard hit. You know, he fell off tour, and I was around him, and you could see he was down. He had to do a lot of work mentally to get back on top, to regather himself, and this is live action at Yago, so we'll get back to that.
Yago really has given us some great moments already this season, looking to get this quarterfinal campaign off to a healthy start. with a solid score, loading up on the inside. You could see he was begging for the ramp. My mind still being put back together after the big backhand Indy rotation that he threw at us down at Winky. He's kind of become Mr. Clutch in recent times, Miggy, but it's his power surfing that's really impressed us in his world title campaign.
Yeah, I feel like Iago improved so much, especially on his backhand, you know, and that's why we go for most of the year, you know, we surf a lot of rights, but you can see here like how more calm he is in the wave, and he's trying to pick the right spot to do turns. Unfortunately, this wave wasn't good enough, and he was definitely looking for the air, you know, because he knew the start wasn't that good, so not much there, but he has so much variety on his backhand too that he can go to, and that semi-final at Bells was pretty gnarly. I was sitting on the rock and watched the whole thing just all in front of my eyes. I was like, oh, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable heat. That was the heat that he ultimately got the jump on a man who's powering to the top end of the rankings. Down there with Jesse Starling is Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. Gabby, there was a lot of talk about that heat with you and Crosby. There was a lot of eyes. It was, you know, mentioned as the heat of the round. He'd actually got you in the past over at Pipe, but getting one back here at Margs, and in a really convincing way, best total of the entire event so far.
Yeah, it feels good to win the heat. Crosby, he's been surfing really good, and I really like his surfing. We always talk about him with me and my friends because I love his surfing, and yeah, he's the new generation. He's one of the toughest guys to go against in the heat, so it feels good to get the win. And yeah, it was hard, you know. I was just in rhythm with the ocean, I felt like, and yeah, every time the wave was coming on my way, so yeah, it felt good, you know. And yeah, semis with Sammy will be a fun one. Again, we had one at Bells, and yeah, Sammy's been surfing really good, so yeah, I'm excited for that one.
Now, Miggy is in the booth, so he is listening into all of this. But yeah, like you mentioned, you and Sammy, you met up over at Bells. You guys pushed each other really a lot in that heat. You both had excellent scores. Do you see a similar sort of clash going down between the two of you out there?
Yeah, for sure. He's a good competitor. You know, he knows how to compete. You know, me, him, Miggy, we grow up together in Maresia, surfing a lot together. So Miggy saw me like growing up, and I saw Sammy growing up. So we almost brothers, you know. So I don't know. It feels like you're gonna go for free surfing again. So it's always fun to have a friend in the heat because. Yeah, you don't have a strategy, you just want to do your best, so yeah, that would be fun.
You just seem like you're having fun. You know, you're obviously switched on, but you just seem like you're really enjoying being back in the Rashi.
Yeah, I mean, I've been surfing a lot, actually. And yeah, we've been surfing together, me, Miggy, and Sammy, and João. Keep me motivated. It's good to surf with these guys because they always push me. And I admire them so much, and yeah, they're great persons, you know. It's just so good to be around them and have a good time, especially here because it's such a nice place. And yeah, it's been fun. It's hard to be on late days, you know, just waiting, and so that's where the friends comes, you know, make it fun.
And of course, you have lots of fans worldwide, but you have a massive fan base back in Brazil. Feel free to say something back to them.
Obrigado a todos, feliz de estar na Semi, agora com o Samuca. Brasileiro está na final, mas feliz e vamos embora, fazer o meu melhor. O Samuca está suando bem e quero fazer muito a final aqui, então vai ser uma bateria boa. Obrigado.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, Gabriel Medina. You know, the Brazilians just keep turning up, Miggy. Amazing finish to last year. Another world champion, just dominating the last decade at the championship tour level. And what a start. Victory for yourself, and now obviously a number of Brazilian surfers into the quarterfinals here. What are you guys up to? What are you doing over there? What are you drinking?
I don't know. I feel like those young guys, man, you know, they always bring some good energy. And last year, obviously, we had Iago, so that was like new energy because we had, you know, Felipe and Gabe being champion multiple times and Italo. And yeah, just good energy, you know. Wow.
Yeah, here we go. We've got last year's world champ up at the moment, looking to answer to George, and he's opting for the left, and he's making good use of these steep sections on offer. So multiple moves, a pump of the fist, and a good reply just when it was needed. George was about to take the lead here, and he might for a moment on the scoreboard, but I think Yago's going to drop the best number of the heat.
Yeah, he attacked that opening section. And we've got a heat on our hands now. Let's have a look at the replay here. Yago on the rear left-hander, just going right high, just drifting over that first section. Comes around, patiently waits for the second connect. And a beautifully timed hit on the third one as well. So 3 really strong turns, all stitched together with so much flow. But the commitment to this first turn, really tricky section. You can see keeps that flow and energy going down the line. Geez, he did well to get that board engaged back on the wave face, pumping down the line here. Beautiful technique as he just flares the tail on that second turn. So adds a bit of spice to the second hit. And still, Ronnie, a lot of bump on that wave, but manages to keep that rail engaged through the bottom turn.
And then George on the right. Miggy, take us through this one.
Yeah, it was a really nice first turn. You know, you can see the full torque of the body and a nice cut back here. He was definitely looking for a big finish, but he kind of squeezed this turn right here, which was really good. You know, you can see the thread throwing the tail and stuff, and he was like hoping for a better finish, but he got it done. You know, a little turn right there, and definitely pretty similar waves in my eyes. Maybe a bit better for Yago just because he had back-to-back turns straight away, but we'll see.
There's always that focus predominantly on the rights here. Just that's where the big scoring opportunity is, especially with that high impact end section. The left, if you get a lucky one, you might get a couple of sections, but it can tend to lay down and you don't get that big explosive finish. But with this win, there was something in that wave for Yago. It had a couple of steep sections and he didn't waste them.
Yeah, and there's a rip. Actually, there's a weird rip going into the lineup from the left. So I think that helps the left to stay like a rip bow kind of thing.
Yeah.
I never seen that before. You know, it's the first year I felt that, you know, the rip going the other way. So this could be a good year to have some laughs for sure.
22 minutes to go here. A 7 for Yago. George Pitter at 5.5. Let's throw it down to the water with Kaipo.
Yeah, Ron, love seeing the lefts out here. It's a jumbled swell, as you guys can tell. So that's opening up, to me, it's opening up a lot more options, right? So every once in a while, there is that, you guys talked about kind of a rogue left that comes through. So yeah, so a lot of options right now is kind of figuring out the lineup. And you know, wave selection is going to be huge today. So that's what we got going. And there's still plenty of power out here coming from south side. Kind of a couple wide sweepers that keeps us on our toes. Oh, in addition to that, Ron, I got one more thing. Dolphin watch. We saw a giant pod of dolphins. And yeah, it's great out here. Living the dream. Best job in the world.
Always. When we're here on Wadadli Buja, and there is just so much beauty to take in this area. Water clarity, incredible. Obviously, grey skies today, so it's not kind of popping the way that it has. But the surfers have all been enjoying their time here in the west, in the water, but also on land. Miggy, yourself and the Brazilian crew visiting a winery the other day. Where did you go and how was it?
Yeah, we went to see Vintners, which was really nice. We had a nice lunch and we spent 4 hours talking after that, which was nice. You know, it's just good to hang out with good people. You know, I probably see them more than I see my family, so they become family on the road for sure. And like Gabby said, we've been spending so much time together since we were little kids, so it feels more like family, and just good to have those guys around. And we're gonna be in Australia 3 months anyway, so we better make the most of it.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people don't know this, but you actually lived in Australia for a while when you were at Grom. That's why your English is so incredible. It's better than ours. But tell us about that, just moving here as a kid.
Yeah, I won this event in Brazil that if you win it, you get a scholarship in Australia. And I picked Sydney because I didn't want to be at Gold Coast because I knew over there I had so many Brazilians. So I was like, if I'm going to school, I'm going only one time. And I'm going to learn as much as I can and I'll be done with it. And yeah, I spent so much time in Sydney. At the time, I was riding Chile surfboards and spent a lot of time with James too and his kids. And it was amazing. You know, it was a great time surfing North Avalon and all those places, and it was incredible. You know, it was really special to me, and it helped me a lot to become the guy that I am today.
I think that's when we first met down at Manly. You were just a teenager and taking in the Australian Open down there. And man, congratulations on your success. I mean, you have ticked the box of 2 of the most sought-after titles on the Championship Tour schedule now. How's that feel for you, having that Bells Trophy, having the Tahiti victory as well?
It feels amazing, you know, just because it's so hard to win a CT event once, and to do it twice, it's pretty incredible, and especially at my age right now. And it's a dream, you know. I always felt like I could win any event on tour, and that's what I love about, you know, my surfing and my talent, that I can adapt to conditions. And just to win at Chopo and win at Bells, which is a completely different scale of event, but just happy to have my name, and hopefully next year I'll walk back there and just see my name on that trophy. Will be pretty special.
Which one's the third, Miggy? Which one's they're going to complete the trifecta?
I don't know. I have some goals for this year, and I definitely want to win more events and just have that feeling, you know. I think when I don't feel that I can win events anymore, I'll be probably gone, but I still feel like that I have the talent to be battling with those guys, and I want to be here as much as I can. And obviously I don't want to miss much of my kids' childhood, but still, you know, I can be doing this for a couple more years maybe.
And I'm sure your kids are watching at the moment, so, and your wife, so why don't you send them a big shout out?
Actually, it's my youngest kid birthday today. She turns 1, so I have a lot of birthdays.
You sure do. You're a busy man. I'm sure you're taking a lot of presents home too.
Yeah, so it's funny because Sammy can bring the trophy for her, so I'm not in the finals day, but maybe Uncle Sammy could do it.
Yeah, well, you've still got another trophy you can chase down over on the East Coast as well. But fantastic to have you in here for the call. We've got Iago Dora out in front here at the moment, a 7 and a 3-point ride. And he's just been so consistent. You know, to start this season, I've been super impressed, you know, dealing with the spotlight and the attention that comes his way. Obviously, you talk with him a lot. Has he said that his life or preparation has been affected at all, being the world champion?
I think he's more dangerous now. I think here he comes, Iago.
Okay, so trying to get rid of that 3 to extend his lead. Clean swoop off the top. And really just looking to identify a wave that's going to give him some opportunities here to apply some pressure to George Pitar, who's got that 5.5. I think it'll improve on the 3, but probably not by much. So George is still in this heat. And let's talk about George for a bit, because technique-wise, there's some similarities between your brother and George, like you mentioned before, that body talk. George, super fast, fast twitch like Sammy. I'll see this replay first, and then we'll get back to the conversation about the improvements in George's surfing. Not a lot in this ride, Rich, but tactically a smart wave to take.
No, that second turn, I loved just how patient he was to connect with the lip. Just a little bit of a slower wave. But the intention for Iago was to just build on the scoreline, put a bit more pressure on George.
Yeah, let's talk about George's surfing, because he lost out early down there at Bells, but he had one of the highest heat score totals in a losing heat. What did you think of the way he has rebounded, like your brother, in the disappointment of being cut from the tour last year?
I think the surfing is there, you know. That's the confidence they need to bring into this year. And I feel like this year, George and my brother are having similar roles of like being so in form. They're just losing to guys that are more informed than them, but they're always posting like 14 points, 15 points. So they are pretty like the best guys at every event, and it's pretty tough to beat them. So if you're gonna beat them, you need those 14, 15 point heats. But I feel like they're pretty similar. I think they're really confident right now because there's no cut, so they can showcase their talent in every single spot this year, and I think they'll have a great year for sure.
Yeah, well, Richie Lovett's going to talk more about the big turnaround in George's surfing after the break, but we have some great heats to look forward to, including a world champ coming up against one of the favourites at this venue. That's up next. Italo taking on Ethan. Available now. You can download True Surf, worldsurfleague.com/True Surf. Check it out. Whole lot of fun. As we get back to the lineup now, George Pittard taking on Yago Dora. Yago putting up 4.17, increasing his lead, but it's not a huge lead at the moment. And with the numbers George has been posting of late, he's well within reach of this 5.68 requirement. But we've been super impressed with just the way George Pittard has rebounded. He was crushed after losing his place on the championship tour last season, Rich, but didn't take him long to get back here.
No, it was a quick turnaround, and I mean, it's a hard thing, right, for a human to take that loss, take a good hard look at the mirror and go, okay, what do I need to do to improve? Or what do I need to do to improve my level? And George did the work. You can see it in his surfing. He's gotten a little bit more heavier. For me, a lot of the difference is that he's cut out a lot of the chatter and noise in between his turns, so that his carves and his slash and his big snaps that he does now, they've got more power in them, and the rails are sinking deeper in the water. So he's just smoothened out that flow a lot more, obviously more confident, doing a lot of work with Channel Islands and that crew as well. So he just looks stronger.
And he's unfortunately just given priority away there. You can see there the frustration. And he hasn't been making those little mistakes. He's actually been putting pressure on big names like Ethan Ewing, who he eliminated down at Bells Beach, putting the pressure on early and making those champion surfers really respond. And you know, they've come up short a couple of times now. So this is a different scenario for him, where he's got the world champ, and he's just made an error with priority here. We'll see if he can find the space and tap into a couple of quality waves, but Yago might punish him for that one, only looking to improve on a 4.17.
At this level, it's really difficult to make those mistakes and not get punished for it. In particular, right now, 10 minutes to go, and he's in need of a score. He needs to kind of match Yago's top score of that 7-point ride, because now Yago has the opportunity with priority to really put more pressure on him if he drops another big number.
10.5 minutes here. Wave standing up on the outside. And looking to get into position to maybe force a sell is George, but that one caps on the outside. Heard Taj Burrow saying it was great to hear Taj in the booth and just get some of his local insights, but you know, in the later stages of these heats, if you're chasing a score, you need something substantial sort of standing up beyond the takeoff zone. Otherwise, you know you're going to miss that opportunity. It's really hard to scrap for an insider here when you're in position, Miggy. It's a big lineup.
Yeah, it's a huge lineup, and it's a big mistake by George right there. You know, the wave wasn't that good. He was not in position to catch it. He was probably thinking about something else, but there's plenty of time. You know, if you have a good sell to Yago right now, you can have another opportunity later on in the heat. But as Richie said, it's big mistake, and right here, guys make you pay for those mistakes, and it's the greatest chess mat. It's right here on the CT. Like sometimes on the STS you can get away with those mistakes, I feel more like, but when you get here, if you keep doing them, you will pay for it for sure.
Well, it's been a great day already. A beautiful Anzac dawn service today with a huge crowd turning out, and they've stuck around, Vaughan, to watch a potential finals day unfold.
They have, Ronnie. You know from years and years of coming here to the West that this crowd loves surfing. They come down on the weekdays, they come down on the weekends, but with this being Anzac Day, an extra special day to be celebrating, to be remembering those who have served, those who have fallen, and the energy, as you'd expect, is just so alive down here. It's electric. We've got a good mate here from up in Perth, came all the way down. How are you going, Dick?
Mate, I am just frothing, being amongst the action here. It's firing today. Seeing some of the world's best hit the water is just always a treat.
No question to get down here and enjoy the action?
Oh, absolutely not. Just frothing to be here, to be honest. So,
mate, I love a fellow frother. Let's go, bro. But yeah, Ron, like, everything is just building towards what is hopefully going to be finals day. I guess we'll get the call pretty soon, but quarterfinals action right now has been incredible. Stone Wood Bar's open, the main stage screens are all fired up, and me and Declan are going to get our froth on big time, bruh! Let's go! Come on, bruh!
Cheers, Vaughan, and cheers to everyone down here joining us today, and also joining us on the broadcast. We've got Yago Dora, last year's world champion, leading this heat at the moment. But George Pittar certainly still within reach. And on the outside, we have a rider up. It is George. Bumpy face to deal with. But he's been smoothing out the lines pretty well. A cut down to get started. Does well with a high impact turn to finish this wave off. Definitely looks like he's added some power to his surfing, Rich, but like you said, everything looks a lot more connected and in sync without losing any of that full body torque action off the top.
Yeah, previously George almost used to disguise or try and make the turns bigger with a lot of body torque and theatrics, you know, and he's still got that leverage and he's still got that expression, but you can see that power is still there. So let's have a look here. As you said, really tricky section to come around here. Watch the board just chattering everywhere. He maintains control, and this final turn, that had some spice to it. And lucky that he really clips this at the perfect moment. Watch him just sort of push the tail through right here. Very turbulent water under the board, so credit to him for maintaining control through that turn.
Miggy, real shame that he didn't get that big first turn in, because this is... It's kind of there's a question mark if it betters his 5.5, and if it doesn't really help him at all. But, you know, he's lucky that Yago hasn't really capitalised on the outside with any set waves.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky one, and just wanna, Yago is becoming such a great competitor on those scrappy heats. If you go through last year, he made so many heats with like 10 points, 9 points range. He did that at Bells in a couple heats too. He's done it here the last round, so I think that's the thing that we always remember Yago ripping in the final, whatever, but I think he became such a dangerous guy on those scrappy heats, and he's doing it again right now.
He did it down at Bells as well, and it wasn't until he really needed that huge moment that he actually did the high-risk play, and it paid off for him. That's the danger of Yago. You know, now in marginal conditions, he can eke out a win, Rich, but he also has the haymakers that he can throw when he's up against the ropes and punch his way out of trouble.
For sure, and that's the testament to a true champion. And to both your points, I don't think we've really seen Yago fully click into gear just yet in 2026. He's had more scrappy heats than he has had heats where everything's just been going his way and banking excellent scores. So, you know, he's had to really dig deep, and he'll find that flow and rhythm as the tour goes on this year. But, you know, he is just so dangerous. He's got an incredible variety of manoeuvres that he can tap into.
Yeah, 25 heat wins last season, more than any other competitor, and you know, the most important one was the performance he put together in his world title heat. He made it a one of three instead of putting that extra pressure on himself as the #1 seed. So just a remarkable evolution in this guy's performances. Always had those big individual turns, but now has really started to, as Miguel pointed out, play the chess game beautifully, and he's right where he needs to be here. 4.5 minutes to go.
Shift in priority though, Ron. So there was a moment there where I think Yago was on the inside, and you could see George was appealing to the priority judge to give it up, but it looks like Yago's going to maybe have a look at something on the inside.
Oh, and this is the danger. Can still turn in a big number with a single turn. This wave flattening out, but he stands on the tail, sizes up a rotation down the line, but doesn't quite get it. What happened there, Kaipo? You were watching from the water.
Yeah, well, George got what he wanted. He's got priority now. So yeah, but he was pleading. You guys keyed in on that earlier wave, but now check the Apple Watch. 3 minutes 45 seconds, and priority with George Pittar.
Okay, there it is. So you can see George had actually kind of pulled through. Yago didn't really need to have a look at that wave.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting one. Pretty hard call on Yago, I thought. What about you, Miguel?
Those split-second decisions, man, it's so hard. Like, George already didn't go, so Yago just needs to duck dive that way, but it's all happening at a split second, and then probably mistake by Yago, so that's George's chance to turn the heat.
I guess in that scenario, you know, the priority judge is considering other locations where you're not at the apex of the peak, and someone with priority sitting down the line, and you're looking at a wave and they want to go it, and you're looking interested enough that they don't go. It's essentially you block their right away or their chance to capitalise on a ride. So the decision to flick priority over works in George's favour. It's exactly what he needed. And just when it looked like Yago was in complete control, he makes an error, and that opens the door for George to step up here.
Yeah, they're 1 for 1 in making just a little minor error, but George is now in a position, he only needs that 5.68, which, you know, really doesn't seem like a hard score to achieve, but tricky with these conditions at the moment.
Been some really interesting things just happening with the surfers and their coaches. Miggy, big props to Adriano de Souza and the work that you guys have done. I mean, I feel like he's got you in peak physical condition, even to the point that you're rubbing my belly at celebrations for other competitors and telling me to get back on the program. But no, Adriano's done incredible work. Iago Dora and Molly Picklum last year both made big decisions to step away from the coaches that they've worked with right through their amateur and professional careers to that point. And it felt like in making that call, they finally took responsibility for their own results and they went to another level, both of them.
Yeah, it's all about being confident, you know, being your own self. And I feel like Iago, I can relate to that because I had my dad as a coach in the start of my career, and having that separation, it was nice for me just so I could have a dad instead of a coach and really have a coach. But yeah, it's all about those little decisions, and you just want to make sure that you feel like your own self and feel confident doing it. And it's like for Sammy now, he picked his own coach, he's doing his own thing, and things are working out. And I feel that it happened the same thing with Iago for sure.
Most definitely. Yeah, Iago working with Leandro de Silva last year to great success, obviously, but his dad is able to play that role of just being his old man now at the event. So awesome thing for Iago to have. As we get down to the 50-second mark remaining in this heat, and George still with an opportunity, and we could have some waves, a medium-sized ride standing up on the outside here. Pitar not really in a position. It's not really a big enough wave for him to turn in the number required. And it's a similar situation that we saw in that last heat for Crosby Colapinto. You're just looking out the sea, just wondering if there was that opportunity coming. Or with Joel Vaughan, I should say, from the earlier heats. And there's just not a lot standing up here. And Iago, despite the fact he gave up that priority, could survive this one.
Yeah, it's I guess you could call it's been a pretty scrappy heat. There weren't too many highlights, but just have a look. Here we go. I think George will get another shot at it.
So here he goes before the hooter. George is up, smashes the first section, drives out onto the open face, another cutting turn into the pocket, and gets the finish here on the inside, pumps the finger. And Iago now may be ruining that flipper priority.
Well, it looks like it was a split peak because Iago, we saw him in the whitewash as well. George is just slapping the water in celebration at this point. He doesn't know what's happened on the left-hander, but you'd have to get the feeling that it is the number that he needed, the 5.68. Kind of feel like he would have got that score.
For sure, but you've got to keep in mind that Iago's only chasing a 4.17 to improve his heat score total. Miggy, take us through this wave. Clutch performance.
Huge first turn, crazy second turn, and he got the finish, which was amazing, you know, just to throw the tail there when it was all this water moving. He definitely feels like he got it, and Iago on the left.
Wow, big, beautiful drawn out bottom turn there, Rich.
Yeah, and then comes up to this section and pounds it. Just detonates and holds it. So some drama here. The judges with a lot of work to do. Keep in mind that 4.17 is what Iago needs to replace. Even if he betters that by a point, it takes that requirement almost up to a 7 for George. So that starts to change things, and the judges are going to take their time looking at these replays.
What a way to finish. I mean, on paper, we've had some incredible matchups during this event. There has been tricky conditions at different stages, and we've sort of been robbed of those highlight moments, but not here in the quarterfinals with Iago Dora, also clutch on the left, hanging on for a really tricky finish. But George, he put together 3 solid turns with a whole lot of speed. I'm sure they're going to be watching some replays here. They'll check out Iago's 7-point ride, see where that lines up with George's wave. But you've got to be impressed by what you've seen from the return of George Pitar as a CT campaigner. Last year, it felt like he'd wither in these moments. coming up against big names. This year, it feels like he's rising to the challenge and ready to put his surfing on the line.
Yeah, he definitely feels way more confident now. I think we're going to spend 10 minutes on those scores now, but oh, here it is, 7.57.
7.57. We had the feeling here in the booth that was going to be the best number of the heat. So George jumps up into the lead. Now Yago from his ride, he needs a 6.08 from the left. What are your thoughts, Miguel?
It's hard to say, you know, we can see from here how big the wave was, but it was definitely a good finishing turn. I feel it's better than a 4.17. I don't know if, I'm not really sure if it's going to go up to the 6s.
That's it. A little different to his 7-point ride, that one for Yago. It didn't stand up as much on the first section. He went to a carve, really smooth turn. Got more of a high impact finish though.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking back to George's 5.5 at the start of the ride where he got those 2 turns and got the finish. So almost comparable to that wave in some aspects.
They're breaking it down on the stairs. Let's have another look at it.
Oh, beautiful slice to start off. Section looms and Yago just really commits to it. So gets the little layback hit, gets the clean finish. So he's ticked. There's not much more he could have done with the wave.
He needed a 6.08. The number comes through as a 6. It was so close.
Wow.
An unbelievable finish to a really close heat. I think, you know, if Yago had really smashed and completed that final turn without that recovery time, Miggy, there's every chance that he gets the number that he needs.
Maybe the era, he has those tricks. He could have gone for it, yeah.
Unbelievable clash, and Miggy, the perfect person to have in here to call it. A great breakdown of both competitors. We appreciate your time in here in the booth, and congrats once again on the massive victory down there at Bells. And all the best for your brother, who still has a chance to take your spot at the top of the ratings. Can you believe it?
I would love to, yeah.
If anyone's going to do it, I'm sure you'd be happy for him to get there, and both of you earn yourselves a yellow jersey. But, mate, congrats again on your success.
Thank you, guys.
All the best for this event for the fam, and also best of luck over there on the Gold Coast. Look forward to seeing you there.
I'll see you guys in boardies next time. Yeah.
Bring it on. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got Italo Ferreira taking on Ethan Ewing right after this as George Pitta and Yago Doris celebrate a fantastic quarterfinal clash.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
We've just seen a fantastic finish to an unbelievable quarterfinal heat. And Yago Doris gifting his jersey to a local Grom who's overwhelmed with emotion.
Oh, yes.
How cool is that? Getting the 2025 World Champs jersey down here on a beautiful Saturday morning. It's a little grey, but the performances have been impressive. George Pittard's through to the semi-finals as we get set for another big clash here. Italo Ferreira taking on Ethan Ewing. Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett in for the call. And this should be a good one, Rich. Italo being on fire. And Ethan, excuse me, is desperate to get his year back on track after a really disappointing result down there at Bells.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ethan has just been in such good form. And, well, Italo, we've been sort of getting glimpses of him in the free surfs over the last few days. This storm that has passed through this week and the wild conditions has not deterred him. And we're lucky enough to watch him and have a little free surf with him. And, mate, he was absolutely lighting it up.
Yeah, he's on one this year. The equipment, the Timmy Pattersons, those epoxy just F1 boards just look really alive under his feet. And, yeah, he's been blowing minds every time he paddles out along this amazing stretch of coast, which is definitely worth checking out if you ever get the chance.
Yeah, I was actually having a look at Italo's boards. I wanted to get a feel for the numbers and just put them under the arm, and all I could get was it's 6-1. That's it. You know, I was giving it a tab, you know, because they're all painted up and they look like literally an F1 car, but very light. Nice kind of soft, medium to low rail, beautiful foiled out nose and tail on it. But 6'1", I almost think is probably a little bit longer in comparison to Italo's height compared to some of the other competitors who are definitely only going maybe 1 or 2 inches longer than their normal boards at the moment. But as you said, he's almost exclusively riding the stringed epoxy boards, whereas everyone else is on the traditional stringed polyurethane boards.
And it's interesting to a lot of the other competitors on the CT and probably a lot of free surfers out there, recreational surfers, because in windy, bumpy conditions, people tend to find the epoxy skip a little bit, but Italo's just, he's got such an incredible control and he's so precise in where he places his boards, Rich.
Yeah, exactly. And the way he surfs really kind of balanced stance, but gets on that tail a lot and keeps the nose out of the water. Looks like we might have some action here. A little bit of toing and froing going on in the water just to start this off. Neutral priority, which starts every single one of our heats until someone gets to their feet. And at the moment, Italo with the inside position for the right-hander. You know, he won't be opposed to picking out one of those lefts that he saw fellow countryman Iago Dora get in the last heat.
Well, you can shop the world's best surfboards at the Surfboard Empire. Click the QR code below and have a look at just the CT Surfers models, all stickered up, available in there. You'll see them in store as well. There's a couple of just absolute race cars.
Yeah, that's Iago and George Pitter's boards from the last heat. I can tell you, really similar boards, both on 6'2", 19. Just a slight difference in thickness, both around that 29.5 to 30 litre mark.
And that happy gentleman that passed through the screen is Pedro, who looks after the socials, does an incredible job as well. Just always around capturing the magic, which you enjoy at World Surf League or at WSL. But this heat hasn't come to life just yet. No waves ridden, priority neutral, and two surfers that have quite a bit of history meeting here in the quarterfinals. How important is this heat for Ethan in his quest to get a maiden world title, Rich?
Very. You know, quarterfinals, Ronnie, is an acceptable result if you're really chasing down a world title, but really it's those semi-finals and final finishes that you want. And in particular, you know, Ethan had a lackluster start, let's call it what it is. It's, you know, nothing compared to what he would have wanted down at Bells Beach. So he's really looking to make this final and take away a win here and get his year on track. Not to mention what that does for your confidence as well, just sort of getting back into that winning feeling.
Yeah, well, everyone has been enjoying watching a lot of Ethan surfing.
Oh, yeah.
In the lead up to this championship tour. He spent a lot of time on the Gold Coast getting prepped, and there was plenty of good waves. So, you know, socials were just lighting up with his incredible forehand performances. Then he took part in Stab in the Dark, which is a fantastic series, playing out on Stab Mag, and I mean, he is jumping on boards from shapers that he's never ridden before and doing surfing that is world title worthy. And he's had that surfing for some time, but, you know, not banking a keeper result down there at Bells. Yeah, those events are crucial for someone with such a strong forehand.
Yeah, it's a pet event for Ethan for sure. He's obviously had the win down there and would, you know, when you think of that front hand carve, that slash, the style, all the components to Ethan Ewing's surfing just matches that forehand attack, and the waves down at Bells suit him just down to a T. And even the right-handers here at Margaret River Main Break, you know, it's guys like John Florence have really proven that, you know, you can really just deliver that power game in these strong conditions here in Western Australia.
Kaipo out in the water. The hunt for that opening ride continues, Kipes.
Yeah, it's really tricky out here, Ron. It's really, really tricky. These guys just got caught inside by that last wave. The waves are kind of all over the place. We've seen that all morning. I think it's getting even more jumbled out here. And, you know, we look at the method of operation for these two surfers. You got Italo. He's known to catch a lot of waves in his heat, but he just hasn't found anything to begin with. Ethan, way more selective, but I think we got Italo right now.
Oh, he's down. But continue on your point. And is there a couple of surfers on the championship tour whose styles contrast more than these two?
Not really, right? If we think about it, we got the Energizer, the Energizer Bunny with Italo Ferreira just hyped up on Red Bulls all over the place. And then you got like Mr. Cool, you know, Ethan Ewing. A lot of times we've seen Ethan come through, he's just riding two waves. So, yeah, a big contrast in styles right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And nothing coming from that opening ride for Italo, just a 0.3. That suggests just how difficult it is. As Kaipo mentioned, wind increase, a lot of bump on the face, but usually Italo can make something of nothing, but on that occasion just caught a little too deep. And on the outside, Ethan taking a couple on the head here.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest sets that we've seen roll through in the morning. You can see Kaipo just got over it to the left of your screen there. So it looks like Italo's coming in. He's going to opt to go jump on the ski and get back around in the lineup.
Just in all the down days during this event window and a challenging forecast, you know, the competitors have been exploring, and I don't think Italo has missed a day. He's been tracking down waves. It's a 130-kilometre stretch of coastline, almost 80 different breaks and plenty of beach breaks as well. And Italo has been lighting up this coastline more than maybe any other competitor on the off days. For me, it's been the story of the performances of Italo, and on the women's side of Katie Simmers in the lead up to getting competition back underway. They've both been dropping amazing clips.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder whether that's almost a psychological advantage, just doing that, keeping your competitors in check, letting them know that you're still so finely tuned, you're hunting down, you're doing the work, where others are perhaps, you know, sticking their nose in a wine glass at a winery and maybe taking things a little too easy.
Speak for yourself, Rich. Just on 23.5 minutes to go. No major scores locked in just yet. George Pitta is through to the semi-finals. He's with Jesse Starling.
Guys, I kid you not, George is shaking. What a crazy end to that heat. Just so much adrenaline running through you right now, but you just beat the world champion, George.
Yeah, feels good, honestly. I was so out of it for like 34 minutes and 45 seconds. I don't know, I was like just having the worst heat. I felt like I was so lost out there. And then, I don't know, I was like just waiting, just looking for a little bit of clean water. And then that little lump came, and luckily it just sort of threw on my first turn. So I don't know, I couldn't believe he went left on it. I was like claiming it. I got to stop claiming. But I was like claiming it, and I came in, I was like, yeah, for sure. And then I seen he got that left, and I was like, oh no, I'm done, because he had that 7, but luckily got through.
It's not very often in championship tour heats, if you make a mistake with priority, that you can bounce back from it. We've seen it, you know, hurt so many people's results along the way, but to clean it up the way you did, I mean, it was just, felt like such fast reaction decisions for you out there.
Yeah, I had a shocker. I had prior for like 20 minutes. And I was like, I need to like lock in a pretty decent score for my next wave, because I had the 5, but he had the 7. And I was like, I'm up against the world champ. Like, I can't really make a mistake. And yeah, I made a mistake and gave him prior, and I was like, oh, that's me. And then, I don't know, at the very end there, he paddled for one and gave me pride back, and it gave me just a glimmer of hope. But I'm just lucky that wave came, honestly. Like, it's a pretty tricky ocean out there right now.
Last time you were in the semi-finals here, you're a wild card in this event. This time it's your second year on tour. John actually dropped a 10 on you in that semi-final. This time coming up against either Ethan or Italo, who, Ethan, you beat just a couple weeks ago. This has got to, you know, feel a lot of confidence going into the semi-finals for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about, like, confidence against those guys, but because they're so unbelievable. But I guess I'm just trying to do my own thing, like trust that what I've got to offer is going to be enough and just keep rolling with that, because I don't know, I can't be like those guys, but we'll see how we go.
We love it, George. We'll let you go cool down after that last-minute buzzer beater, but well done and good luck in the semi-finals.
Thanks, Jess. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I mean, the numbers and the results and the heat wins already this season would suggest otherwise. He does have what it takes. Survives a very close one in that last quarterfinal heat. 13.07 to 13 points for Yago. They're the crucial ones. But no doubt turning in the best rider of the heat in a clutch moment. Like you said, you know, less than 10 seconds on the clock when he got to his feet there.
Yeah, and to perform under that pressure situation was just credit to the work that he's done mentally, the trust that he now has in his ability and his performances. And really, when you do the work as a competitor, those moments there are the ones that you live for, and they're the ones that all that training, all that mental work, all the filming, all the stuff that you do on a daily basis to kind of hone your craft and be the best professional surfer that you can be, that's where everything just clicks into gear. And obviously it's you know, it's paying dividends for George. Great to see.
Loving our time here in the west on Wadundy Budja. This area is so pretty. We ensure we get out there on Country Rich every afternoon, go down, watch the sunset. Spectacular place. And yeah, the Margaret River zone, this southwest region, one of 36 magical biodiversity hotspots in the world, where almost 80% of the plant species here aren't found anywhere else in the world. So it's really unique. It's got that feel and look about it. The yunga, the kangaroos here, almost, they look half Avatar. They've got these markings on their faces. They're just so pretty. And Ethan Ewing, his surfing's pretty. And we're going to see if he can lock in a big score here. Smooth on the rail. Look at the bumps that he's having to negotiate here. Gets to that tricky end section. Just wants to bank something with no decent scores really on the board. He doesn't push too hard on the final section. Ensures he can get out in front of that white water.
Yeah, he almost hovered over that final foamy closeout. So we see Italo having a look at this one, decides not to go. Too much foam on the face, too hard to control, not enough opportunity. So well left. So Ethan jumps up on the Red Bull ski. DHDs are looking mint under his feet on the Juliet model. And here we go, check out the replay here. Just sits on that bottom turn, beautiful style. Bit of a two-stage cutback here, waiting for the wave to steepen up. Another roundy as he comes through the inside. See how he didn't actually drive through that turn. He just lifted off and projected over it rather than attack it. I think it was a good move. There was so much power in that oncoming whitewash that if he had tried to match it, he was in danger of getting swatted down. So great choice of manoeuvres to finish off and complete the ride.
18 minutes to go. Ethan Ewing still on the Billabong team, but Italo and Ethan were on the same team for a long time, so very familiar with one another. They know each other's weapons. Would have had a whole lot of free surfs together, shooting different clips over the years. And a fair bit of history, and Ethan with an opportunity to even up their head-to-head stats, 7 previous matchups. And it's 4-3 in favour of Italo. They have had a heat here at Margaret's before. That was back in 2023, where Ethan got the jump on Italo. But not a big score for Ethan on his opening ride. 3.5s. Generally throwaways.
Yeah, we'll be surprised.
Let's hope.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just assume that that score will be well and truly gone by the end of this heat. We've got 17 minutes on the clock. First half of this heat has really been these guys battling the ocean here. They had a couple of big closeout sets that basically dragged them through all the way to the impact zone. They had to make their way back out again. So it's almost like a reset now.
Well, Italo, you know, despite the fact that he got through one more heat, but then Ethan down at stop number 1 at Bells, he's not counting what you call a keeper result towards a world title campaign yet either. Had a 9th place finish down there, lost out to Medina. So this is a big heat for Italo too. You know, when he's showing so much form, you know, it's sort of a surprise to see that he doesn't have that solid result to validate the form at this stage. But he had a magic start to last year and kind of fell away through the Australian leg. So he wants to really turn that around and bank some big results in these next couple of contests.
Yeah, he basically had a shocker after those first few events. The Aussie leg was just terrible for him, and then he bounced back again, got himself into world title contention as we went into the final 5 in Fiji.
Well, he got ahead of Ethan in 5th spot and got a world title shot. Ethan finished 6th last year. So, you know, these two want to keep climbing those rungs on the ladder, especially this year, because the person sitting on top is going to be the world champ, going back to that accumulative point system as we get set for the women's event. And we're going to have a look at some incredible matchups here, checking out the finals bracket. Gabrielle O'Brien looking to go 3 in a row here in the West.
Unbelievable. And Gabrielle O'Brien is going to be the one to beat here. She'll be up against Sawyer Lindblad, who's been incredible on her backhand. And then Caroline Marks against Lakey Peterson, another goofy v natural matchup. Looking forward to that. And then the bottom half of the draw, all natural affair. Of course, we've got Carissa Moore, but this is Italo Ferreira live action.
Yeah, pinpoint timing on this ride already. And just look at that, just the spark in his equipment. Glides over that section, now just goes looking for a gap between that dry shelf on the inside and finds it. Just such a great read on that finish, but a couple of big turns on the outside. Best number of the heat is about to drop.
Yeah, so we're off and running now. And Italo will skip up onto the back seat on the water pony and get that ride out. But we're off and running with just under 15 minutes to go. But his boards look so good, just the way they sit on the water. As we check the replay here, so watch this, on the backhand, connects with that first part of the lip. Nice controlled manoeuvres, and the second, up and over a foamy section, gets clean face on the inside and attacks. Nice sweeping snap to finish off. Navigating through the bump, you can see controls that lip slide. Gets on the heel side rail, leans into it. Up and over that section, reconnects with the wave face. And then I loved the spark on this final turn, Ronnie. Nice pivot turn there. Nice and clean on the backhand, pushes through the turn. Forcing that spray skyward.
Yeah, it's a low. You know, when he wants to lay that board over, and he did some deep bottom turns there, you know, he can hold an edge beautifully, but always maintains that spark too. 10 CT wins now. One of the most winning surfers on the Men's Championship Tour, and he's got a lot more in him as well.
100%. Just look at Italo's technique on the backhand too, especially in these bumpier, trickier conditions. He's keeping the board a little bit flatter, which I think is a good strategy. You know, if you really engage that rail and dig it in on the backhand, you're in danger of catching. And Italo, what he does is just gets that real pivoting action off the tail, keeps that board a little bit flatter. And he's super, super busy, super energetic, and it really works for him.
And it served him well. 6.5 on that last ride. Italo has the lead as the world #1, Gabrielle O'Brien, gets set to hit the quarterfinals.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise.
Scenes from a powerful welcome to country. The WSL acknowledges the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region. We want to thank them for welcoming us to Budja once again. We pay our respects to the Wadandi community and their elders past and present. WSL is definitely committed to the ongoing learning about the local history here at Margaret River, the culture, the language of the Wadandi Budja, the saltwater people's country. They play beautiful hosts, and we ask everyone that visits the area to walk softly on country, respect the ocean and the waterways, and we want to extend that acknowledgement and respect to other First Nations people joining us in person and on the broadcast today. A huge kaya to everyone. I'm sitting here with my nunny, Rich, my brother, as they would say, and we are watching two of the best go at it. Italo starting to gather some momentum, a 6.5 on his previous ride and loading up for one here on the inside, throws everything at it. That win though, wreaking havoc on the finish, and he doesn't get the completion. So Ethan holding on to a slim lead here at the moment with a couple of mid-range scores. And Italo is coming after him. Still just on 8.5 minutes to enjoy the show here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here. This is Ethan's 4.83, so he got busy really quickly, just jumping up on that first section. A nice roundhouse cutback for the second. Quick snap up high in the lip, and then through to the inside for a little foam climb that doesn't go to plan, comes unstuck, but then Italo fades off the bottom, pushes that backhand snap, and then comes through to the inside. We know what happens here. He starts to telegraph for that backhand air rotation, loses it. The wind just taking the board from his feet.
Ethan does almost kind of remind me of Steph Gilmore in some ways. You get Clem on offshore conditions on a right-hander and they're going to be near unbeatable. A bit of their power is taken away when the conditions get a little jumbled like this, and that onshore makes it difficult to set a clean rail turn. Italo just finding an insider there, working away. It's not like they can't do those big quality turns and still win events in onshore conditions, but it just is a little bit of kryptonite for them when you consider who they're up against.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you think of Ethan, you think of that beautiful, free-flowing, smooth style on a groomed open wall, but this is anything. This is nothing close to that at the moment here, but Italo, he's starting to get busy. That was a very good backhand snap to start off, does some work down the line, and again, just really attacks that final section, gets a really tight angle on the final turn.
Maybe a better comparison or metaphor would be, Rich, that it's sort of like snowboarding. You know, you get on a groomed run and Ethan Ewing's going to do some of the most beautiful carving turns you've ever seen. Throw him in the moguls with an opponent like Italo, and Italo's going to find the little moments in between, sort of twitch between those moguls and get the turns done. So, you know, Ethan's just looking for a wall out there at the moment that allows him those big, powerful combinations. He's just been pushed back in the second spot, and you know, with Italo winning those scoring exchanges here, it's a pretty decent requirement that Ethan's after now.
Yeah, back up to a 7.17. And to your point, we've probably got the most smoothest surfer in this heat on the tour at the moment versus the busiest, most expressive surfer in terms of the line that they take on their waves and their body movement as well. Ethan's stance almost emulates how you would actually stand on a snowboard. He keeps those front arms right in front of him, or both his arms right in front of him, and his economy of movement through the body is just so efficient, more efficient than any other surfer that we have on tour. There's no unnecessary, you know, flare and hand movement and jive happening. Whereas Italo is very expressive, but it works for him. It suits his style and his approach.
Well, Ethan doing some work with Jerem Forrest over here, a great surfer from the West who's surfed in the event before after winning through the trials.
Solid set approaching. Italo having a look at the left. Miguel Pipo just in the booth earlier was highlighting that the lefts have really sort of come to life today. There's almost a rip running out through that part of the break, and that's standing the wave up a little more than what it normally does.
Yeah, I think Italo will be more inclined to pick off a left than Ethan. Ethan's certainly going to focus on these rights. As we see Italo now lining something up. And he is going to go left. It's a tall wave. He'll get a big opening section. He's given us some great highlights on the left in the past. This wave pushing a little wide, so biding his time for that first turn. It doesn't really do much, but he can make up for it here. Swings the reverse, incomplete.
Yeah, that one just pushed a little wide off the reef, as you mentioned, Ronnie. But Italo under priority and with the lead. I guess nothing to lose. We know his style of surfing. He likes to keep the rotations happening, likes to stay busy, keep surfing waves.
4 minutes to go here. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap. Italo getting things started with a 6.5. Great timing on the backhand.
Yeah, really strong on the backhand. You can see Italo just adjusting to every single one of these sections that have been surprisingly different for him. And really, choice of manoeuvres have been on point. This is Ethan Ewing's best wave here. You can see the contrast in flow and style. The rail just sitting a little deeper. And Ethan just, the reaction time, it's there. He just needs that little bit more open face. Pick one of these waves that can really offer him the opportunity to dig in. But this man here, doing what he does best, staying busy, staying active. And the quality of his turns, very sharp at the moment.
Yeah, really impressive. Just like Medina, just sizes up the sections off the bottom and can adjust so quickly to change his approach and show variation on the backhand. It's a pretty decent lead that he's put on Ethan Ewing here. Ethan with priority, still 3 minutes to go. And we've seen some clutch moments already. George Pitta taking a ride in the dying stages of his heat against Yago Dora. And Georgia is waiting to see who he comes up against in this clash. Italo busy now. Wave number 7 for him. Ethan still with just 2 rides. And Italo just explodes out of the lip into reverse. Just a quick pivot, pirouette on the outside. And he can bring that spark to this lineup. On an average wave, he stays with it, just looking for any extras on the inside. This wave just gets ugly down the line. He pumps the fist, hoping that it's enough to improve on the 5.5.
Wow, it's an interesting wave. It really tapered down that first TP section. Italo just attacked it and brought something new, something spicy, some innovation and some creativity. And now Ethan with just under 2 minutes to go, and the requirement at the moment, 7.17. So let's have a look at this. The wave stands up. Italo goes straight up to the lip, gets the reverse done. It was an explosive manoeuvre. Not a lot of height though, so the wave sits right down on the inside, Ron. He just kind of tic-tacs all the way through and then gets that oncoming section. Felt good.
He always puts on a show. It's just a big mix-up to what we've seen on that outside. Does it help improve his heat score total? Maybe not, but you got to love it. He doesn't stop. 5.07, so it doesn't go into the top 2. This is the 5th time that Italo's cracked the quarterfinals here. He's only been into the semis once in the past. That was back in 2016 on his 2nd trip to the West. He just always leapfrogs his way off the back of the ski to get himself back into the lineup. Less than a minute to go here for Ethan Ewing to pull this heat out of the fire. As we said, quarterfinal result, it's solid. It can be a foundation result for a world title, but you know, it's really those semis, those 2nd and 1st place finishes that get you right up there in contention. 30 seconds. Is there anything approaching here, Rich?
There's a tiny little bump that Ethan is eyeing off. I mean, the calculation that he's doing in his mind now is there a wave here that's got 7 points on it? And at the moment, the ocean not looking like it's going to cooperate. Italo calling for an update. He wants to know the situation. Well, he's going to hear it in about 10 seconds.
Yeah. And the situation is going to be a spot in the semi-finals for Italo Ferreira. A huge turnaround. And he's on his way up the ratings. Ethan Ewing. And a frustrating heat for him. Not a solid heat score total, or not the kind of numbers we're used to seeing from him. But he'll be heading to the Gold Coast, where he put in a lot of time in the off-season. And with a promising forecast, we'll look to turn in his best result of the season. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got the women's quarterfinals just around the corner, with Gabriella Bryan taking on Sawyer Lindblad. We'll have a change up in the booth. Don't go anywhere.
"50 years deep." For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. A new world champion. Harnessing nature. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Thanks for joining the fun and celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. Imagine what's next. Already off to a great start in 2026. Gabriella Bryan, Sawyer Lindblad in the water now to kick off the quarterfinals, as we've already got the men's semifinals stacked with a lot of fired up Brazilians, including Bretta George representing Manly Beach in Australia. Joe Turpel with local legend, Eddie Aikau competitor, CT standout, Flick Palmatier. Flick, we've kind of seen the men make sense of the lineup, so Gabby and company have had a little bit of time to see what's going to be scoring out there. We got to hang with Gabby's coach, Taj Burrow, in the booth through those rounds, and Taj will be watching Gabriella get a quick start, wetting the rails of that mayhem, and step off right onto the bricks. Taking on the goofy foot from San Clemente, California, Sawyer Lindblad. We've seen this a couple of times at Margaret River.
Oh, we've seen it as a final before. The first time Gabriella won, you know, these two matched up in the final. And yeah, this was also, that was the result that kept Sawyer Lindblad's CT dreams alive that year. You know, she needed to make the final to make the cut. So yeah, it was a really cool event, that one. And Sawyer was on fire, but yeah, back to the start of this heat. So Gabby just choosing to, you know, get things started pretty relatively early and roll the dice on, you know, maybe a smaller one. But for her at the moment, just the way she's surfing, I mean, she stands up, and if she can find a bit of nice open face and lay that rail, you know, judges obviously loving her surfing. So that'll be a small score to start, but it's nice just to feel out the conditions and, you know, potentially feel out the board she's riding and, yeah, get her feet in the wax.
Getting a ride from the Red Bull ski, wearing the yellow jersey after a huge win at Bell's, her first win at that incredible venue. And looking to go 3 in a row on the championship tour here at Margaret River, which hasn't been done before. on the CT level. The QSs have been dominated 3 in a row by local legend Melanie Redmond-Carr in the past, but not on the CT. Here we go. Sawyer Lindblad essing back and forth on the open wall. Just throwing some water, waiting for this thing to fill up, and now goes off the top. Signing up with Glenn Micro Hall for her coach this year on the championship tour. There's Crow. He's been really busy. Micro Surf Academy, he hosted a bunch of local grommets to hang out and meet a lot of their heroes like Sawyer, like Gabby. And Micro even was like really impressed, going, wait, these two have a heat together coming up, and they just wanted to give their time to the local kids, and Sawyer and Gabby shared some laughs together as we look at Sawyer's start here, Flick.
Just a super tricky wave to read here. I mean, she does well to get the finish and the completion, but I mean, you can just see, you know, we're coming up to a high tide too, so there's a lot of water on this, you know, a lot of water on the reef, a little bit more, and sometimes, you know, it can make it challenging through that inside section on the right, just like a lot more warble on the face. Like, obviously it's onshore, so it's providing that texture, but yeah, just with that rising tide and coming up to the high tide, I think high tide's at just past 11, so 10 past 11. So yeah, a little bit more water on the reef there, and things are tricky on the inside.
So coming down to the final 8 here for the women, 4 of them representing the USA. That's one for Sawyer. 2 of them representing Hawaii. It's Gabby who's in the water now, and also Riss. 1 Brazilian, Lana Silva, and 1 Australian, the reigning world champ, Molly Picklum. So Molly's going to try to get the title for Australia, but Gabrielle O'Brien's been impossible to beat the last 2 years straight here at Main Break. Total domination with some big, powerful forehand hooks. Rode a 6-2 the other day when it was a bit bigger. And she said she's just used 3 surfboards so far this season. Had her Magic board that she brought to Bells, but the Australian manufacturers that pump out boards for Lost gave her some magic, and she just switched gears. She's like, well, this one feels good too, and took that one to victory. As we check out the finals day bracket here.
Yeah, it's a good bracket. Obviously, we're looking in the water right now. You got Gabby Bryan taking on Sawyer, the rematch of 2024. Caroline Marks taking on Lakey. Lakey Peterson, a past winner out here in 2019. Then quarter 3, you got Molly Pickles looking for her first win of the season, taking on Luana. Smooth, silky lines of Lana Silva. And then quarter 4, you've got a world title showdown. Caitlin Simmers, with the 1 world title to her name, taken on, you know, one of the greatest to ever do it in our sport, Carissa Moore. So really looking forward to that quarterfinal matchup. That's my heat to watch, Joey.
And look at that, 2 good friends on opposite sides of the draw with Gabby and Carissa Moore. We'll see what happens there. Let's catch up with Italo with Jesse Starling.
We have a new looking Italo for this event. He's actually dyed his hair bleach blonde. He said he's going Mick Fanning mode, but Italo, I don't know if you know this, but this is actually your 100th event on the championship tour. This feels pretty cool to be celebrating this on the stairs with you at Margie's.
Oh, I didn't know about that, but yeah, I'm really stoked, you know. I had like on tour like more than 10 years, so it's crazy. I already look like an old guy, but with still kid. But yeah, I'm so glad to make that one. That was pretty hot out there. There was like a lot of like different type of waves. You know, there's the sets and there's the inside one. So the inside one make you look easy on a backhand, you know, and it's better to attack every moment. And then that's what I look at. And then yeah, it was a pretty fun hit against Ethan. We always like push each other, and yeah, so happy.
Can we give the fans a glimpse at the new hairdo?
Oh yeah, it's a Mick Fanning style, you know. I'm not have the same style of surfing, but yeah, feels like Mickey mode.
I love it. And also, you know, going into the semi-finals, you're going to come up against George Pitter. 10 years between semi-final appearances here at Margie's. Must feel nice to be back.
Yeah, I had like a couple semi-finals here, I think, and quarters. But yeah, let's make it happen. That's 2 in a row, so let's do it.
Let's see it, Italo. And of course, you got your little boy at home. I'll let you give a shout out to him.
Então, agradecer a minha esposa, meu filhinho que está lá assistindo, né? Acho que ele não entende nada agora no momento, mas quando ele tiver pouco maior e puder ver na internet, né, os vídeos que o papai fez, espero que ele se orgulhe. E é isso. Acho que seguir firme, concentrado, uma a uma, cada bateria tem uma história. Claro que você sempre quer fazer o seu melhor ali, mas tem hora que você tem que jogar o jogo e saber a hora de reduzir na hora de atacar, então foi o que aconteceu. Acho que eu consegui me encaixar ali nas zonas num bom momento, depois de ficar 15 minutos ali tentando achar alguma coisa. É isso, é uma, bateria e tem duas pela frente aí. Obrigado.
Thanks, Italo. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Obrigado, valeu. Congratulations. 100 championship tour events for Italo Ferrer. Came on the scene as one of the most exciting rookies. He made Rookie of the Year, finished in the top 10. But he mentions Mick Fanning hairdo. That was the turning point for him when he beat Mick at Bells. That was Mick's swan song, where everyone in the world had tears in their eyes going, is Mick gonna do this in his last event on tour? And Italo got the win, and Mick actually said it was kind of fitting. He's going, wait, that kid wants it. He's hungry. And he said that was the right time to move on. Italo getting a bell, and then started blitzing every event to follow, and became a world champion in 2019.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible year, and it's cool, you know, for Mick to sort of sit back and really register that moment in time and just how hungry that newer generation was coming up. And I mean, you know, it's crazy though when you still think about it, because even though he's like, yeah, look, I'm going to take a step back, you look at Mick Fanning surf today still, and I just think, holy, you could still put a jersey on. I mean, we've seen heritage heats down at Bells Beach. We've seen him on the Gold Coast, you know, last year, you know, at Burleigh. We've seen it. I'm just thinking, this guy still surfs just as good as the day that he stepped back from the tour. It's nuts.
No such thing as retirement, yeah, right? Especially if you're White Lightning, Mick Fanning. Really cool tribute for Italo, bleaching the hair blonde, and found a nice couple of waves in that last heat to eliminate Ethan Ewing. That's big for the title race. You know, we're going to be breaking that loss down for Ethan as we move forward. We'll see how that helps Italo's cause. Italo does have George Pitar in semifinal number 2. As the early numbers for this one are in. Sawyer 4.67 start. Gabriella Bryan a 3.83 start.
Yeah, small numbers to start here. I just think, you know, there is obviously a little bit more, you know, better quality waves coming through. Both women just trying to roll the dice, get their feet in the wax. I think, you know, there's learnings that come from every wave that you take off here. And you know, today it looks different to, you know, when we surfed last, you know, almost a week ago. Yes, it's onshore, but it's a different type of onshore. And I feel like with every wave you take off, there's a learning to come from that. And, you know, I think both these women are capable of big scores and big moments. You know, even Gabriella Bryan obviously is the obvious choice, but you've seen, you know, for laying the board on rail. But Sawyer, on the other hand, on the backhand, she has the ability to square up and go really tight in the pocket. So I'm sure that there'll be learnings from those last couple of scores.
Always challenging to turn up on your first year on tour. 2 surfers in the water, both won Rookie of the Year in their first try on the championship tour. Gabby Bryan winning in 2022. Sawyer Lindblad, 2024 Rookie of the Year. Throws some water off that first section on the backhand. Quick reaction to hit that one, and a tough landing, but stays overboard. Chips that end section and jumps off early. Not an easy read by any means, but cat-like reflexes to put that lost surfboard right where it needed to be. She'll add that score to her top 2, and now Gabriella Bryan on the wind-up. Throws some water off the rails. Good read, second turn incoming. Draws it really well off the roof. Gets out in front. Nice frontside whip in the pocket and carves her way through the inside corner. And then finds some space to just hack it shut. We were talking to Teebs, Taj Bro earlier, and he was kind of breaking down how sometimes you don't need a set wave out here, or a bigger wave. And sometimes those insiders give you that nice stretched out wall with some coping to hit as we go back to the replays.
Yeah, we definitely saw that from these couple of waves. This section here, I mean, just lured up so quickly, and probably more quickly than what Sawyer anticipated. So pretty good reflexes there, and you know, for her to just adapt to that section really quickly. Yeah, here we go. Let's look at this. Super slow-mo. She was up into that section so late, legs fully extended, and I mean the recovery here. I mean, she fully sits down basically. So nice recovery from, you know, Sawyer, and then she manages to get another turn after that. So, I mean, it's hat off to Sawyer, and then behind her, you got Gabby, and look, this is, you know, to Taj's point, and to your point, Joe, you know, what Taj said earlier is, yeah, Gabby's just trying to find those smaller inside waves and tee off and get a couple of nice manoeuvres. She manages to get 3 here, so look, I'm interested to see where these couple of waves go. Obviously, you don't need the biggest waves to get the best scores, and I think, you know, Gabby, there was a lot of venom on that sort of, you know, one big snap that she had, and Sawyer had her moment on her backhand too, that super late moment. But yeah, it was nice 1-2 from both surfers.
Well, you always know what you're up against when you're up against world #1, especially when you've had her 2 times at Margaret River and she's got past you both times. That's what Sawyer's dealing with, along with the momentum of the yellow jersey. When we look at Gabby Bryant and Margaret River, she's always turned in an excellent score. She has that streak still intact, and we'll see if she can keep it going. She had 2 in her rookie season where she ended up finishing in the final. She had 1 in the 1 year she lost early. The round before the quarter, she lost to Steph Gilmore, but it was a 14+ total loss, and she still had an 8.10 along the way. Her best year, though, was her last year when she really kicked off the final with a 9.5 on their opening wave, showing that relationship she has with Mainbreak has only got better and better. And in her era she's been on tour, she leads the tour with the most excellent range numbers in that 8 to 10 point range. So we're following Gabriella Bryant, just like we were with Felipe at Bells. Can she keep this streak alive and drop an excellent score before the final's done?
Well, the other thing that comes to mind is that iconic wave where she surfed it with the dolphins, right? And I think any time that you have this beautiful connection with the ocean and the dolphins are, you know, you're almost willing them to come in, and it's just such a, it was a beautiful moment, you know, and I feel like this wave, she just matches that power so beautifully. It suits her surfing, obviously, with that big hack she has on her forehand. And I think even since, you know, even last year, she's refined that surfing even more. So, look, I think it's definitely possible, but she's got to get past Sawyer Lindblad first.
Yeah, the whole topic for Gabriella Bryant on what she needs to do to win a world title, and it's kind of the events that she's been focusing on and actually finding success on. She won the Pipe Challenger Series event before the year kicked off. A strategic showing to show up at the CS. You know, she can use that time however she wants. She doesn't need CS points, but it is pipeline, and she wants more experience out there. In that final, it was with Erin Brooks, it was with Molly Picklum, who already have reputations at that venue, and also Anat Leilior really impressed everyone making that final. But for her, that's, you know, checking all the boxes, going, yep, I'm in this event to win it. Did it over the ones that were the favorites to win that day.
I think it's just so smart, right? I think in the past she's been honest about where she wants to make improvements on her surfing, and last year we saw her do that. We saw her go on free surf trips, you know, to Tahiti. She's put in, you know, a couple of those now and put the time in. And she, you know, last year during the Chopes event, we saw her grow in her performance and her confidence with each, you know, heat win, and then she ended up getting her best ever, you know, backside tube in the live arena, which was epic. And then I think now with the new format change, obviously this year we've got the accumulative point system, but then at the end of the year we've got Pipe, which is worth 15,000 points, which really promotes the world title going down there, and, you know, maybe potentially some people who might not, you know, just outside of that conversation make a late charge and potentially go for a world title. But for her, I think it was just such a smart move to, okay, because you think about pipeline on any day, that it's good. There's probably anywhere from 40 to 50 to 60 guys and women in that lineup, and it is so hard to navigate and even get a wave. So to have some valuable time in the jersey in a Challenger Series event, I think it was a, yeah, masterstroke, and to obviously get the win, she's going to take a lot of confidence from that.
You bring up a good point, Flick. There's certain surfers that can do their best surfing under pressure, like in the live arena when they haven't had a great wave at a venue before, their first time to Chopes for Sawyer Lindblad. She still references that wave as the wave of her life. She told all the local kids here in WA about that wave, that feeling she got from being frightened, knowing she had no experience, but when everyone's telling you to go, she put her head down and had the biggest smile on her face when she made it out the other side. She also had that crazy big turn out here on a giant section where she got a 9.4. And that was another one where she's like, well, I haven't had the time out here, but when I'm pushed in the biggest platform in pro surfing, she absolutely delivers.
It's cool because I really remember the Chopes ones very well, because I think I was calling the heat potentially, and sometimes the camera can pick up a little bit of sound from the channel, and I think, you know, all eyes were on her, right, and the clock was ticking down, and you can hear the channel screaming because there's a set coming, and if you're out there with priority, and she's like, okay, well, I remember her speaking about it, she was like, now's the moment, because like, you've wanted this opportunity, you hear the channel screaming, and then all of a sudden this set's coming towards you, like, now or never. Like, here's the opportunity, and are you going to take it? And, you know, she really rose to the occasion. But yeah, that was a really cool moment. I vividly remember that, and just seeing, like, pure elation and pure stoke and almost disbelief that she had. That's the best thing about these kind of waves that, you know, have consequence to them, is you see people rise to, like, a sort of level of surfing they never even knew existed within themselves. So, you know, we've seen plenty of moments like that here at Main Break, at the box, and that's why I just love these type of venues so much.
Sawyer Lindblad leads at the moment with priority over world number 1. Gabrielle O'Brien needs a 4.85. She's chasing an excellent streak, but she's also chasing 3 event wins in a row in Margaret River. We'll be right back. Time for the GWM catch-up to cover all the major moments that have happened so far today. Sammy Pupo survives the quarterfinals and enters his second semi-final appearance of his CT career.
This was impressive. You know, we're all wondering, you know, is Sammy Pupo going to be able to continue that beautiful momentum that we saw, you know, almost a week ago to today? But he picked up right where he left off and, yeah, took down Joel Vaughan there. So big heat win for the morning.
Then a big one for 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina. Excellent surfing, making things look so smooth in a bumpy lineup.
Oh, it's just so powerful. I mean, and he just, the way that he just reads the water so beautifully. I mean, for me, he was an absolute standout this morning.
Eliminating Crosby Colapinto, moves on to an all-Brazilian matchup in the semifinals, and then split decision at the end on the buzzer. We had Iago go left, George went right, ends up getting the jump on the world champion.
This was cool. Literally 5 seconds left in the heat, so much pressure on, and yeah, George got the job done.
Well done. Iago put everything into this left 2-turn combination. Judges took their time and fall short. George getting the message that he just got one on the world champion. He moves on to his second semifinal appearance in his career at Margaret River. And then we just saw Italo get through. Ewing. Ethan, always one of the favorites, and Ferreira stayed spicy in these conditions.
This was a really tricky heat, right? I mean, Ethan sort of just sat for a long time, couldn't really find the numbers, but it really played into Italo's advantage there, and he was just able to muscle his way through. And yeah, we look to the bracket now in the semi-final matchups. We've got the all-Brazilian showdown in semi-final number 1. Sammy Pupo, the young pup, taking on Gabriel Medina. And then semi-final 2, we've got the lone Australian left in the draw, George Pitar, taking on Italo Ferreira. So it's looking forward towards those semi-finals and some great matchups ahead.
What a crazy looking final series. That is the GWM catch-up. Jesse Starling actually gave Italo the news that it was his 100th event. So turning it into a great performance at main break Margaret River. He joins a special group of surfers that have had 100+ events currently on tour. That's like, you know, guys like Gabriel Medina, who's in 124th event. Miguel Pupo, 116th event was here at Margaret River. Felipe Toledo at 115. Jordy Smith might be chasing 200. 177 now for the big man. As we get back into this one, quarterfinal heat number 1, Sawyer Lindblad trying to upset world number 1, Gabriella Bryan. The speedy little goofy footer has really cool technique. She's got different types of turns she can release here at main break compared to Gabriella Bryan. And at the moment has the lead with her low score of a 4.67. And priority suspended now as they deal with that set flick.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about main break is it does not matter how far out you sit. You're always going to get a couple of rogue sets come through, and we're still seeing a lot of that power, you know, sort of maintained throughout today. Yesterday was kind of surprising just how big the swell got here. There were some seriously big sets coming through. So, yeah, priority suspended for now. And, yeah, as we see Sawyer too, just, you know, they're both women getting cleaned up there by that last set. But still a lot of power out there today.
So punchy and powerful. That suits both their styles. Sawyer Lindblad coming from lower trestle. She's very lucky that her home break is a CT venue. She'll be back at home this September. Last year, she was able to get a wild card spot and was able to go all the way to a semifinal finish on her home break. And now with an extended time off, as you see her jump off her board there, that just showcases how turbulent this lineup is. And like Flick was mentioning, all the power there. Sometimes it's just smart. Don't worry about the duck dive and just get off your board and dive deep.
Oh, I'm such a fan of the bail. I really am. I think sometimes, especially at a wave like this, you can really try and hold onto the rails of your board while you're duck diving, but it doesn't matter how strong your iron grip is. You will be outpowered by the Indian Ocean. And yeah, I don't know, sometimes you'll be right next to someone paddling out and one person duck dives and you bail, and all of a sudden the person that's duck dive is 20 feet behind you. But I don't know, it's one of those cases, it's case by case, and sometimes you win them and sometimes you lose them bailing.
As you can see, Gabby Bryan with 8:20 on the clock, chasing an excellent score to keep that streak alive, but ultimately her major goal would be to get through the semifinals. Brilliant, just starting in bright yellow. That's the first for her in her career, taking out the season opener. Last year she won 3 big events, the most by any competitor on tour, male or female, last season, and ended up finishing 3rd in the world. She got familiar with that finals format that moved really quickly, but she had to regroup into this year knowing that it would be a Pipe Masters finish. Well supported by Lost Surfboards, and she said she often just picks up a board and it just feels amazing. And Sawyer being on that same team is looking to add some points for the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea. You get points for your team once you get into these quarterfinal heats. So Lost, once again, getting points out of this one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolute dominance in the last few years, you know, taking out those Shaper rankings. As we see Gabriella Bryan scratching into this one.
Needs a 4.85 and just pulls into a closeout, just up and out. Big section came at her, and her goal might have been just to maybe one big major, just couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, it did look like it had kind of a nice bowl to it, but yeah, just shut down too quickly, way too much foam on the face, and pretty hard to connect with a section like that.
First event here for Gabriella Bryan. She got past some big names. Courtney Conlog, one of the greats in West Oz history. Tatiana Weston Webb was always so dangerous out here and loved being on the podium with some big backhand attacks. So she had to really earn it that year. Steph was the one surfer that upset her run and didn't make finals day in her 2nd season, but then came back and won back-to-back, and that's the streak that we've been enjoying now. Final a couple of years ago was Sawyer. Last year was against Katie Simmers when she opened up the 9.5. Here's the GWM recap. Sawyer Lindblad hanging on to a slim lead at the moment, Flick.
Yeah, this is such a tight heat, and you know, really not that many waves surfed, just 3 from both women, and yeah, both women just getting connected on their first wave and joining the dots. You know, Sawyer locked in the 4.67. She's backed it up with this one here. This is the 6.5, so she's just ever so slightly leading the heat over Gabriella Bryan at the moment. But I think, you know, you can kind of see how tricky the conditions are. I think the wind's kind of picked up a little bit more, creating a little bit more lump and bump on the face. And then right here, this is Gabriella's best wave. This is her 6.33. I mean, a lot of points for me really are coming from that one savage turn there from her. But yeah, right now, we've literally only got just over 5 minutes left on the clock, and we're splitting hairs between these two women. I think it's going to become pretty exciting, you know, down to this last moment as we see Gabby up and riding now.
Throwing a nice frontside hook. Gabby just channeling some speed, goes off the lip line. Little low road inside corner, and she sweeps it. Main break keeping everybody really sharp with their rail decisions. You have to be ready for a drawn out bottom turn and holding it, waiting for that section to light up, or you just got to switch gears and go straight up. I love her reaction time. We know she's got a lead foot for a back foot when she wants to lay that rail down, but she knows how to be light on her feet and transition as well. Let's have another look, Flick.
Yeah, so this is a pretty crucial wave in the heat right now. I mean, she's looking to replace a 3.83. She slices through the first section, and it is just such a good read, right? I mean, it's not an easy wave to surf right here. The wave kind of splits in two right at the end there, but I just feel like she's just like, come on, give me a bit of open face. You can see how she kind of muscles her way through this section, and the way that she just maintains the board on rail, there's no baubles, there's no two staging, just speaks to the power of Gabriella Bryan, you know, and just how physical it is to kind of carve through such a, you know, chunky, wobbly section like that. So it's a good read for a really difficult wave. But yeah, it's crucial at this point in the heat because, look, you know, I'm pretty sure she's going to, you know, jump up into this lead. Sawyer's going to be, you know, chasing a score. So, you know, it's putting more pressure on Sawyer here.
Sawyer Lindblad knows this is a huge heat for her season, being compared to world #1 and the best at Margaret River for the last 2 consecutive seasons. The lead will go back to world #1. Gabriella Bryan turns in a 5.17. The very close battle. Sawyer needs a 5 now with priority. I see the score come through there. They drop the low and the high. So that 4.8's gone. And one of the 5.5s are gone. Head judge still Lily Pereira. Has been judging for over 2 decades on the championship tour. And all their scores are documented for years. There's 2 good old friends right there, Taj and Micro. They thought they were done competing against each other. They're back to a battle, the coaches' battle this time. Remember, Taj was injured and missed pipe 1 year, and Micro did get the call up that season. That was after Crow broke his back in Fiji in competition. But they crossed paths so many times over the years, and you know, it's common to see Micro as a coach. He's established, one of the best. He's won world titles and many events with so many different surfers. And for Taj, it's unique. You know, he's so in love with the game. I wouldn't mind if Taj showed up at more events throughout the year, not just his home here in West Oz.
It would be pretty cool. I think with a wave like Marg's, it's so nuanced, right? It's not like you're just rocking up to, a beach break, right? It's got so many different faces and moods to it. Oh, and our own Richie Love down there
Rick,
too.
Yeah, a lot of great surf minds right there hanging out in Coach's Corner. Rick spending a lot of time with both those guys. Another guy that surfed in over 100 events on tour is Richie Lovett. Taj won this event as a QS. Didn't have a ton of success when it changed to a CT back in 2014. Now, Micro's done a lot of great things, a lot of wins around the world, but he was a part of that heat where Kelly got the 10. At main break, it looked like Nias, and I think Kelly's backup was a 9.5. If you call 9.5 a backup, it's one of the best heat totals we've had out here. Sawyer looking for a 5. Minute 20 to go. Does have priority.
Look, this is nervous times. She is obviously, she's got priority. She's in, you know, the driver's seat where you want to be at this moment, but it's just, will the ocean really give her another opportunity? You got to be thinking that Gabriella Bryant's going to sit pretty close to her, give her something to think about here. I mean, I'd like to see one more roll of dice, you know, just for entertainment purposes and for us, you know. Looks like there might be a small little lump here.
45 seconds. Gabriella Bryant trying to be the first to win 3 CT events in a row since Carissa Moore did it in Bells Beach a long time ago. She wants to be the first to do it at Margaret River at the CT level. Sawyer Lindblad is looking for at least a 5 here to upset world number 1, attacks the oncoming section, rides out of it. There's nothing left for her. Gabriella Bryant's just guessing, just seeing the back of that turn. And we will run out of time. Sawyer takes a closeout for her final decision to try to change the rhythm that she's had with Gabby Bryant at main break, losing in a quarter in the pass and also a final against the surfer from Kauai.
Yeah, this is an interesting moment. Let's have a look here. So smaller wave, but it doesn't need to be the biggest wave. She does get presented with one big section, and she does belt it. You know, my brain goes back to, you know, we did see Crosby drop it almost just over a 5 for 1 big belt earlier this morning too. So it is possible. I'm looking forward to seeing. It's just a totally different way to go about it, and we've seen people do it, and we've seen Sawyer do it like that over the years here. But you know, you got to sort of such different waves. Gabriella Bryant's 5-1-7, but you kind of, you know, you comparing those sort of two waves and sort of trying to break it down. That's what the judges will be doing. So seems like they're kind of taking their time and they'll be analysing this moment.
Yeah, good opportunity for the judges to pull up the 5-1-7 for Gabriella Bryant. They have their scale set. Sawyer had a 4-6-7 before, so it has to be better than Sawyer's opener. And just under Gabriella's 5-1-7. Very close, especially on a 1 maneuver section. But smart surfing from Sawyer, just managing the clock, knowing that her backhand's big enough. She's turned in a 9-4 on that backhand here at main break. Her dad also came out here to support her at this trip. Mark Lindblad, incredible surfer from Southern California. And always supported by her mom, her brother Taj Lindblad, who's been on a roll competitively as well. They're all holding their breath, seeing if that is enough to upset world number 1 and stop the hot streak that she's had at main break. Judges taking more time, Flick.
Because it's so touch and go here, right? And obviously this is such a crucial moment. I mean, Gabriella Bryant goes, if she goes through, she's going through the semi-finals and on her way to potentially 3 in a row here. And then Sawyer, obviously this, you know, this could be a massive result for her. I think when I look back on the wave, the one thing that really stands out to me is it was a really clean section, you know, and we haven't seen many clean sections out here this morning. So that thing could be really appreciated by the judges.
Judges taking their time to think about it. Sawyer's already running up the stairs. Sawyer just got the message from the live beach announcers that it is a 5.2, just enough to upset world number 1 and end the streak of wins for Gabriella Bryant. It came down to a closeout turn on her backhand, and she basically got just enough to turn that heat.
Wow.
That was gnarly. She sent you on the last turn.
It was like all I had. I was like,
there was one that you let go after you gave me.
I know.
That was a dream.
I know. But I just wasn't sure what she did on her wave, so I was like,
for sure.
I don't know if I should give up priority.
Yeah. No, you nailed it. You clutched up.
Sawyer Lindblad upsets world number 1, ends the streak for Gabriella Bryant and her streak of excellent waves all in one backside snap. Sawyer moves on and gets her first win over Gabby at Margaret River. Up next, Caroline Marks takes on Lakey Peterson. We'll be right back.
Today we got picked up in style by our mate Jackson at Scenic. Been doing a bit of a winery tour all day today. First winery we went to was Lenton Bray, which was beautiful. Got to taste a lot of their wines there. We've seen these beautiful wineries from bird's eye view, which is nice. They look even prettier from the sky.
We're here at Aravina doing a bit of a tasting. Currently on the Cab Sauv, which is I'm a red wine guy. This is my favorite.
We are at Lewin Estates, probably the best vineyard I've ever been to.
We got to do the tour of the barrel room and basically sample some wine straight out of the barrel.
There's also a challenge on who can guess the actual amount of barrels in this cool room. I think it's about 4,926 mark is what I'm thinking as I do my calculations in my head.
We've done an amazing wine tasting, about 4 or 5 Chardonnays in a row. That's the one. That's the one. My tongue is getting more educated. This is a glorious experience. I want to stay.
It's been an incredible day and it's an incredible venue here.
We've had the most beautiful day today, honestly. Just seeing this region and landing in on the chopper and doing all that's just like, you can't get better than this.
Feeling very lucky to be in the West and to experience this.
That was a really fun day. We got to hang out with guys like Cody Simpson, the great locals at Lewin Estate. We learned a lot. I believe it was the 2023 Art Series, which was my favorite. We learned from the winemaker that it all is related to Mother Nature. What's happening with the weather and the climate here directly affects the wine. And wow, 2023, I think might be one of my favorite years around here.
Yeah, sensational if I do say so myself, Joey. What a good day.
What a great day. The region's home to more than 150 wine producers, and the world's best have been meeting a lot of them during the lay days. Now back to business. What a rivalry we have here. All USA matchup. World champ Caroline Marks taking on her longtime friend and rival of Lakey Peterson. The youth versus the veteran movement. This is an amazing clash flick. As we know, they shared the same coach for many years with Mike Parsons. I always love catching up with Snips and be like, what's it like? He's like, oh, all they want to do is beat each other. They had so many mock heats. They're just in love with competing. But at one season, they were fighting for the same thing. A spot on the USA team to represent in the Olympics and also a world title. And it came down to both of them in the same camp. And Caroline was the one that got the jump at the end of that season. And those are tough ones to walk away from when you aren't the one on top.
Oh, totally. And I think maybe it stings even just a little bit more when, you know, that younger surfer is sort of getting that jump over the top of you. But these two are great friends, you know. They have spent so many hours together. You know, think about the times when they were both, you know, under the coaching of Mike Parsons and how many mock heats they would have done together, you know, as they were, you know, growing up on tour together. You know, Caroline would have been looked up to Lakey for so many years and, you know, been like, that's where I want to be. I want to be on tour like you. You know, she would have watched Lakey's movie 0 to 100 and, you know, Lakey doing, you know, those first airs in those NSSAs, and she's been at the forefront of the sport. And then all of a sudden now, you know, Caroline is, you know, under the same coach and they're doing these mock heats together. So, we know they're going to know each other's moves, you know, and what ticks each other off in heats. And, you know, you move here, I move here. So they know each other so well. And I think, you know, sort of brings out a really good battle within these two. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, the ocean is very much a leveler today, though. You know, it's just very difficult to find good waves. So I think, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
Caroline Marks down working with Luke Egan. Lakey Peterson working with Leandro Dora here in 2026. Lakey's always done pretty well against the world champions. And as we know, we have maybe more world champions than we've ever had on tour. And Lakey's winning percentage is 39%, which is really solid against the greats on tour. She's almost even with Carissa. She's had 9 wins over Riss with 10. She's pretty much even with Tyler Wright. 8 wins for Lakey, 9 for Tyler. So she's had those battles, similar with Caroline. Caroline with 3, Lakey with 2. So she brings out the best against a lot of the big names. One that's really lopsided is the Steph Gilmore story. 10 wins for Steph, just 2 for Lakey. But that first win she ever got against Steph Gilmore was here at Main Break Margaret River, and it really changed everything because she went on to win.
Oh, yeah. I remember that year so well because we've talked about it a lot, but I feel that that was the turning point for Lakey in sort of bigger, more powerful waves. She was so honest, you know, that with her storytelling of like her career and how it's unfolded and how she hasn't been comfortable in big waves. And then for me in 2019, watching her absolutely decimate the field, you know, she didn't have an easy heat draw. You know, you just mentioned the heat with Steph in the quarterfinal. She had a 9.8 and a 9. I mean, that's incredible. She moves on into the semi-final. She has Carissa Moore, you know, another world title, you know, multiple world titles with Carissa Moore, and then the final with Tatiana. And Tatiana always puts on an incredible performance, you know, here at Main Break. She surfs so well on the backhand, and you know, she's not going to back down from those bigger, more powerful days. So that wasn't an easy win that she had here. You know, you think about those massive names she's taking down, and I think it was sort of like an aha moment in her career. And from then on, I think, you know, a lot of self-belief came from, okay, you know, if it does get bigger and it's 8 to 10 foot, I do have that confidence in myself to do well.
Rolling into this one is the Californian Lakey Peterson. Sets up a nice little jam off the top. Controls the Channel Island surfboard into a wrapping cutback. Lake's throwing some water off the rails there and has a nice clean finishing move and reroutes her board to some more water. Job well done there, redirecting. And that'll be compared to the 4.5 from Caroline Marks.
Yeah, it was a nice wave. It was really, really well read. It looks to me that she's maybe, you know, taken out a little bit more length on her board this morning, and I think it's suiting her really well. The turns were looking nice and really controlled, so it's going to be a good score for Lakey.
Solid approach there, really working on her forehand carve was the difference to really put her in her first world title campaign in 2018. She had been on tour for a bit, but that was when she started really putting together event wins. Caroline has that one roll under her as she'll turn around and see a wall of white water that she'll have to punch through.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, we saw the pullback vision there. It looked like it was a good wave, but let's get caught up with what Lakey did on her opening wave. So I liked it. It was a jam. Like, it's a really nice place turn, and then, you know, nice swoop and carve, but I just like it that she's got the completion here. Really difficult, ugly section to ride through. But yeah, the completion's going to feel good. Already, you know, in today's conditions and for what we have on offer, 5, 6, 7, you're potentially looking at a backup, but definitely, really, for today's conditions. You look back through the heat totals today, you know, what's getting through heats, that's a good, nice, locked-in number for a backup today.
Just like the last heat, we talked about them both winning Rookie of the Year. Same story in this one. Caroline in 2018, Lakey won Rookie of the Year in 2012. She had a wild card before that in the US Open when that was a CT rated event. Finished runner-up in that one and took down big names like Carissa Moore along the way, then won it her first year full-time on the championship tour. She was known for a very progressive act, was doing airs through her amateur career, but then realized it was about overall performance and really had to push herself in bigger waves. See how this heat unfolds. It's really close now. The last heat was incredibly close. Sawyer Lindblad upset world number 1. She's with Jessie Starling.
Sawyer, the streak is finally over. You got one back on Gabby and you're into the semi-finals here at Margie's.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Gabby is such a good friend of mine, and she's such a good surfer, so props to her. She's been doing amazing on the tour. But yeah, it was just an honor to surf a heat against her, and it was some challenging conditions. It was a lot of back and forth, and I was just so grateful that a wave ended up coming in the end. I think there was like 10 seconds left.
And tell me, is that something you kind of think about going into the heats, knowing you've had multiple heats here against Gabby? She's got you in quarterfinals, in finals. Yeah. You know, does that play into it at all for you?
I mean, I feel like, especially in the conditions today, you're kind of just surfing against yourself, like trying to get those, like anything, honestly. I was just riding anything. I was just hoping that any wave would like open up. So yeah, I don't think I really like thought about it that much, but I know that she's a really, really good surfer, so I knew I had to like bring my game up.
And you had to get tactical in that one as well. Obviously, there's a rule that if you get washed in and a jet ski back out, you lose priority. So you opted for the paddle back out and still got smoked, even though it's a little bit smaller today.
I got so smoked and got drifted all the way in, and the jet ski guy was like, oh, do you want to ride? And I'm like, I can't, like, I'll lose priority if I get a ride. So I just ended up paddling back out. I think it took me like maybe like 5 or 6 minutes, because then by the time I got out there was only 6 minutes left. So I was like, oh my God. But still had the priority, which was good.
And to lay it all on the line in one turn, you know, you had to go big. So to pull that off, that's kind of a moment, it feels like that was your big sigh of relief moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just saw like one section, so I was like, I've got to give it my all to get the 5. And luckily I landed it and got the 5.
We love it. Well, on to the semifinals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, Jessie Starling. A big win there for the 20-year-old from San Clemente. Sawyer beating Gabby for the first time at main break. They've had 2 clashes in the past out here. She finally got it, and what a way to do it at the buzzer, getting just what she needed to move on. Getting caught up with Lakey here.
Yeah, so Lakey just takes this one under priority, and I guess, like, you know, trying to just find a backup here. She gets a nice little turn on the inside, smaller wave. She's going to want to probably increase, you know, this number, but just operating underneath Caroline, getting another wave on the board, her feet in the wax, and, you know, kind of leaving Caroline marks out the back. I kind of like, it just reminds me of, like, you know, the Italos and the Gabrielle Medina sort of, you know, operating under priority and just keeping kind of busy and just rolling the dice, because today is such a mixed bag. Sometimes you stand up and it might not be a good wave, or sometimes you stand up and it looks good, but maybe it's not. So I like the approach, and just finishing, you know, you got the jet ski assist, so why not?
21 on the clock, waves on the wave. Priority is with Caroline Marks. Watching this set closely on the steps is Richie Lovett with Caroline's coach, Luke Egan.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Just here with Louis Egan, Caroline's coach. Hey, Louis, what was the final instructions before she paddled out?
Steep sections. Steep sections is going to win out there. We saw in her first heat. If she can get upside down with that trademark backside turn, there's going to be a lot of difference between what Lakey can do on a front side. So that's been the focus.
You've been working with Caroline for many years now, got the world title. I remember actually celebrating, had a great night. But, mate, after all these years, what do you guys work on? How have you sharpened her up for 26?
Last year, going into finals, we did a lot of work of her just committing to the lip, squaring it up. What we realised with Caroline, she barely ever falls. I actually encourage her to fall because it means that she's pushing harder than she normally does. So through the break, it was like, you know, she'd send me clips and I wasn't happy unless I saw a few failures with the tail way above the lip. And just trying to refine those trademark turns that she's got. Like, they're world class, and just making them better and refining them so she can get more points.
Been working on equipment?
Yeah, Matt's been doing a fantastic job just refining what she's been riding. It's round pins forever, and she's gone to the JS Fin here in Australia, just a little bit more hold with a little bit more speed compared to the MFs. And yeah, they seem to be looking good. The free surfing she's been doing has been phenomenal. It's actually been a hard one because she's been, you know, she's had so much time off in between heats that it's really hard to actually give feedback because she's absolutely been ripping. So, you know, you can't get too critical, but hey, you just got to get the waves out there. It's onshore and it's lumpy. They just got cleaned up by a set. Just trying to find those waves that give that great steep opportunity is the fight out there, and that's what she's got to accomplish to win the heat.
Yeah, close one with Lakey at the moment. We're about halfway through. What do you think she needs to do now just to kind of bring it home and lock it, put it on lock?
Just need to find some steep sections and get upside down, as you know, as we see her do so well. You know, we saw her get 6 points for one turn in the last heat, so yeah, let's see a couple of them.
As a coach, how do the nerves, they settle after all these years, or do you still feel it?
Been doing it a long time. I actually really enjoy those moments that you got to make clutch decisions under pressure, so I enjoy being back in the saddle. We had a big break, so enjoyed Bells and enjoying here at Margaret River.
Awesome, Louis. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. Best of luck.
Thank you, Richie Lovett and Luke Egan, a guy that was in the world title race forever and even won out here at Margaret River in the past in the 90s. Won the Coca-Cola Masters, a QS 5000 event back in the day, and has been working with Caroline for many years. Good relationship with Luke and Mike Parsons. They actually would coach each other back in the day, and Luke has been solid. Got very emotional when Caroline got the world title at lower trestles a couple of years back and upset Carissa Moore. For all that hard work, it came off Caroline's break from pro surfing. They did a boat trip together, worked on just every little aspect of the game. The love for it was always there for Caroline, but we remember before Tia Zabrowski, Caroline was the youngest to qualify. So she's still so young, but she's seen so much in a short period of time, and that break was perfect time for her to come back, take the title, and now she's coming in as after a runner-up in the world performance from last season, Flick.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest things about, and probably monumental things with Caroline's world title, is that she put an end to the, the streak of Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore, and Tyler Wright. For so many years there, it was like 2007 to 2022, those women dominated the championship tour. And the question, I'm just going to note one quick thing here. These women are getting caught again, like, wow, this unrelenting Indian Ocean this morning. Seriously, this is now 2 sets in a row. A Caroline's worn on the head. So this is going to be burning, a lot of juice, a lot of energy right now. So, and chewing up a lot of crucial time. But yeah, back to her world title. It was super crucial and like a really monumental moment in the sport because, yeah, it signaled a new era, really. From them, we've obviously seen Katie Simmers the year after, and then Molly Picklum, last year, and they are that next generation. So it was a pretty cool moment, really, within women's surfing.
It changed everything, didn't it? It just ushered in the new era. Caroline, then to Katie, then to Molly. Molly Picklum, coming up in quarter number 3, is so aware of what's happening in the title race, is aware that world number 1's been knocked out of the contest. She's the next highest seed as she's taken on Lana Silva. Take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, ambition loves company. Thanks for joining us once again. Quarter 2 still on. Lakey with priority in the lead over Caroline Marks for the moment. As we wait for waves, let's talk surfboards with Richie Lovett.
So guess where I am? I am down at the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop, and it's called the Pro Shop for a reason, because it is littered with pro surfer surfboards. This one here is Carissa Moore's board, an exact replica of what she'll be riding in the event. This is one of the Mayhem step drivers. It's a little bit of a step up from what she normally rides, but have a look at this little weapon here. It is all stickered up. it is exactly what Carissa rides, and you could actually own it. So come on down, check them all out. There's boards from all the top pros here, from Griffin Colapinto, Cole Houshman, Stephanie Gilmore, all the pros, all their boards. Come and put them under your arm. The shop is heaving. There is so much merch walking out the door here, but be quick because it's selling out really fast. Come on down, Surfboard Empire Pro Shop. Come and check it out.
Good man, Richie. Wow, that looks like an amazing sled for one of the best evers, which it's always good to get updated once again on the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea after bells. This is what happened at the first stop of the season. Lost, continuing their domination. And that's why Felicity Palmatier rides Lost Surfboards.
Just no surprises, right? I mean, look, and then also, I mean, you look to quarterfinal one, we just saw go down, you know, Gabriella Bryan and Sawyer Lindblad both surf for Lost, but Sawyer advancing through into the semi-finals, so she's collecting more points for Matt Biolis. But yeah, complete domination. But yeah, I like to see JS's name up there. Obviously, a few years where, you know, hasn't really been in that conversation, but then this year back on tour. And with, you know, Callie Vast, you've got the new addition of Jack Robbo. So
100%. And what's really cool is Surfboard Empire will get you one of the boards that the pros are riding, exact to the dims on what they perform on at CT venues around the world. You could scan the QR code now and check out the quiver that Surfboard Empire has and shop the world's best surfboards. I think that's one of the first things that I get asked in between events is like, what were they riding? What were they riding? And now you get to actually try it out yourself to see what your favorite surfer might be feeling at a wave like this. This is Lakey on a Channel Island surfboard. Throws that fading cut back in the pocket. Setting up the lip line there, jams it. Lakey Peterson often rides a CI Pro step up between 5'10" or 6'0", depending on the size of the waves here at Main Break. The CI Pro step up has really been Lakey's go-to step up board for a few years now. She rode it to a 3rd place at Pipeline. She won J-Bay on a 5'10" CI Pro, among some other results as well, as we look at this one.
Yeah, this one here, I mean, look, I feel like it's a very similar wave to, you know, the previous one we saw of Lakey's. She's going to stick with it here and just see what she can get, what work she can get done on the inside, but gets a little bit hung up there on that last turn, and she's going to know that. So, yeah, I think she's still going to be searching to sort of better this position. But, I mean, you think about what's happened in this heat. There's been so many big sets come through. We've seen 2 major moments where, you know, Caroline's been a part of both of them. I don't know where Lakey was when that first set came through, but Caroline's been washed in twice now and then have to, you know, opt to get the jet ski back out. And that's going to have eaten up a lot of, you know, well, time for one, but energy another. And so now she's left out the back. I mean, she's only got the 1 wave. You know, it just speaks to how challenging these conditions are here this morning, how hard it is to pick a good wave, and just the fact that the Indian Ocean is still powering through.
Yeah, you've got to be so fit at every venue, but especially Main Break, dealing with sets on the head. And Lakey played just about every sport you could think of growing up, and athleticism is in her blood. Her mom, Sue, had a 50-yard freestyle American record, and also from 1978 through 1980 as an All-American at University of Southern California. 1980, Lakey's mom was in the Guinness Book of World Records for fastest female swimmer at 4.42 miles per hour in a 25-yard pool, which is standard for NCAA. There was the Olympic hopes at the time. I think there was a story about, you know, tryouts coming up, and right when she was probably still in her prime, and ended up just taking a trip somewhere else and kind of moved on, and was already growing her beautiful family. And she was happy that Lakey found surfing, because her mom loves to surf as well. And I'm just impressed with all Lakey's accomplished, especially now with longevity and being inspired by the youthful movement that we've been enjoying the last handful of years on Tour Flick.
Yeah, it's cool because Lakey was that, you know, for her generation, she was at that forefront. And now, you know, you think about this newer generation, Tia Zabrowski obviously being the youngest of them all, but then, you know, your Erin Brooks, your Molly Picklum, your Katie Simmers, they're the ones with the world titles, the most recent ones in their name. But yeah, Lakey really was that forefront. We sort of brought it up briefly, but I remember the first time, news went viral really across. Internet must have been dial-up back then still, but I remember being at school, and Lakey and I are similar ages, and similar generation. And I remember seeing this clip of her at NSSA when she did this air reverse. It was air reverse, right? And I was pretty blown away, and it was kind of the first time when things would go viral. Like Instagram wasn't around back then, and probably Facebook wasn't either. Maybe it was the MySpace era, but yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was the first time I'd seen someone of my generation do something like that in a competition format, so it was pretty cool to see her at that forefront. And yeah, it's epic to see this matchup between her and Caroline as we look to Lakey sort of getting busy on the inside now.
Under priority, looking to better a 4.27. Lines up a first section to tag there and has to step off. Wanted to maybe climb that final turn, but still got one turn off in a chunky, powerful section. Lakey working her way back out there. Her family, would you call them American heroes? So her grandfather invented the Egg McMuffin and the breakfast menu for McDonald's. McDonald's used to open after 11. And Lakey's grandfather was assigned with creating that menu, introduced the Egg McMuffin, and everything changed. Ba 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 ba.
I'm loving it. I was going to get you to tell that story, man. I was like, okay, please tell the next fun fact about Lakey Peterson's family.
It was always coming with the Guinness Book of World Records thing. But with the coolest thing when Lakey was a Grom surfing in those NSSAs, she'd show up with about 100 Egg McMuffins for everybody on the beach. Just handing them out to spectators, surfers. Really cool family. She's got a lot of support from her brother and sister, both older than Lakey. She's a proud auntie as well. Likes to visit them when she has time in between events. She doesn't live full-time in Santa Barbara anymore, but finds more time in San Clemente, especially with more consistent surf and lowers, and also that being a CT venue is a really smart move for Lakey. And she sees Caroline all the time, so they'd be really used to this, looking at each other in a lineup.
Oh yeah, it's no different to the everyday. Just ride the the Lakey bike down to Trestles, and they're surfing every day together. Probably and they've grown up together, so this is nothing out of the ordinary. But really, this is a pressure cooker right now for Caroline, right? I mean, they probably would have done back in the day when they were both, as we look. Let's get caught up with this GWM recap first. Just the one wave ridden for Caroline Marks, the 4.5, and this is it right here. Most of the points coming from that turn out of the lip, but then Lakey, she's had a couple of waves. She's got the lead at the moment. She won't be feeling too safe though. This one here, it's her first opening ride. She does well because this wave is super chunky. It's so lumpy. She gets a little finish here. So 5.67 for this one. And she backs it up with this 4.27. But she is not going to feel comfortable right now. I think with 5 minutes on the clock and, with a world champion in the lineup, only chasing a 5.45, yeah, it's going to be nervous times because, you think back to the last time Caroline competed, as we see Caroline, she's up and riding.
That was the section she was hoping for, but completely gets exploded at the bottom of that backside hack attempt. It was just a waterfall of energy coming down on top of her, and there was no easy ride away from that one. Look at her shaking that one off. That was a big wipeout. But that's exactly the wave she was waiting. She wanted one big section as we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Oh my goodness, this thing just went so chunky. I mean, look, it almost gives you the ick when she comes down because you're like, whoa, this thing is crazy. I mean, just knowing the amount of pressure and force that's unloading on top of her head right there, like it gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'm like, that is a lot of pressure. And they're the kind of wipeouts sort of where you're walking around later on in the day and you bend over and then you got that iconic tap nose with a lot of water drifting out of your nose. So, yeah, good effort, but wow, that was pretty radical.
Luke keeping his eyes on the horizon. An Australian Hall of Famer right there. And the coach of Caroline Marks knowing that that could have been a turning point, but he also knows how challenging that section was. What a go for it attitude. Charging. Caroline Marks has a gold medal at home. Only 2 surfers have won that for the women. Carissa Moore the first, and then Caroline the second. So it's all been USA so far in Olympic history on the women's side. And Lakey would just be happy to still be in the lead, and now starting to change gears. We're now 3 minutes on the clock, knowing she has the heat lead and priority. This is going to be a lot harder for Caroline to get some space.
Yeah, I feel if Caroline sticks that crazy maneuver on that chunky section, she's getting the score for sure. But yeah, right now tables have turned. Lakey's got priority. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. The only thing I could see happening here is maybe Caroline getting into a sneaky left. Oh, she had a look.
She just has a way of winning, doesn't she? Caroline could just make moments happen for herself. So always a tough watch when you have priority over Caroline. Caroline waited 15 minutes with priority before attempting that backside closeout hack and went straight down. So the idea when you're being that selective is you convert on that opportunity, and just adding more pressure with 2:15 to go.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be so tough. I mean, Lakey's going to be like Velcro right now to Caroline. There's no doubt about it. I think she's going to take any opportunity that comes her way. So it's going to be incredibly difficult. I think Caroline obviously hopes for, 2-3 wave set. But one thing about main break is, I mean, and we did see it, right? Like, obviously, Caroline got cleaned up by those couple of bigger sets in this heat. But main break, generally, there's quite a distance between these sets. You generally are waiting. Looks like there might be a little lump. But look, I mean, look at Lakey. She's just like, almost shoulder to shoulder right now with Caroline. So she's going to be taking that opportunity away from her when it comes.
Caroline was upset round 2 back at Bells by Alyssa Spencer, who was on a heater in that event. So she was counting an equal 9th to kick off her world title campaign. Where Lakey Peterson, on the other hand, finished in the quarters when she went down to Molly Picklum. And Lakey wants to keep that momentum and stay higher on the rankings over Caroline as we get down to 1 minute to go. Molly is coming up next against Lana Silva. World #1 out of the contest. The streak is over for Gabriella Bryan. Sawyer got the 5.2 on a closeout section to turn it. So a similar situation here for Caroline, needing a 5 ranger. However, it's going to be a lot harder without priority.
Oh, totally. It looks like one lump coming through here, but I think they're almost too far in, are they? Looks like Caroline's going to make her go.
And Lakey goes down using priority to keep Caroline off that wave. Lakey's husband checks the WSL app for the update. Sees 20 seconds to go. Leandro Dora is Lakey's coach. He's starting to move around, looking at his Apple Watch. They're looking at time and seeing if Caroline will get this one in time. She rolls in, needs a 5.45. Chasing power here. Nothing yet for Caroline. And she finds one section of knife. It's a smaller one through the inside. Didn't have that big major section that Sawyer found in the previous heats. So for Thomas and Leandro, they're feeling like Lakey's gonna get past Caroline and move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I see that too. I really do. So look, it was, Caroline had to roll the dice. She had to go that way, but it was super small. I mean, almost on the, yeah, we were saying before, the small and medium-sized ones are the ones out here, but that one was, pretty weak. It didn't really give her that opportunity. And look, there's going to be a couple of moments here where Caroline's probably going to reflect on this and sort of, realize there's a couple of mistakes that were made and maybe positioning too. But yeah, hats off to Lakey. I mean, on her way to the semis. I mean, this is a great start to the year for her. Quarterfinal finish and, semi-final at worst here at Margaret River. So great epic start to the year.
Job well done for the 31-year-old. Things are even between these two. 3 wins apiece as Lakey always shows up against the world champions. A past champ at Margaret River moves on to semi-final #1 with an all-California matchup waiting with Sawyer Lindblad. Let's work out the back half of the draw. Molly Picklum takes on Lana Silva. We'll bring in Jesse Starling and Richie Lovett for the call.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Some people calling that film the film of the century. There's never been done before. An incredible lineup of 6 women: Molly Picklum, Erin Brooks, Katie Simmers, Caroline Marks, Sky Brown and Sierra Kerr. Red Bulls Nowadays. It premieres globally on May 1st. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Richie Lovett. I'm excited for an incredible women's film to drop pretty soon.
New generation is legit. They are so gnarly, these women surfers coming through the ranks at the moment. The likes of Erin Brooks and Sky Brown, and the list goes on and on. They are really pushing it to the top, and they're bringing a new style of surfing to the tour, and really showing us incredible innovation, courage, commitment to big wave surfing. It's going to be a special movie, that one. Can't wait.
Yeah, the women doing the same here at the event today. We're into quarterfinal heat number 3. Molly Picklum taking on Lana Silva. We already have one semi-final locked and ready to go. It's an all-American affair. Sawyer Lindblad, Lakey Peterson. This is a pretty interesting matchup between these two as far as head-to-head goes. Molly's got the jump, but Lulu getting one back on her recently, so pretty kind of similar styles, but maybe Molly with a bit more power. Lulu's got to really dig deep here.
Yeah, she sure does. Let's have a look at the replay of Lana Silva's opening ride. Big slash on a very bumpy face here, and she gets a second one in. So through to the inside section, lines it up, tags it, beautiful hit off the lip, and she gets to the finish. And then this was the opener for Molly Picklum. So the world champ digs in hard, beautiful bottom turn. Goes for that, what's becoming somewhat of a trademark maneuver for her, Jess, that layback hack off the top. She's really starting to lean into that one, pardon the pun, because that's exactly what she's been doing on that turn, and showing different variation of it as well. But interesting matchup, this one. You know, Molly's coming in with so much confidence. She's been dropping huge scores all through the Bells event, big heat totals, but Luana's just been a surprise package. Just the confidence and the form that she's bringing to these heats with the more established, I guess, higher rated surfers. She's gained a lot of confidence and is really finding some great form here in the season this year.
Obviously, she had 2 final appearances last year in Brazil and over at Bells. She got second in both of them, but it felt like, you know, obviously Bells having that second place, but coming to Margie's at a wave that she's not overly known to do well at, and to get a quarterfinal finish last year, it kind of felt like this was the event that slingshotted the rest of her year.
Yeah, for sure. That Bells event, the second to Isabella Nichols, was a real turning point, and you could just see a change in her demeanour around the contest site, in the way she stood on a surfboard. There was more confidence, and for a competitive surfer or competitive athlete across the board, confidence is everything. I mean, there's the talent and there's all the things that you do to get here, and the practice and the commitment to what you do. But if you don't have the confidence, there's a barrier, there's a brick wall that will stop you getting to the absolute top.
Molly, she's never really not had confidence. Even when we were kids growing up, she just was always ready to go. She was always ready to take on anyone, whether it was, you know, one of the girls in our generation or one of her heroes. She wanted to take big wins off of anyone who kind of came her way. She's going to have to really watch her back here. Lulu, you mentioned, she's had an incredible run these last couple of events. Steph Gilmore and Tyler Wright were 2 of her victims over at Bells Beach. And now Molly in her eyesight. So we look at those first couple of scores though. Pretty interesting, 6-5 for Lulu. Couple of turns, it was a nice combo. But the judges, just for that one big hack, 5-6-7 for Molly.
Yeah, and this is what Molly does. She has this intensity to her turns, and she really only needs that one big section. I mean, a perfect example of that was that whopping turn that she did at Sunset on a 10 to 12 foot wave, and she just toyed with it really in perfect control, and so much energy out here today. It's been a tricky day, Jess, of competition for the surfers, really trying to find that good takeoff zone. Here we go, Molly.
Coming from behind the peak here, Mole drops into a hard carve to start this wave off here. Hoping this one gives her a second wall, and it does. She lays that rail over so beautifully for a second time. Into a tricky looking end section, can't quite hold it on. Lulu out the back here, giving us her variation of these beautiful carves. This is her bread and butter, just those open face swoops. Comes in, she's gonna get the finish. So clicks with that finish here for Lana Silva. And these ladies, for another round of sets, they're gonna go back-to-back waves here. And Lulu letting Molly have the first wave of the set.
Yeah, you know, an interesting decision. With priority there for Lulu, but I think it paid off. I feel like her ride, her backup score is going to be a decent one. Again, she's just getting to that completion, very controlled in the way that she's approaching the waves, and just kind of ticking these maneuvers off. These little moments present themselves, and she's taking the opportunity. Late drop, digs in, beautiful bottom turn, and that gave her all that speed and really accelerated her through that first carve, and then a second one to back up. An adjustment in position as she comes down the line, and that wave was sort of splitting through the inside, and she managed to get 2 decent turns in. So that element of control that I was talking about, she's really tapped into that now. And this is Molly Picklum coming from behind the peak, as you said, always a good strategy. Up and into the top part of the wave, a nice wrap. And just the board chattering underneath the surface here today with all this surface bump and this onshore flow, and Molly just unpredictable for her just to come unstuck there. She is normally rock solid, so yeah, I'm definitely going to give the advantage to Lana Silva on this second exchange.
Yeah, loved the spicy carve from Lulu at the start. We didn't get to see that, so to drop into that wave so late and then still lay into something as big and as strong as that opening carve for Luana, she's going to be adding, yeah, what we think is going to be another nice score. Molly, it's not very often we see her kind of come in on the back foot on that end section. That felt like almost a weight shift, a technical change that we haven't seen from Molly this event.
Yeah, agree. But it is just so tricky, that inside section. There's all these little rock platforms and shelves, and they just, depending on the way the swell moves in and the direction, you can literally go from having, you know, 3 foot of water underneath you to 6 inches of water, and it just, you've got to have that adjustment time. You have to have that, you know, that readiness to just react super fast when those little sections pop up in front of you. And so far, Lana Silva's, she's done it really well. And just Molly caught off guard on the last one.
See where that scores kind of drop in at. We're just past this 25-minute mark here. Mole, we know, working with Jerome Forrest down here. Pretty interesting. Obviously, Jerome working with Ethan Ewing as well. And Molly's come down and watched every single one of Ethan's heats. And getting your eyes on a heat before you get out there and talking to your coach with an athlete he's working with, you can kind of learn from their mistakes. And I feel like that's what Molly's trying to play into here.
Yeah, definitely. Always pays dividends to get down nice and early. Watch at least 2 or 3 heats before you paddle out, and just get a feel for what's happening, a feel for what the judges are buying into. You know, big turns today. It's been the order of the day that's been dropping the numbers, but really just figuring out this lineup. It's almost, for these heats, it doesn't really matter who you've got. I think that element's sort of taken out of it, whereas you're just concentrating on what you can do and how to figure out this lineup and put yourself on the best waves.
I was chatting to Sawyer in a post-heat interview. She said exactly that. You know, I said, is it playing into your game, having so many matchups with Gabby, and you know, she getting your number here? And Sawyer said, not really, because in conditions like we have today, you're versing yourself out there. That's essentially your biggest battle. Score's starting to drop in. So last of Lulu, a 6.87, best of the heat so far. Mole's second score, it's a 5.47. So Lulu really creating a little bit of space right now between Molly and Luana right now. See how Molly fights back. However, 4-0 with Lakey Peterson.
Thanks, Jess. Lakey kicked off the year with a quarterfinal at Bells, but straight into a semi here at Margaret River, starting to build beautifully, and you know, they've both been contests with their fair share of challenges as far as the conditions have been, but your attitude and your timing and your patience in these lineups has been really special.
Thanks. Yeah, feels great to start off the year just solid. And I don't know, I've done this a long time, so I just feel like I've got a lot of perspective when the waves are bad or like the waiting period goes till the end. Like I'm just pretty used to it all, so maybe a bit of advantage there. Just kind of, I don't know, just rolling with it. And I was actually stoked on all the lay days because I was real sick. So I'm fully better now and feeling great. And yeah, board feels good, body feels good. I don't know, it's just kind of clicking and I'm happy, so.
2019, obviously you got the win here, and it's a special place. Whenever you win anywhere, you kind of come back, it feels like home, and it looks like you're really connecting with the break again.
Yeah, I love it here. I've had a long relationship with Margaret River. I used to be so scared of this place when I was a rookie on tour, and then I won the event in 2019, and I feel like I always can just, I don't know, surf solid out here, and I can identify decent waves, and so yeah, just stoked. I love it here. We love coming back to the West every year, and just loving my time in Australia, really. So I do feel super comfortable, and I'm psyching. I think tomorrow could be super fun for finals day.
And it's an all-American battle in semi number 1. That'll be you and Sawyer. What challenges are you expecting there?
Yeah, it'll be awesome. I'm stoked to have a heat with her. I haven't had too many heats with her, and obviously we ride for the same brand, and so I've done a couple of trips with her over the years, and her surfing's like gotten better and better and better over the last couple of years. So it's definitely going to be a challenge. She's surfing really well. I think I'll need a couple excellent scores to beat her, but that's the fun in it. So I'm hoping she puts up some good scores and I can get some good ones, and should be really good. One of us is going to go to the final, so that's epic for the Americans.
Well, congrats again and best luck on finals day.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Thanks, and happy birthday to my little niece, Indy. Happy 8th birthday, Indy. Love you. Sweet. Thanks. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Morno and Lakey. It's cool to see Lakey just so relaxed and just so ready for whatever comes her way. Lulu just took an absolute beating on that end section just there. You can see she's really trying to get away from this inside reef right now.
Yeah, it looks like she may even opt for the paddle. Let's check the replay and see what happens. Big tall section in front of her. She attacks, goes high. Comes around this section, beautiful bottom turn. You can see she just sat on that bottom turn for an extended period, setting up that inside turn, pushes hard, and just catches that heel side rail. But Jess, this is exactly what she needs to do. So at this point, Lana Silva has surfed the perfect heat. Like, she's matched and even eclipsed Molly Picklam's both of her rides, so she's out in front, she's putting pressure on Molly, she needs the 7.7, but now you can see that Lulu's starting to turn up the dial a little bit. She's going, okay, I can put more risk into my maneuvers now, I can push it harder, I can really get that risk element on show, and if I pull it off, I'm going to get up into that excellent range, and that's even going to put more pressure on Molly.
Yeah, having that freedom of already locking into great scores gives her that just extra bit of push where she can really start to unleash. And you know what, even just the second bottom turn as she was coming into that carve, it feels like every single year Lulu, she's just got better and better, and you can see that she's got her equipment dialed, she's got her coach dialed. Her and Leandro make an incredible team. Leandro just getting Lakey into the semis. She would have known how hard this heat would have been when she saw it on paper, but attacking it like the incredible championship tour surfer she is.
Yeah, we love to see it, and she's just indicating she just wants a little update on the time and the positioning, perhaps on the priority situation as well. We know that Molly has first priority. You can see the P next to her name, meaning that she has right of way for any of the waves that come through. Lana can still take what she wants as long as Molly's not on it.
Well, if we put the shoe on the other foot, right, Molly currently in second. She's got a pair of 5s. You know, that in theory of what we've had today has actually been a pretty solid score for making heats. Mull, however, when it comes to Margaret River, has never made it past the quarterfinals. She's kind of got this barrier that she just can't break past here.
So there might be a little a mental conversation going on inside her mind, just about you know, this little challenge to get past the quarterfinals, and right now the pressure's almost starting to build even more too. So you know, she's such an incredible champion, such a strong competitor, Molly Picklam. You know, she'll just stay composed here. There's still lots of time on the clock, just over 18 minutes. So she'll no doubt want to bounce back, and she'll just take her time, picking a good wave that she knows that she'll be able to attack.
Obviously, our 2025 world champion, Molly, winning her first ever world title last year over at Fiji. She had an incredible year. She had 28 excellent scores last year alone. And the next person to come close to that was Gabby Bryan. She had 13. You know, Molly finishing 20,000 points ahead of the next person. That kind of speaks volumes to the season she had, and she needs to try and channel that right now.
Yeah, dominant performance. Have a look at this.
Wow.
The ocean is coming alive. So that swell that was supposed to really check down through the day, it's hanging around.
Molly, she's just going to scrape under this one, and Lulu as well. Chatting to Sawyer earlier, she mentioned there's so much power and energy still in the water. She was getting washed all the way in and had to paddle back out to make sure that she didn't lose priority. So there's a lot of energy being drained while you're out here as well. We saw Caroline cop so many sets on the head in that last heat. So this is something that these athletes are factoring in right now. However, if you're Lulu, you can't be loving this. This is going to wind down the clock.
Yeah, exactly. If you're out in front and you know your competitor is basically trying to chase you down, time on the clock winding down, it's great. And she'll keep the pressure on here. She'll stay close to Molly. She'll just try and urge her to perhaps take a wave that maybe won't give her a good score.
Molly looking to crawl back into this one. Needs a 7-7. Our world champion currently on the ropes. Carissa Moore coming up next. We'll be right back. Download True Surf today and surf main break just like the pros do, just like at the women in the water right now. Lana Silva, Molly Picklum battling out for a spot in the semi-finals. Just over 14 minutes to go. Lulu putting out world champ on the ropes right now. 6.87 and a 6.5 to her name. Coming up in quarterfinal heat number 4, Katie Simmers taking on Carissa Moore. This has been a heat we've been waiting for, Rich.
This is going to be amazing, kind of master versus apprentice kind of situation here. Katie Simmers already has that world title, and Carissa has a whole drawer full of them. So, you know, Carissa's making her return to the tour. We saw some beautiful surfing from her down at Bells Beach and through this event so far. And we just know that Katie Simmers, one of these, well, she's more established now on the tour, but brings this unique style of surfing. Very creative lines, and this is going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to that. That's going to be, you know, Katie coming up against one of her heroes. They'll be out there in just over 13 minutes time. Right now, Molly needs to channel a little bit of energy. She needs a 7.7, but in theory, if she gets that, it's not going to be a massive requirement for Luana. She'll still be looking for something in the 6s, so it's probably 2 waves ideally right now for Molly.
Yeah, you'd have to think, just given the scores that have been dropping over the last hour or two, 7.7 is a very tall order, but we know that Molly Picklum has the ability to do it. If she just gets that wave with a couple of big sections, you know she will attack. But, I mean, if you look at the score line here, Lana Silva's basically a point or more against each one of Molly Picklum's scores as well. So, like I said, she's done everything right, surfed a perfect heat up to this point. She's just got to hold on.
Chatting to Darren earlier, Molly on a 6.0 roundtail DNA. She usually rides a 5.8, so that's actually a fair step up for Mol. Obviously, you got to go and check out a lot of these guys' boards, their backup equipment. The bigger board, you know, if you were competing out today, would you be opting for something with a little bit more length?
I would, but not too much more, just given the texture of the water. That longer rail line can actually work against you with all the bump and texture on the wave face. When you're holding your line, that longer rail wants to stay in the water and elongate the turn. And we've seen today that you need to react really quickly. So I think having a little bit more length, maybe an inch or two, but still having that nice curve in the rail line and a board with you know, plenty of rocker. Most of the surfers on the tour are riding quite high rocker boards. And that allows the curve of the board to fit into that curve of the wave and make those faster directional changes. So, yeah, I'd be like 1 to maximum 2 inches longer.
Oh,
than
wow, yeah, love that.
Yeah.
Obviously, both of these ladies not scared of surfing bigger boards. Lulu lives in Hawaii, so Sunset all the time, and we know what Molly's done out Sunset on a bigger looking board. What are your takes on kind of a lot of these guys even having some of their Hawaii boards in their quiver?
For here, it's a smart move. I mean, we've seen over this past week just how big the conditions can get, and at events we've had at Margaret River, you know, we've had 10 to 15 foot waves out here and beautiful conditions that literally mirror what we get in Hawaii. So it's smart, and that extra length and it does give you a lot more control and steadiness on the wave face and through your maneuvers. So it is really a balance though, of just finding that sweet spot of not going too long and still having enough kind of curve in the rail and rocker to be able to perform the way you want to.
Yeah, and you know, even thinking, take us back 30 years, like the boards were really long, you know, so they've come down a fair way, and John really redefined what you can do out here on a bit of a shorter board, even at big marks.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, when I got on tour in the kind of late 90s, people were still bringing 7.2s and 7.4s here. Yeah, and I remember my first couple of trips here, I packed a 7.2 and a 6.10 and a 6.6 and everything down to like a 6 foot board. So you know, when it got big, we were mainly sticking to the left-handers as well. We were getting scores on the left, and we didn't really attack the right too much. But yeah, things have definitely changed, and the way we surf this break has certainly changed in the last decade or two.
You know what's crazy is that I've actually never seen a 7.2. That's how much the boards have come down. I've never seen a board over the 6 foot range, which it speaks volumes just to the talent that these guys have and how far surfing has progressed. You know, over at Bell's, we talked a lot about Simon introducing the thruster and how that's just changed our sport drastically. Obviously, we talk about the technicalities of step-ups and going up an inch or coming down a little bit more than what you're thinking, but what people don't really take into consideration is how important the fins you choose are for days like today.
Oh, absolutely. You know, that fin and surfboard pairing is just incredibly important, and I reference it. It's like an F1 car putting wet tyres on a dry track. It just doesn't work. You need to match the fin perfectly to the board. Most of the surfers generally taking a fin out there with a little bit more rake, which means it's leaning back a bit more, and that creates more hold as you're driving off the bottom, and it complements the higher rocket boards too, because if you put a more upright fin in a board with a lot of tail rocker, it's going to jump out of the wave face quite easily when you're doing your turns. So again, it's about getting that marriage between curve, bottom curve and fin right, and that's why it's a constant pursuit for all the surfers and shapers is to find that sweet spot.
I've seen a couple of people opting for glass fins as well, so different technologies coming out for fins here at Margie's. Right now though, 8.5 minutes in this heat. Lana Silva holding down a pretty convincing lead here. 6.87, 6.5 is her backup score. Molly, she's got a pair of fives. It's a 5.67 and a 5.47. Needs to really get a wriggle on here. We spoke about it before. Ideally, it's going to be 2 waves. Let's take a look at the GWM recap though. Lulu just laying the rail.
So confident. Lana Silva started brilliantly, and in tricky conditions you can see she's just ironing out all the creases in the wave, keeping these lines very clean and keeping the flow between her manoeuvres. And then Molly Picklum, she's found a couple of mid-range scores with that attacking style of surfing that we're used to seeing from her. And this is Lana Silva's best wave here, and you can see why. An aggressive directional change snap to start things off. A couple of beautiful swoops through the inside. And the difference really has been that Luana's found these waves where she can do multiple turns and really put on some more variety with the choice of manoeuvres that she's doing down the line.
Just a crazy extra amount of zip in Luana's surfing, especially, you know, over the last 12 months. You can see what she's done in the off-season. She looks stronger. She looks like she's ready to take on the world's best. And you know, in a lot of people's eyes, she is kind of an underdog. You see Molly Picklum, Lana Silva on paper. A lot of people would back Molly in this heat, but Luana, time and time again, is proving that she really is going to take it to any woman on tour.
It's actually a nice place to be if you can convert being the lower seed into an elimination, a total elimination of pressure and expectation. So, you know, I'm sort of relating it to my own experiences where I would come up against, say, Kelly or Andy or Taj or one of these higher-rated surfers, and I'd literally hit the water going, I've got nothing to lose here. I'm the underdog. The expectation is low, so just go for it. And it actually helped me to kind of, you know, expand on my performances and relieve pressure and put in some good showings.
Yeah, it's definitely doing that for Lulu right now. She's looking so confident. As far as head-to-heads go, it's 2-1 to Molly, and one of those was a big final over in Brazil just last year. This was the last time that these ladies met head-to-head, and Molly, that was her first win of the season last year, and Lulu would have wanted that representing Brazil.
Oh, absolutely. It would have been great to get that kind of home turf advantage, but it wasn't to be. But you know, you can see the stats across the board there, and Molly Picklum has the edge on maximum wave score, maximum average heat scores. She's got the nod, and that's why she has the win 2-1. But wow, we could have an even board after this heat.
Yeah, it's getting so close to being that way. You know, 5 minutes 40 to go here. Lulu, she's got priority. Looks like Mole has just taken off a wave, so she's selected something. She's going to come from behind here again, Rich.
Way behind the peak. Drives up, and somewhat of a flatter wave at the start. Now it starts to pick up again. She attacks that inside section, and a really confident finish to this wave. Beautiful timing there. Gets a little shimmy off the lip, adds a bit of spice to the maneuver, and comes down at the perfect moment. See that little avalanche of water crashing down behind her, and she outruns it.
So Mole needs a 7-7 here, Rich.
My feeling is that it's not the number, unfortunately. It was the final turn was definitely the standout moment. It's feeling to me like another mid-range score, or just above, but not quite that feeling of a 7-7 at the moment.
Molly comes in, it's a 6.07, so she's bringing down that requirement, needs a 7.3 here, so it's still a pretty hefty number. 4.5 minutes to go. We've seen her in crazier situations before where she's had to answer back, but Molly, you know, probably for the first time this season, other than the Bells final, we're going to have to see her fight to move on through.
Yeah, and she's up for the fight. She is a very tenacious competitor, very determined. Almost feel like she enjoys being up against the ropes and likes to fight out of it. The ocean just needs to cooperate here. We know the drill. We need a set with multiple waves in it so that Molly can try and sort of wrestle back priority from Lana Silva and give herself the opportunity to find that 7.3 it's up to Lana now to really control the final moments of this heat.
Yeah, Molly, she really needs to act fast here. Just similar to Eero does, delivering fast, reliable Wi-Fi inside and outside your home or business. It's simple to set up and manage from anywhere in the app. Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. So Molly needs to tap into a bit of that Eero energy here.
Yeah, she sure does. And you can see her, she's just paddling back toward Lana Silva, getting herself in position. Looks like there's a few swell lines approaching.
How many times, have we seen heats come down to the last 3 minutes, and the heart rate for both of these women, we'd be able to track it on the Apple Watch. It would be through the roof. Lulu does not want to lose this heat. Molly challenges her. She pushes these women so much in this crop, at this field of talent that we have. And Mol, she would be thinking, please let a wave come right now. She's done everything she's needed to done. She's brought that requirement down. And now it's about, decision making in the last 3 minutes, which is probably the most crucial part of being a competitive surfer.
Yeah, it's really where you can really tap into that composure element of competition. And Luana needs to just keep her cool here, keep the nerves in check. Time would be actually winding down really slowly for her, and in comparison for Molly, the clock would feel like it'd be on double time because she needs more time at the moment. Looks like that wind's actually just sitting down a little bit now, so conditions starting to improve. Looks like Molly's just inching towards this swell. She might have a look at this one.
Yeah,
No.
she'd be loving one of those more west peaks to come through, really open up, give her a solid looking end section. We saw this similar in one of the quarterfinals for the men's. In the first one, Sammy had to hold Joel off with priority there and made that decision, and then the ocean, nothing came afterwards. So Lulu needs to be really careful with priority right now. These are do or die decisions.
Yeah, well, the thing here is that, she's basically looking at every single wave going, does this have a 7.3 score on it?
And to take down the world champ,
It's big.
it's
huge.
massive, similar to what George did earlier. And you saw George was fizzing after that. It was such a clutch moment. So for Lulu to do the same, we could see it. And it means so much to the teams on the beach as well to get big results over the most dominant surfer from last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Molly was just completely wiped out. All her competitors last year with just incredible surfing. And, she really hasn't had a lot of opportunities in this heat, but simply on the strength of her big turns, she's dropping sixes and high fives. So you'd have to think that if she does manage to get a wave in this final minute and get a couple of turns, she'll put a big number on the board.
Just under a minute to go here. Lulu trying to hold down the lead, has done everything right, has the 2 highest wave scores, has priority here. She's looking to even up the head-to-head matchups here. Molly, she's got a 6.07, a 5.67, like you mentioned, just for pretty much one big manoeuvres, needs a 7.3. So essentially, that's a big turn with a finish. It's not a massive requirement for Molly, but 30 seconds to go here. And for Margs and what it's been putting on offer today, it actually looks relatively quiet.
Yeah, it's the ocean. This is the X factor that as competitive surfers, you have to deal with it. You have to try and get in sync. It's about just tapping into that energy. It looks like it will be Lana Silva moving through to the semi-finals.
Not to dig the knife in anymore for Molly right now, but there's no worse feeling than the ocean going quiet in the last minute.
Well, as a surfer, you want the opportunities. That's what you want, But in this heat, both our ladies, they had, it wasn't like anyone got left short on their wave count. They both had chances to ride waves, and Luana just found the better waves and did some beautiful surfing on it. So you can't really discredit her performance. She's just taken down the world champion.
This is Lulu moving on to her 3rd career semi-final appearance ever. So this is just such a big moment for her at a place that never really gave her big results. Wow, what a beautiful bottom turn. We'll be right back for quarterfinal heat number 4 right after this.
Where should I put it?
No, I'll take it. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We've had the most beautiful day today, honestly. Today we got picked up in style. Been doing a bit of a winery tour all day today. We've seen these beautiful wineries from bird's eye view, which is nice. They look even prettier from the sky. And a lot of the coastline all around Margaret River. It's honestly the best way to see it. You don't realise how expansive and beautifully undeveloped a lot of it is. And just the blue water and the vineyards. It's honestly been one of the best days I've had in a long time.
Welcome, very exciting to have you.
Just seeing this region and landing in on the chopper and doing all that, it's just like, you can't get better than this.
Cody Simpson having some of the best days of his life over here at Margaret River, enjoying the West Australian region here. This currently in the water though is the Hydrolite heat to watch. Katie Simmers taking on Carissa Moore. This is such a big matchup. Two world champions and two incredible surfers. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Rich Lovett. Rich, we spoke about, you know, these two meeting up briefly in that last heat, but I am giddy. I am excited to see what these two ladies can do right now.
Yeah, me too, Jess. This is such a great matchup. You know, so much experience behind Carissa Moore. You know, she is a veteran on the tour, as we see Katie up and riding.
Wow, Katie almost could have got caught off guard there by Carissa, but wow, starts off with a beautiful swoop into a sick connecting turn. I loved the drift on that. Couldn't quite hold it there for the finish, but we talk about Katie and the word style just oozes off the mouth. She is honestly pretty much getting close to equaling Steph with style on the tour right now.
Yeah, really unique lines. And the other thing she just did then was avoid having that big closeout set on the head, which Carissa had to cop. And of course, that sort of extracts energy out of you before you're even begun the heat. Let's have a look at the replay here. So, yeah, Carissa almost could have gone it, but Katie was up and riding. Beautiful sweeping carve to start off. Straight back to the bottom, up into the lip again. And that wave almost was breathing, and it expanded when that second section was looming on Katie, and she just timed it so well, almost with this bit of backwash up and over the roof of that section, and she came down, but unfortunately just unstuck on the second. But on the strength of the first two turns, I still think she's going to put in a pretty good number.
Yeah, definitely. That first carve had some serious bite to it, and then that second turn, I was looking for a word to describe it. The only word that came out was sick. That's just kind of where it left me. Katie, you know, she's such an incredible surfer. She's really established herself as one of the world's best. She's going to lock in a great score already. It's a flat 6. It's a 6-point ride for Katie Simmers. These two ladies, they actually have only ever competed against each other once before. It was in a semi-finals over in Brazil back in 2023, which was Katie's rookie year. And Katie got the jump and went on to win that event her rookie season. So taking down one of her idols, she's got the chance to do it again here. Carissa Moore, let's see what she can do. Hacks into a first section here for Riss. Lays it down on the second one. Not a lot of energy, starts to double up on the inside. Let's see her belt this end section. Wow. She's gonna get the completion, so much control. Just such smart surfing on that wave then.
Textbook Carissa Moore approach to that wave. Just knew exactly where she needed to place those maneuvers. Looks so strong and confident. Vintage form that we're seeing here in 2026 from Carissa Moore. Obviously coming back to the tour as a new mum. So almost a little fade to start things off. That beautiful, powerful slash off the top. And again, just times that second maneuver well, but she sees this double up, quick check turn, and then to get to that final maneuver, that was such an intelligent read on that wave, and got to the completion. So I think this is a great heat, shaping up already to be one to watch. You have to think that Carissa's going to get the edge in the opening score.
I love just both of the first calves from both of these women. Katie's, like we mentioned, had that really kind of stylish approach to it where Carissa just hacks it. That she does not hold back on absolutely anything, but that wave, it was veteran status. You can tell she's surfed this wave a lot of times. She's had a lot of reps out here. She's the most winning surfer that we have on the women's side of the championship tour here at Margie's. And to see her back in the form that she's in, It's actually, we're lucky. We're all so lucky to be watching it.
Yeah, it is actually mind-blowing to see her come back and in the form that she's been showing us already. Quite remarkable. And really, it's the power of Carissa Moore is what will get it done over Katie Simmers today if she comes out on top. Katie's just, as we've mentioned, so creative with the lines that she draws and the placement of where she puts her manoeuvres on the wave. But that raw power of Carissa, it's undeniable. The displacement of water, the amount of spray that she sends off her boards, really comparable to some of the real power surfers that we've had in years past.
Carissa, she's going to get the jump on the opening exchange here. It's a 6-5. Katie looking in a 6, so not a lot of spread between those two. But like you mentioned, Rich, this is the start we wanted from these ladies. It felt like, you know, we had a lot of downtime in that last heat, but both of these ladies showing up. Carissa, in her round of 16, it just felt like she never really clicked into gear, and you could see she was stewing on it. She didn't want to win a heat that way, and now she's opening up like this.
As a world champion, I guess as a professional surfer, you want to put on a good performance, you want to put on a show, and you want to feel good about what you've done in your heat. You know, when you hit the water and you hit the beach, excuse me, you know, you want to be proud of what you did. And sometimes those scrappy heats, well, you might get a win, they don't feel that good. So she'll look to clean that up now. Looks like she's already found the form, and she got the edge, half a point over Katie in the opening exchange.
These two are actually pretty interesting. They've got a very similar rookie year. They both took 2 wins in their rookie year. They both won at Portugal in their rookie year. And then the very next year, they went on to win the world title. Do you see, obviously, there's a lot of differences between their surfing, but as far as competitive mindset go, do you see shades of Carissa and Katie?
I do. Just from a sheer talent point of view, I mean, they're both, you know, freaks of nature, really. It's the only way to put it. They're just so amazing and unique in their own way, how they surf. I feel like Carissa probably competes with a little more kind of outward intent, in that she kind of, you know, I want to get the world title, whereas Katie's a little bit more mellower in her approach, and, you know, post-heat interviews, she stays a little bit more guarded in just kind of giving us the inside. That doesn't take away any of the determination that she has inside. I just think that Carissa's probably a little bit more outward facing in her intentions.
Yeah, I'd love to be a fly on the wall inside Katie's head to know what she's really thinking during heats. She's always aggressive enough to find a fight back. Carissa swinging on the inside here. This one looks like it's got a great bowl. Oh. Wow. Lays into a massive first turn, goes up again. And just the way she can swoop, even with so much foam, connects there for the finish. And that was incredible surfing here from Carissa Moore. I know we just said it, but the fact that she is in this form, she's had a baby and come back in such a vicious approach. Carissa is on fire right now.
Yeah, and look, even just the way that Carissa's paddling, look how much energy and just purpose she has in each and every stroke. Whereas Katie will be just mellower. She's cruisier. Okay, let's have a look at the replay here. This is beautiful from Carissa Moore. Absolutely detonates that section with an incredible layback hack. Brings it all the way through to the inside, gets the foam finish, and brings it all the way through. This is the water view here. You'll get a real indication of the angle here. The board completely on rail, then she flattens it out as she exits through the turn, but just stomps on that tail pad, drives through it. Look at the compression of the lower body as she comes through the finishing part of the turn. That allows her to do that quick redirection. And here we go, Katie.
Giving us her variation here. Swoop to start it off. She's going to go just under the lip, but strong car for the second. Huge end section, lays into a big turn and holds on with an avalanche of water coming back down behind her. Both of these ladies showing up to the heat right now.
Yeah, and you can see Katie looks like she's on a slightly longer board. I would say, you know, just such a smooth rail line. We'll break down that last wave, but geez, it was beautiful to watch.
Felt like Katie maybe opting to go slightly under the lip line here and paying off for her towards the end.
Wow, geez, this wave looked good from takeoff. Driving off the bottom, big swooping turn to start off. Comes around this second section, another nice carve, nice and high, gets to this final moment. It was almost a carve, like you said, Jess, under the lip line, which is incredibly hard to do because her fins literally pop out of the wave face right there. She has to re-engage, so her board travelled about 1.5, 2 feet in the air under the lip of that wave, and then she managed to just really decompress. Look how tight she is. Just really crouch down to get to that final moment and come out.
Let's talk about this. That first turn of Carissa, it had drive, it had intent. She had time to really push that board around. Where Katie, on the other hand, that end turn, it was technique, it was fast twitch fibers, and it was holding on for dear life with a wall of water coming down behind you. Such different approaches, but both with such X factor in them.
Yeah, it was a big finish. You think about Carissa's opening turn, that was the standout moment on the opening section of the wave, whereas Katie's strongest turn was probably the last one. That's where all the drama and theatrics were. So we see Carissa just having a quick look at that one. Looks like we've got scores dropped in.
Yes, 7.57, locking in for Carissa Moore. Some judges throwing her excellence in that. We saw 8 in the IC scoreline. Katie Simmers, we're going to wait for her to come in, but take a look at that spread there. I mean, every single judge knowing that it was a solid score.
Yeah, the IC score breakdown, you can see 8 is the high number and a flat 7, so within that is the range. That's where it comes out at the 7.57. We take the top and lowest score off, average the middle 3. 5 judges on the panel from different parts of the world, really experienced judging panel that we have. And, well, they travel around on this circus with us and the benefactors of amazing surfing every day.
Wow. Katie Simmers locks in an 8.5. Excellent number rolling through for our 2024 world champion. Katie, it was a bigger looking wave, had the drama on the end section. Some judges going as high as a 9-point ride on that last one from Katie. When you put those waves back to back, do you see the scores kind of panning out where they did?
Yeah, you can justify where the score went, just given that Katie's wave stood up from start to finish. She was in attack mode from start to finish. The turns were committed. It had the flow, and you start going through the checklist of all the things that the judges want to see. Committed rail surfing on the opening 2 carves, and then the drama of the final turn. So yeah, I can see why it went 8.5 and just above, almost a point above Rissa's wave.
Oh, this is what I love about surfing. Just big scores, great entertainment from the women in the water. Someone who was super entertaining was Lana Silva, taking down our world champion. She's on the glass with Vorno.
Lulu, congratulations. You are into your best ever result here at the Margaret River Pro. It's the 3rd semi-final of your career, and you knocked out a world champ to get there. You are literally walking on a dream in the West at the moment.
I'm walking on a dream. I'm living my dream. I mean, it's pretty surreal to be here amongst all these amazing women. Everyone's literally my hero, my icon. I'm inspired by every single one of them, so I'm really grateful to be here. I'm enjoying every moment that comes along, and yeah, I'm really happy.
We can tell you're happy. You obviously love winning, but you also love this wave. And I was saying to you just before, you know, like your surfing really suits this place. Like, how much does, you know, where you grew up sort of feed into your enjoyment of this sort of power?
I guess sunset came into a big factor out here. I grew up at Sunset Beach. It's my home break. I've been surfing the little inside reform since I was a little girl with all my friends out there, and then started surfing the point, and then gradually when it got bigger I started putting myself out there, thanks to Kahea Hart that's always pushed me out there since I was little. Yeah, and this wave is really similar to it. There's so many factors. It's big. It's out in the open ocean. There's wind. There's chop. There's, I don't know, there's pretty freaking big sets out there too. But yeah, I just feel comfortable. I feel comfortable on big boards, and yeah, just trying to make the most out of it.
Well, it might be a little more ordered tomorrow. We're expecting hopefully good conditions. What's your mindset going into a finals day here at Margaret River?
Yeah, first finals day of the year, first finals day at Margs. I'm really happy. I'm just really enjoying where I'm at, enjoying who I'm staying with, Penguin and Leandro. Leandro's been in my corner for about 4 years now. Yeah, and to get some offshore conditions for tomorrow would be really nice. We've had a week of onshore winds and big waves, so I think tomorrow will be super fun.
Well, hopefully that walking on a dream turns into a dream come true for you. Best of luck in finals day.
Thank you. Shout out to mom and dad, brother, e todo mundo no Brasil que assiste também. Obrigada pela torcida.
Awesome. Thank you, Vorno. Thank you, Lulu. You can see Lulu, she's excited. She's into a finals day. It's a big semi-final. She's going to take on either Katie Simmers or Carissa Moore, who have been putting on such a show so far in quarterfinal number 4. I was just taking a look at the rankings, trying to think how much it'll change up. And now our top 4 are out of the draw. Molly, Gabby, Alyssa and Isabella. That is going to leave so much room for women like Luana, women like Lakey Peterson, who are in 6th and 7th, and Katie Simmers, who is currently in 5th.
Yeah, it really opens up the Aussie treble story as well, doesn't it? So that's what we like, an exciting finish, big set approaching here. We see both our ladies having to duck dive, just slightly out of position. Sometimes those bigger sets, they sort of roll through. They're a bit mushy, they don't have the right sort of angle on the swell. You don't get that big section that stands up.
It's been kind of tricky to find yourself in the spot for set waves today. We haven't really seen too many people really capitalizing on them, but Katie can tell she's dialed in on her position. She's got to cop this one on the head as I say it, but she was on the biggest wave that I would say we've seen anyone on all day today.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we come back to that comment about it's you and the ocean today, not necessarily you and your competitor. Although we do love a matchup like the one that we have in the water now. Like both our ladies have got in excess of 14 points. That's a huge scoreline for what we've seen today. So this one's living up to expectations, Jess.
Rich, there's nothing I love more than seeing you break down waves. We're going to take a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo of both of the 2 biggest scores of this heat right now.
Okay, so from the outset, Katie's wave a little bit bigger. The opening turn, I got to give it to Carissa all day long, but I think it's what happens in the second half of the wave where really Katie starts to build the point. So you saw Carissa do the little mini snap, but Katie getting a better line, more of an open face carve, and you can see the wave for Katie just standing up, and she gets that really wild kind of innovative carve down. So the finish again goes towards Katie Simmers in terms of the intensity, and that's why she had the 8.5 versus Carissa's 7.57. I did love just how aggressive that opening turn was, though, for Riss.
That's easily the best turn of the heat. I really, really enjoyed it, and there was a noticeable difference in wave size for those two. So Katie identifying she's going to get some big scores if she can take off on a couple of really big waves right now. Feels like we've got a bit of action moving on through. We'd love to know what the official call is, and Vorno's down there with Renato.
Thanks very much, Jess. Renato, an absolute classic playing out behind us, but give us a rundown on how this Margaret River Pro is going to wind up over the next couple of days.
Yes, so the good news is the yellow alert remains in place. We're going for tomorrow, big, huge finals day. We knew all along this, the winds today will be our biggest challenge, and the onshore just kick a whole lot of notch now. So we're going to wrap with the quarterfinal number 4 of the women, and tomorrow we have a 7:15 call for a possible 7:35 a.m. start with the semis and the 2 big finals. So everybody at home has time to call the parents, call the friends, call everyone, because it's going to be a massive show. Tomorrow, better conditions, much better conditions, a little bit smaller in size, but offshore winds and sunny all morning. So we should wrap the event around 12 noon local time.
Fantastic, mate. We're going to be crowning champions tomorrow, but this afternoon we've got plenty more action coming up as well. A specialty heat featuring the Macaulays and Chippo Wilcox as well.
And Bevel.
Oh, Bevo. Yeah. Claire Bevel Aqua's out there as well.
Yeah, as well, yeah. I'm big fans. I'm going to be biased here. I'm a big fan of Dave Macaulay, former world number 3, one of the best competitors this game ever seen. He was a master of tactics and a great surfer all around. And a defense champion, won many times here too, so it's a great show, so stay tuned.
Plenty more to look forward to down here, but mate, just before we go back to the booth, we got down here, it's Anzac Day. It is the most heaving crowd I can remember ever seeing here at Margaret's.
Absolutely, I was just chatting with you before and talking to Tim and all the event crew. It's the first time in the history of this event that there's no more parking space. So that just shows how many people gather here in Margaret River. And we'll be here tomorrow morning again, right? Because as you said, we had the long weekend. So if you're watching, please come over. If you can come over, if not, tune in.
Yeah, tune in, folks. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Borno. Thanks, Renato. So this is officially the last heat of the day. We're going to wrap up, well, not really wrap up. I was going to say we're going to wrap up competition, but we have the WSL 50 celebration heat, Dave McCauley, Jacob Wilcox, and just like you heard, Claire Bevilacqua. So that's going to be a really fun kind of heat to talk through with some of the best to ever surf this wave out there.
Yeah, it's the specialist from this area, and I echo Renato's sentiments there about Dave McCauley, one of just the most determined and dogmatic competitors on this tour. So much success, and yeah, we'll have some fun voices in the booth too to break it down,
yeah,
tell some stories.
Wait, I actually can't wait. It's going to be such a fun heat to watch, and you know, thinking about the crowd that's down here, they're going to get really loud for that heat too.
Yeah, absolutely. They love to get behind their local champions, and I had to make my way through the crowd earlier just to do one of the crosses. It is jam-packed. I don't think I've ever seen the point this crowded, and I've been here a lot of times, Jess.
Can see right now though, a bit of entertainment happening in the water here and on land as well. Andrew Sheridan helping out Carissa Moore, and Andrew is easily one of the standout performers for the Margaret River Board Riders Club over the ABB, the Australian Board Riders Battle that we have every year, and he had an insane big end section turn this year over at ABB, and I just feel like Margies really rely on him, and it's cool to see that Carissa Moore is relying on that local knowledge as well.
Yeah, leaning into you know, Shero's knowledge of this wave, and he kind of, I guess, was one of the pioneers of the right-hander as well, you know, at Margaret River Main Break. He just got into it and really started showing everyone, you know, what was possible out there. So, you know, it's been a good partnership over the last couple of years. Carissa leaning into Shero's knowledge, and it seems to be working. But she's got a little bit of work to do now, Jess. Still needs that 6.94 if she wants to get back in there. Still plenty of time, though, 11 minutes on the clock.
I actually love when we see Carissa Moore on the ropes, because we know that she's going to really fight back for it. Like you mentioned, needs a 6.94. Katie Simmers, though, holding down a lead. We'll be right back after this Bonslow brew break.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
The quarterfinal matchup that we thought was going to be fireworks is becoming exactly what we knew it was going to be. Katie Simmers with an 8.5 and a 6 to her name. Carissa Moore with a 7.57 and a 6.5 to her name, needing a 6.94. Like I mentioned before we went to the break, I was so excited to see the way that Carissa Moore would fight back to this. She got a 7.57 under Katie Simmers' priority, and only needing a 6.94. I know that's basically a 7, but I'd be stressing if I was Katie Simmers.
Yeah, she's not safe, is she? And Carissa Moore with priority. She does have the option to take any wave that comes through. 8 minutes on the clock. She's showing incredible form. If she can find a wave, Jess, that gives her a couple of sections, she does some of those big power hooks that she did on that 7.53. She'll eclipse that score and jump straight into the excellent range for sure.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, Carissa is the most winning surfer we have here on the championship tour. She's won here 3 times in the past, and she has an incredible strike rate when it comes to being here. Before we started this event, she's surfed in 39 heats over at Margaret River, and she'd won 30 of them, which is an incredible winning rate, you know, to have only ever lost 9 heats out here out of all of her years of competing. And then to win 3 times as well. She went back-to-back in 2013 and 2014, and then took another win here in 2023. Carissa Moore is just easily, you know, one of the most dominant surfers we've ever had on the women's side of the tour.
Yeah, she really has been one of those surfers that everyone measures themselves against. And she's really taking it to the youngsters, Carissa Moore, and they are a fierce pack of competitors, these youngsters coming in. But Jess, I want to get the Stone and Wood slow-mo and just highlight a couple of things on this layback hack. It is Carissa's just go-to turn that she does, and she just does it so powerfully. So you can see what I want to highlight here is this moment right here. Stop the film. So right here, look at that back arm. It's actually acting as an anchor point for the turn. And what it does is allows the board and all this energy and power to be on this inside rail here. So all this energy is going through the turn at the moment. And if we roll the tape here, you'll see her release straight. She'll get compressed, and that allows her to get onto this inside toe rail and continue on with the turn. But it's an incredible way, that backhand layback hack is an incredible way to stop the turn in a really short space of time, put maximum power into it, and then get on with the show and continue on down the line.
And the fact that she can still generate so much speed in essentially what is a stopping turn. You know, it's a turn that she's actually using, like you mentioned, her arm as a brake. To come out of that with the amount of speed that she had is just pure precision.
Yeah, like you can lean on that heel side rail through a carve or a snap, but when you use that back arm to anchor it, it really allows you to push maximum power on the heels and drive through that back foot. Yeah. She does it so well, and she's got different variations of it. And I think on that wave in particular as well, she saw that there was that opening section. She would have already eyed off the fact that that wave was going to trend down a bit, so she put everything into that opening turn, and well, it paid off. You know, really most of the points of that 7.57 came from that one turn.
It's pretty crazy to think that that's kind of become the turn of Margie's. You know, we think about some really groundbreaking moments out here. Geordie Smith had a couple of them last year. Carissa, Gabby, we've seen her give us her variation of that out there, but of course it's the guy, John.
The best to ever do it was John, and he'll do the same maneuver. He'll extend the arc and he'll put that back almost, the back arm will go into the wave face for an extended moment of time. It's not just that split second. He'll go through that whole carve for maybe 2 or 3 seconds and have that back arm literally just kind of feeling the wave face.
Have you seen anyone kind of come close to doing what John does? It doesn't even have to be here, but just anywhere.
Probably Tom Curran in the heyday, I think, has had a similar sort of approach. But and you know what, Jack Robbo's kind of lent into it as well out here. I've seen him do it, but yeah, it's the way that John does it is pretty specialised.
It's easily one of my favourite turns in surfing history. You know, it's been an incredible moment, and this year that we're celebrating, you know, WSL 50 years of the championship tour, and that's what we've seen in the last 10 years. You know, imagine what's next.
Well, it keeps blowing my mind. You know, I used to think 10 years ago, surely we've reached the ceiling of where surfing can go, and you know, some of the aerial manoeuvres have just been incredible over the last decade. Things are still moving.
Under 4 minutes to go here. Carissa Moore on a bowly looking wave. Needs a 6.94 swoop with a drawn out carve to start it off here. Bit of bump to deal with through this mid, but she's using a lot of power in these carves. She'll get a third maneuver in. She'd love an end section, and so would we. Just to see her belt it swings that arm around, comes into this inside reef. She hasn't put a foot wrong at all in this heat. You know, we haven't seen her really take any big falls. I just don't feel overly convinced on that wave.
No, it's almost by feeling you kind of think, okay, is it a 7? Because that's basically what she needs out of this ride. And again, that approach is textbook Carissa Moore. Comes from behind the section, stands up in front of her. She gets a nice opening carve. And she does a bit of a roundhouse here, gets the rebound off the whitewash, which is always risky, but she does it well. And then a bit of rail work through the inside as it gets to this final moment. A fast redirection here, little slide, but again, for me, that one big standout moment, it was kind of wasn't there. And you get the feeling if the score needs to go up into the 7s, you'd kind of need that exclamation point on the wave somewhere.
I think you can tell by the way that she was sitting on the ski then as well. She knew that it wasn't going to go there. Score, it locks in. It doesn't even go to a top 2. It's a 5-6. So Carissa Moore still chasing a 6.94 here. She's got time. She's back on the Red Bull jet ski. She's going to get back out the back. But we've seen it come down to the last minute time and time again, even just today. You know, so Katie, we spoke about it with Lulu in that last heat. Although she's pretty good at it, she has to keep her cool right now.
Yeah, she does. And, you know, she's gained so much experience over the last couple of years. She knows exactly what she needs to do here. It's a tough assignment for Carissa Moore. With under 2 minutes now, needing the 6.94. She'll be another 30 seconds or so before she will make her way back into the lineup. So at that point, it'll be about a minute to go. And unless we get a set with multiple waves in it, you would have to think that Katie Simmers might just close this one out.
I just can't get over that 2-wave set that we had from them. You know, it's easily been the highlight of my day, seeing just that 7.57, backing it up with Katie's 8.5. You mentioned she's on a bit of a longer board, but she's just throwing it around like it's absolutely nothing. So obviously we'd love to see them both have a moment here, but you can see Katie, we talk about her being quite reserved, maybe a little bit more chill. She is paddling straight towards Carissa Moore right now.
Oh, absolutely. She just, she wants the win here. This is another huge one in the scheme of things. Semi-final finish at Margaret River. That starts to become a keeper result for the world title conversation. And she is going to stay very close to Carissa Moore here. She knows exactly what she needs to do. Under a minute now.
Katie Simmers, you know, this isn't even just a heat win for her. This is taking down one of her idols, one of those women that she's grown up just idolizing and dreaming of being like. She's beaten her before over in Brazil back in 2023, and then she went on to win the entire event. Who knows, we might see that kind of be a bit of a trajectory, a bit of a repetition. If Katie gets Carissa, she might just go all the way to the win here. 30 seconds to go. And again, similar to what we saw happen to Molly in that last quarterfinal, Margie's holding back on waves.
Yeah, we've just seen so much energy in the ocean over this past week and this morning as well. We had plenty of waves coming through, but looks like the sets have just laid down a little bit. You can see the sets approaching, but they're not going to be here for another minute or two. We'll count this one down.
Wow. Katie Simmers getting a big win over an informed Carissa Moore. She put her best foot forward on that 7.57 and had one of the most vicious laybacks. But Katie, just with that big 8.5, the way she surfed it, it was going to be hard to come close to matching that.
Yeah, that was the best wave of the entire heat, and Katie was on it. And she did some incredible surfing on it. Good signs, though, for Carissa Moore in terms of the form that she's showing. Mama Riss is back, and she is in scintillating form, so good signs for the rest of the year, but she'll pack her bags and set her sights towards the Gold Coast.
Now, we've got the semi-finals all set now. It is going to be Lana Silva and Katie Simmers battling out in semi-final number 2. It's not done with competition today, though. We still have a really exciting WSL 50 celebration heat with Dave McCauley, Jacob Wilcox and Claire Babalakwa. And Vorno, I believe you're down there to talk to our celebs.
This is so good. Yeah, the Margaret River Pro Finals Day might be tomorrow, but the specialty heat is about to hit the water with three of the all-time legends from the West, and none bigger than Dave Mack, a Masters World champ, former number 3 in the world. G'day, mate. Good to see you.
How you going, Vorno? Yeah, good to be here.
And when was the last time you put on a rashie, in a big pro event, or the Margaret River Pro, I should say?
Oh, Margaret River Pro, geez, we're talking 15 years or more. Yeah, but and definitely no jet ski assist, so that'll be the first time for me.
You'll be loving that, mate.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely at my age, yeah.
Now, you competed in that famous 1990 event with the huge waves out here. Give us some of your memories from that one.
I actually got knocked out by Jake Paddo the day before, and it was massive, and you know, it's so iconic remembering Tommy Curran's wave all the way to the river mouth, like 12-foot wave right through to there, and no, it was just an epic event. Barton won it in perfect conditions the next day.
And you're a former champ here as well, mate. What are your memories of taking this thing out in front of the local crowd?
Yeah, I was just talking to Chippo about that. I had to paddle out around the priority buoy, which was, you know, probably I did it about 5 or 6 times in the final. Tommy didn't want to do it, so I had the priority situation under control, I guess.
That's so good getting over the top of Tommy.
Yeah, no, he was the man. In the 80s, he was pretty much unbeatable. Yeah, shout out to Tommy, love that guy.
Well, mate, we can't wait to see you surfing out here on Anzac Day in front of a home crowd. Enjoy it. Enjoy the ski more than anything, mate.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. We love it.
And we'll come over here now to Claire Bevilacqua. G'day, Bevo. How are you, mate?
A little squat for me.
I'll come down. I'll come
down to my level. It's a good level down here.
What are your last memories of competing here, or your best memories even?
I mean, the closest memories is just battling with the best girls in the state for the trials, you know, every year. I describe it as like a gladiator fight, you know, there's no jet ski assist and it's 4 rounds to the final, and everyone's really good, and you're just getting absolutely beaten down by Margaret River. It owns you, and you got to step up, and just, yeah, it's an incredible place. It really separates, you know, everybody.
Yeah, and we've seen some really memorable performances out here over the years. Jodie Cooper, Pauline Mensah, Pam Burridge, right through to what we're seeing now. What's been sort of like the biggest difference in the way that surfers have approached this wave, in particular the end section?
I don't know. Well, I think it's kind of the same thing. I just remember the older chicks, like growing up, I was trying to explain it today, they were just being so daunting, you know, the generation from Girls Can't Surf, and they were so hardcore, and I just would, you know, they were my role models, so I just had to, you know, take it all on and yeah, give it my best, I guess. I don't know. Well,
look, you're a hard-charging woman, and one of the best sort of sends I've ever seen out here was Naughty Pauline back in 1990, that big comp we were talking about. She has that classic footage of just going over the Niagara Falls. Yeah, how much did those women inspire you to charge?
Yeah, all of them, every single one of them. You know, we all had to step up on the day. I'm born and raised in Perth. It wasn't normal for me to surf this stuff, and you show up on the day and you pull this strength and motivation from places that you didn't know you had, and it's a lot of ego, you know. You're competitive. You're not really doing it because you want to surf that. You're doing it because, you know, you have to, and you have to step up on the day, and I love that. Like, I love pushing myself. I love having the other girls push us. So yeah, it's the same thing, like, it's, you know, different generation, but we're all just pushing our limits, and I'm trying to show up every day, every single day.
Good on you, mate. Well, you've always charged and done a wonderful job in that regard, and it's just amazing to see what that legacy has led to now. We can't wait to see you out there. Have a great time.
Cheers, no pressure.
No pressure at all. And Chippo, g'day, mate. How are you?
Hey, I'm going great. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How good does it feel to be here on Anzac Day, you know, getting the rashy on and surfing in front of your home crowd again?
Oh, yeah, it's awesome to be here on Anzac Day. It was a big win for Georgie here too, doing it for the Anzacs this morning, and yeah, get another shot at it out there, mate. Get to put the rashy on. I thought it was all over, so get another sniff. I'm not sure if I'm legend status. I think the real legends kind of had a few knee niggles, so I got a little call up, so see how I go, but yeah.
Mate, look, everyone here is, I think it's the biggest crowd they've ever had here at Margaret River, and they want to see good surfing, and what a treat it is to have another opportunity to give them some entertainment, especially against Bevo and Dave, two people who would have inspired you as a grom.
Oh yeah, 100%, especially Dave. I remember him pushing me into waves up north when I was like 12 years old, and that was my first experience with Dave, always giving so much back to me, so it's going to be a pleasure to share a few lefts on him, share a few lefts with him out there, throw back the clock a bit. See if you can get the longest ride.
Mate, he's a world-renowned as one of the nicest guys in surfing, but he's won a Masters World title and he finished number 3 in the world. He must have a fair bit of mongrel under there somewhere.
100%, mate. What happens in the water stays in the water of DMAC, but I heard he was an absolute dog to compete against. And but he's the nicest person on the land, so that just shows you can turn it on, you turn it off, and what happens in the water stays in the water.
Good on you, mate. Well, yeah, thanks so much for getting out there in the specialty heat. Can't wait to see what you guys bring out there. You guys can head out if you like.
Yeah.
And yeah, this will be a lot of fun. 3 WA absolute icons paddling out to entertain the crowd here at Anzac Day. Jess, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, we love it, Forno. It's a big looking afternoon. We've got a packed crowd. It's Anzac Day. We've got legends hitting the water for the WSL 50 celebration heat. We've got legends coming in the booth as well. Ronnie Blakey, Flick Parmentier, and the one, the only, Jake the Snake Patterson coming in for the call.
Today we got picked up in style by our mate Jackson at Scenic. Been doing a bit of a winery tour all day today. First winery we went to was Lana Silva, which was beautiful. Got to taste a lot of their wines there. We've seen these beautiful wineries from bird's eye view, which is nice. They look even prettier from the sky.
We're here at Aravina doing a bit of a tasting. Currently on the Cab Sauv, which is I'm a red wine guy. This is my favourite.
We are at Lewin Estates, probably the best vineyard I've ever been to.
We got to do the tour of the barrel room and basically sample some wine straight out of the barrel.
There's also a challenge on who can guess the actual amount of barrels in this cool room. I think it's about 4,926 mark is what I'm thinking as I do my calculations in my head.
We've done an amazing wine tasting, about 4 or 5 Chardonnays in a row. That's the one. That's the one. My tongue is getting more educated. This is a glorious experience. I want to stay.
It's been an incredible day and it's an incredible venue here.
We've had the most beautiful day today, honestly. Just seeing this region and landing in on the chopper and doing all that, it's just like, you can't get better than this.
Feeling very lucky to be in the West and to experience this.
Welcome back to the show. What a day it's been already. Started with that Anzac dawn service. A big crowd turning out for that, and they haven't gone anywhere. Watching the finals bracket take shape here at the second stop in the championship tour as we get set for a special treat celebrating 50 years of the professional sport. And we've brought in someone who's been there for all those 50 years.
I feel like it too.
On tour, Jake Patterson, a WA icon. Jake, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. Hi, Flick.
Hello, mate.
Felicity Parmentier, also, of course, a legend in these parts, a legend globally for her big wave pursuits and her time on the championship tour as well. But this is going to be fun because we're going to watch some of your heroes growing up out there in this lineup and some new gen WA greats, Jacob Wilcox, Bronte Macaulay as well. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, it's going to be a great time. Just like absolute icons, people that I've looked up to all these years and, you know, people that I've surfed with. You know, Jacob and I were similar ages, so I grew up with him. And, yeah, it's going to be fun to watch these surfers battle it out. And Claire Bevo, I mean, what an absolute icon. We're saying she hasn't aged today. She looks exactly the same as what she did when she was on the championship tour. So I'm looking forward to seeing Bevo, take Margaret River main break for a spin. It's going to be good.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Claire Bevilacqua looks exactly like she did when she was competing on the championship tour. She hasn't aged a day. Jake, unfortunately, I can't say the same for you. not looks-wise. No, you look fantastic. But you got an injury. That's why you're not out there. And Taj Burrow also, another fossil falling apart.
Yeah, the old boys have really got some damage on themselves. I did my knee out surfing out at Margaret's last Saturday. It was on Canoa's board. So, yeah, a bit bummed, but happy to be here with you guys.
Mate, it's going to be a lot of fun, and we've got a lot to talk about because we've had changes to the tour schedule this year and how we're going to crown our world champions in 2026. That's exciting stuff. We've also seen the semi-finals take shape here on a tricky day of competition, Flick, and some big upsets today.
Oh, yeah, we've seen some big upsets. Today, I mean, was a day of being adaptable. It was super tricky. You know, one thing, we haven't had competition, you know, run for almost 6 days right now, so to try and find your feet again and pick up that momentum wasn't easy. Two, I mean, there was still a lot of size out there. There were some chunky sets. There was a lot of lump and bump. So anyone that advanced through today, I feel like, yeah, I mean, you're really connected to the ocean. I mean, Gabriel Medina comes to mind, just the way he read the ocean this morning and where he placed his turns was pretty incredible. And Italo, I mean, look, I mean, also the Brazilians just absolutely dominating the draw. So, yeah, a few big sort of storylines playing out here this morning.
Plenty of stuff to talk about, but let's get back out into the lineup for this celebration heat. Jacob Wilcox steps off onto this one. Beautiful turn there. This guy, he just missed out on getting back to the championship tour this year. Jake wanted to put in a big performance here. Looked good in the opening rounds. He's such a good surfer.
He is indeed. And, you know, I go back to the last, it was this year, well, finished this year, the Challenger, but last year he had that bad knee injury. So, like, he won the first Challenger event and everyone thought it'd be a walk-up start for him to re-qualify, but then kind of came back maybe a little bit too early with his knee injury and didn't quite give himself the best opportunity for the later on in the other events.
It must be so difficult to make that decision because, you know, at that level, if you've had a win and you can squeak through a couple of heats, add some points, you are a really good shot at making it. But he did struggle through the back half of that Challenger Series schedule. But, yeah, hopefully Jacob gives it another go. You can guarantee in the meantime what he'll do is go back to doing what he's always done, and that is collect clips. He's been like Taj Burrow in that respect, maybe inspired by Taj. He's always dropped amazing edits in addition to chasing championship tour glory.
Oh, his walk-to-walk cape thing. Have you done that YouTube thing? That's incredible.
Yeah.
Like, it's just to see what WA's got to offer. It's such a special place, and you can walk from literally cape to cape and in a couple of days, and there's people to pick you up and take you to hotels, or you can rough it out and do the whole thing by yourself. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, really cool. A lot of fishing involved, but yeah, 130 kilometres of surfable coastline. You know, 75 known kind of breaks, but plenty of beaches along the way as well. And it's one of my favourite things to do here when everyone's chasing the reef breaks is heading just down the track, walking past gas, I won't say where, and finding a couple of little barrels. But yeah, check out Cape to Cape. Jacob Wilcox's most recent drop. But this is great because Dave McCauley, obviously, we've seen a fair bit of his surfing over the last decade, just with Bronte travelling on tour. He was always out there, that trademark cap on, but still surfing great. And it wasn't too long ago, 2013, he got himself a Masters world title, which was great for someone who had a couple of third-place finishes on the championship tour.
Oh, Dave's just an absolute icon of the sport. Looks like maybe Bevo having a little sniff, but it looks like, yeah, Bevo.
Yeah, Claire Bevilacqua. Hard-charging former CT campaigner. Doesn't mind stepping up onto the bigger boards when she gets out at main break here. She's going to pin drop her way out of this one. Claire, she was on tour when you had your little stint.
Yeah, my little stint. I believe that, yeah, she was someone who I always looked up to. I mean, obviously, coming from Western Australia, we didn't have that many women, you know, surfing. So any women that were on the championship tour or, you know, professional from Western Australia, sort of obviously gravitating towards, and any kind of time that, you know, I could spend with them is invaluable. I always remember the first time, as we see just what Jacob got done on the left here, there was a split peak, so Jacob just cruising his way through this one. But yeah, I remember the first time I ever met Bevo. It was a King of the Point event at Trig. Oh, goes the air. And King of the Point event at Trig Point and in Perth. and I was about 12 years old at the time, and they have this Queen of the Point division, and Bevo, so we see some cool water cam footage there. But yeah, Bevo was in the Queen of the Point division, and I was like 12 years old at the time, and I could not believe that Bevo was competing in this event. And I was like, oh, I was so scared to go and talk to her, you know, because Bevo's like this big, dominating, cool personality. And I was like, oh, a bit standoffish. And my dad was like, go say hello, go say hello. And my dad was like, fine, like, I'll walk over with you. And we walk over to Bevo, and she's like, oh, what's your name, Grom? And I was like, so terrified to even say my name. And I was like, oh, I don't know. My dad answers, and he's like, oh, her name's Felicity. She's like, I wasn't asking you. And it just like will go down forever in my, it's just so funny. It's so classic Bevo. Just she's, you know, she is who she is, and I just love her personality. And like, we're good friends today. You know, it's pretty crazy to think back, you know, when I was 12 years old, my wildest dreams that I would call Bevo like a good mate. But yeah, it was cool to obviously watch her career evolve over the years, and you know how you know, incredible her performances were when it came to Waves of Consequence, and really pushing that bar for women's surfing when it came to, you know, tube riding at places like Pipe and Backdoor, and always giving it a nudge there with, you know, people like Kiala Kennelly, and you know, she's had good performances at Sunset over the years too. So yeah, she's always someone I looked up to, and yeah, just classic, iconic Bevo. You know, she's funny, man.
I remember that. Well, she was forever sponsored by Volcom during her professional career, so she'd always stay at the Volcom house, and that sort of puts you in the kind of company that you can't hide from. They're going to drag you out into that lineup. They're going to will you into some of the biggest sets that break over there at Pipe. But Dave McCauley still hanging about on tour, Jake, when you joined the tour ranks?
Yeah, he was just finishing up when I started, and he was actually my first coach. Like John Malloy from Creatures of Leisure hired Macca to teach me his tricks to the trade, and really helped me immensely from day dot. So I was pretty lucky in that sense, because Dave and me kind of cut from the same cloth kind of thing, like the grindy kind of hard work, kind of like maybe not the most talented, but like the grit kind of determination. Don't give up. Yeah, don't give up. Like
never say die.
Yeah, keep the good guys honest kind of thing. So
but, it's funny because Dave, you know, really committed and dedicated, and you know, certainly gave it everything and threw himself into those big battles against huge names, and loved being the underdog. And I know you took some cues from him, but you had a different path once the contest was over, didn't you? With how you attacked the nightlife. I don't remember Dave having that kind of same reputation for really sucking the marrow out of the nightlife on tour.
Oh, you know, when the contest was all done and dusted, had a little ale or two with the boys.
Yeah, and he is still surfing as much as anyone. Do you reckon he surfs more than anyone else on this stretch of coast?
Oh, 100%. He owns left-handers. I think he's, you know, staked his little pins down on the beach there and go, this is the Macca little spot.
Yeah, it was sort of always fun coming over here early days of the Margaret River Pro, and you know, Dave and his little family just travelling up and down the coast, doing the surf check, which, you know, sometimes it can be a 6-hour surf check here on this stretch of coast. So many waves and obviously so many different conditions, but you know, you've got to have a pretty capable four-wheel drive in these parts, don't you, to explore some of the isolated breaks.
Oh, totally. Oh, you were saying, as we see Bevo here up and riding, going right. Looks like she might have found a little bit of bowly face here.
Oh, still surfing well. Beautiful swooping bottom
yeah,
turns.
It's nice. Nice little crack. But yeah, to your point, you do need a four-wheel drive for sure. You've got 75 breaks that are known and heaps to go and explore. And I think the best thing about WA is that it doesn't matter, you know, I think like it's really rare in this day. Full water angle here, footage of D-Mac just going straight into the lip on a chunky section on the left. And nice little wrap there to finish. But yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be a wave that you can find that there's not many crew on it. And I think that's what makes WA so special, you know. It's one of the things that makes it so hard to get to, is that it's so remote, but that's the beauty of the place, is that you can still have these magical moments with not many crew in the water and some waves to yourself.
Jake, talk to us about just the influence of Macca and being a surfer shaper himself, because you were always taking an interest in shaping your own boards as well.
Yeah, I actually was sponsored by Act surfboards from Japan, and Dave actually shaped me a couple of boards that I rode on tour. So I really enjoy the knowledge of knowing what my surfboard's doing and how to improve for different conditions, what boards and what rocker and what fin placements and width of noses and all kinds of stuff like that. I really enjoyed all that part of the surfboard building process, and obviously Dave, back in the day, all those guys used to shape their own boards when Dave started. So it was only a little while after that he started riding Cole Adams boards. So.
Well, we've been doing a lot of talk about the shapers. Obviously, the Surfboard Empire Shaper Rankings presented by Veya gives a lot of credit to the shapers who are putting boards under the feet of the world's best. But who are the sort of shapers at the top end, the underground craftsmen in this region at the moment?
That's a good point. It's so hard because if you're not from WA, you've got to import your surfboard. So they all import and the cost goes right up. So the local guys, Al Bean comes to mind. Mick Manolis, when I was a kid, he was my favourite shaper. There's Flick, help me out. There's a bunch.
Well, is Von from here too?
Yeah,
from here as well.
Yep.
Yeah, you got Grub back in the day as well, who, I rode a few of Grub's boards back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. We like to shed a bit of light on the core crew. Love to see it. Claire Bevilacqua's busted her leash, so she'll fix that up and get back out there. But we love it. Look, I've got to ask you guys, for us, coming back to WA each year is an opportunity to, drink in everything this experience has to offer. Over 150 wine producers, 100 cellar doors. How many of those 100 cellar doors have you ticked off, Jake?
All of them, mate.
And which is your favourite?
Oh, geez. There's so many. They're all so good. Let me have a
sort of like you don't really have one that's your favourite. It's good to mix it up, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can't just drink one sort of wine for the rest of your life. That's the beauty of it. If you you like something, you buy a bottle or a box, and then you go, okay, move on to the next one. You buy a bottle or a box, and then all of a sudden your wine collection has 1,000 bottles in it. And it's pretty unbelievable region.
For sure. We did Glenardi Road last year. We did Lewin Estate this year. One of my favourites is Aravina. They've got the Surf Museum up there, which has your board from your Pipe Masters victory on show. As we see Jacob Wilcox up at the moment. Clean backhand attack that he possesses. Saw him take a win in the opening round of the event this year. But yeah, the Surf Museum up at Aravina, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Not just from myself and Taj, and I think you've even got some stuff in there, Flick, but it goes way, way back to the 70s and 60s and stuff, of where the pioneer of the region and all the, my dad was one of the first guys to surf Yelling Up and stuff. So pretty cool old photos and some memorabilia stuff there to go check out.
Yeah, definitely. And that you mentioned some of those earlier surfers who came down from Perth, Cliff Hills, Rob Birch. They explored the Margaret River region, and Yelling Up, it was really where they started surfing, because Main Break was obviously very isolated and a little freaky to tackle. But they eventually made their way down here, and then this place is just famous for its core crew. And Flick, you can probably rattle off who some of the statesmen are in the lineup here at Marg, some of the legends.
Oh man, I mean, there is a fair few. When it comes to Main Break, I mean, I think the coolest thing about the community down here is, look, going for a surf is not just going for a surf. You're going for a social surf, right? And every single morning down here in the car park, without a doubt, you see the same guys, and it's really cool because, surfing and the competition format, but it's so much more than that, and it means so much to the community, right? And this break gives so many people so much purpose and drive in life, and coming down here every morning and seeing what the ocean's doing. And it doesn't matter how big it is, there will always be someone out there willing to give it a crack. We're talking, it might be 15 to 20 foot, and there's the same guys every single morning tackling it. But yeah, it's cool. But then equally, they tackle it out the back, but then they come in and they'll spend another hour up here with all their best mates, just chewing the fat on the shore and debriefing about what happened in the surf. And it happens every day here, so it's cool. I think the best thing is the community here, in Margs.
Yeah, it is a core crew, and getting amongst the core out there at the moment is Vaughan Blakey.
Yeah, Ronnie, I'm just pinching myself up here in the Stone and Wood Bar because when I was little Grom, if you told me that I would one day be sitting here at Margaret River watching Dave McCauley go at it, I wouldn't have believed you. He was one of my all-time heroes when I was a Grom. We had photos on our wall, and it was a while ago. Like, I had hair, Richie Lovett had hair, Snake Lips had hair, even Dave Mack had hair back then. But I'm still pinching myself because this is a dream come true, mate. And being up here amongst all the crew in the Stone and Wood Bar, everyone is just smiling their heads off. The vibes are so high. And the crowd is as big as any surf comp I've ever seen. And the unofficial beer of the Margaret River Pro is absolutely making vibes even higher. So I don't know what to tell you other than this is the greatest day ever. I'm frothing.
Oh, we'll take it. And we've got Dave Mack on the outside taking a wave here at the moment. And yeah, have a look at this guy. He just won't stop. Just keeps on the attack there, throwing everything at it. Well, he's bored.
There goes another knee.
Yeah. He's bored, completed the rotation. But Dave Mack, he's lost his hat. Ripped the hat off it. But yeah, still surfing incredibly well. And yeah, enjoyed watching Bronte compete here too. She really kept the hopes of the hometown crowd alive on the women's side for a number of years with some big performances. But here's the replay, Fleck.
Oh, it's cool. Like, it just brings me back. One of my favourite waves down here is Dave Macker's favourite wave, and that's lefties, right? And this guy surfs so... I don't think there's anyone on the planet that surfs better than what Dave Macker does at his age. I mean, he's obviously been at the forefront for so many years, right? But it is actually insane. When you go down to lefties, I mean, and you watch that guy surf and command that lineup and where he puts his board and how critical he is, it's amazing, really. And what he gets out of his body at his age, it's incredible to watch.
He must be mid-60s, right?
I'm assuming, yeah, he has to be.
I'm calling that he's the best mid-60s surfer in the world.
Oh, 100%.
Like, I'll throw it out there if anyone can name a better one, because he surfs way more than anyone I know.
Oh, yeah.
He loves it still. He's still a full little frothing grommet. Like, every day he gets his bike and rides down to lefties and does his deal. It's pretty sick.
It is awesome. Yeah, this is really cool. Great to have everyone down here sticking around. I heard that they're going to keep this crowd locked in this afternoon. Chance that there could be some action from the opening day competition. A record-breaking day, 28 heats we got through on the first day of the event window here in some pretty pumping conditions. But hasn't this location, Jake, just absolutely sort of changed in the mindset of the competitors now, as opposed to sort of being a really tricky big wave location? It's now referred to as a high-performance big wave. And, you know, you can't just sort of pick off a big set and kind of survive it anymore. You've got to really attack it. And we've seen some huge performances here in the last decade or two.
Yeah, what I've really loved about this year, lefts. We've seen some good lefts. Like, they've actually not put the blinkers on and only gone right. We've seen some pretty big scores, especially in the women, going left. So, I mean, back in my day, we went left more than we went right kind of deal. But, yeah, everyone, like, I did a little thing for Snake Tails for this event, like what size boards everyone bought kind of thing. They still travel with tiny boards. Like, you know, the biggest board I think someone bought was 6'6". So that's one of the, like George is one of the taller guys. The girls is unbelievable. Like 6'0s is the biggest boards they bought. Like, and the opening day, that Thursday must have been 10 to 12 foot. So, and everyone surfed that day.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, we'll look forward to diving into those highlights, no doubt. Through our post-show at the end of this event. We were talking earlier about Jacob Wilcox, his amazing journey doing the Cape to Cape route, and let's see what you can enjoy if you travel in those footsteps.
My name's Chloe Deacon. I'm the Caring for Coast Program Officer for Nature Conservation, Margaret River.
My name's Zach. I'm a Warandy man, a saltwater man of the southwest of Western Australia on Warandy Budja here from the Cape to Cape region.
The Cape to Cape track is 135 kilometres long. It's a world-class hiking trail. There is a plethora of different landscapes and environmental types along the Cape to Cape track.
It's a great place to be immersed within the region, see the beautiful country.
You can start at either end, from Cape Naturalist in the north to Cape Leeuwin in the south. So one of the biggest environmental threats along the Cape to Cape track is us as humans and erosion from people not sticking to the trails. That has a really long-term effect. Our role at nature conservation is to connect people to country and community out in the natural environment, and we build respect through education and getting people out on country and actually doing the conservation work.
The Antelope Association works along the Cape to Cape track. We do track maintenance, restoration, rehabilitation and prevention of erosion.
We have several revegetation events throughout the yard. We've planted hundreds of plants and we're building a resilient ecosystem to undo the fragmentation that's happened through human activity and bolster it for our wildlife.
What I'd like to see in the future for the Cape to Cape track is more people getting involved in looking after and preserving country, because collectively it's about all of us looking after country together. As our elders say, that if we look after country together, country will look after all of us.
Oh, that just looks magical. Incredible scenery and obviously great experiences to be enjoyed. Zach Webb is the cultural custodian. I know that Miguel Pupo, he took a trip with Zach and got the lowdown on some bush tucker and a lot of just the traditions for the Wadundy people. And yeah, it was really a lot to learn. And I know Miggy absolutely loved it, ate up the experience, obviously. And yeah, we're super grateful to have Nuni Zach and also Simon Zuvic, who's an Injabandi man, and just always just shares just such positive stories and is a great educator. And it's really awesome that they welcome us here the way that they do. There's a beautiful shot of Margaret River. And yeah, how good is that? Taking it in. That's sort of where it starts for the Groms in this region, right? Where their surfing journey starts down there on the shoreys.
Oh, it starts at River Dog. That's what it's famously known for. Yeah, it's just like a fun little rip bowl right-hander. And yeah, a lot of the greats have cut their teeth out there, including Jack Robbo. But yeah, oh man, I mean, the Cape to Cape, we saw so many beautiful pictures of it then. Hot tip, I reckon the best part of the Cape to Cape, in my opinion, is the Red Gate to Contos section. If you get the chance, it's pretty spectacular. Little hot tip, beautiful. Start at Red Gate, walk across the beach and around the corner, Bob's Hollow, and over to Contos. It's amazing.
Sounds awesome. Well, here we go. Claire Bevilacqua on the outside, big fade. And you can tell that she knows this location. Trying to set up that big opening turn. That wave just flattened out a little bit. But Claire, she's had a number of rides. Not afraid of the end section. That's for sure. Jake, let's touch on some of your magic moments as a championship tour competitor. Couple of victories at J-Bay, Sunset win, a Pipe Masters. What's the highlight for you, mate?
Well, I also won here at Margaret River at 98. So I won Pipe in 98 and here in the same year. So that's a pretty special little year for me. And my son, my first child was born in 98 as well. So
that was a
lot going on.
Yeah, 98 was a really special one, but the final at Pipe is a famous one. A real buzzer beater moment. You got the jump on Bruce Irons there. I know that we kind of can't mention your name without mentioning that famous victory. It's pretty amazing just looking back on your career now, and you must be really proud and also stoked that you're still on tour.
Yeah, I love coaching. I just feel like, as I was tipping on before, like I'm a bit of a, an underdog kind of surfer, and I use my brain and like fitness and everything else to win heats kind of thing. And I always tell the surfers I coach, if I had your ability, I probably might have won a world title kind of thing. I finished 5th in the world twice, so I was pretty. I think I was an overachiever, I think, for my ability. So if I can give that to my athletes with all the talent, it's like, should be winning world titles.
Talk to us what it's like, because your cast this year is remarkable. The surfers you're working with, they're so different. They're at different stages of their career. Run us through it. Al Cleland Jr., he's an absolute wild card of a human.
He is a wild card. It's like, is it Al or is it Matt Hoy reincarnated as Al? I mean, he's got so raw, and like he wears his heart on his sleeve, and he gives everything he gets, but he gets down pretty easy if things don't go well for him. So I'm just trying to manage that way of always trying to keep him on a good level playing field. And the Kanoa's, like, for me, is the best Kanoa's ever surfed this year. He's looking
really
super
good.
sharp, and he's lost a couple of heats like that, you know, could have maybe gone his way. And then the girls is, you know, Erin Brooks is, I'm pretty sure she's the best woman surfer I've ever seen. We haven't seen anything what she can do in a heat yet, but from what I've seen of free surfing is just incredible. And I've got the GOAT, Steph. So, and this event was the worst for me ever.
Oh,
First
man.
round is for the girls, and they match each other, which is, you know, I was arguing with Renato because Tyler pulled out. They had to reseed it, and they wouldn't have matched each other, but it didn't happen. But unfortunately, Steph, I actually thought Steph might have won that heat with her strength of her last wave, but the judges didn't think so. But yeah, unfortunately, I haven't seen the best of both of those girls yet. So, you know, hopefully coming up.
Yeah, I think in the lead up to this season getting underway, though, Fleek, their surfing has been so on point. The footage of Steph from Snapper, you expect that it's going to be brilliant, but in the punchy conditions that they had at D-Bar in the lead up to the tour getting underway, she just looks so strong.
Oh.
And then Erin, obviously, her free surfing and the latest movie drops that we've seen have been remarkable.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this year. I think Erin's, you know, last year was her first year on tour, and there's so much hype around her, and she'd already won a CT, you know, as a wild card in Fiji, and, you know, so much energy. And I feel like she probably put a lot of expectation on herself to perform to this level. And I think it was this maybe it was the post-heat interview after she had the heat with Steph on the Goldie, and I can't remember who was doing it, but they basically asked her, you know, like, is this how you thought it would play out? She's like, no, like, I set super high expectations for myself. I thought that I might have, you know, it just hasn't played out the way I wanted it to. And I think maybe with a year under her belt, she's been to all the different locations. You've got to be thinking that, you know, just a bit more experience, that this year is potentially going to work out a lot better for her this year.
Yeah, just the conditions the girls have had to surf in the first two events has been really trying. So for me, it's been the girls with a little bit more grit and, like, can manage the ocean a little bit better. You know, the next two events, hopefully, you know, Steph at Snapper and Erin at Raglan. That's what I'm looking forward to.
And I think this year it's going to be interesting watching Steph and Carissa. I think they've got such great perspective now on their careers. Steph having a couple of years off, Carissa also taking time out to welcome her first child to the world. And they seem to be, like, washing their losses off a little bit easier, but I think, make no mistake, that, you know, they're going to be hurting from what they failed to achieve in these first two events, and they'll be super psyched once we do get over there to the Gold Coast, because, you know, Carissa just looked deadly, even in that last quarter-final heat, but it was Katie Simmons getting the jump on Carissa and moving through to the semis. She's with Vaughn Blakey.
Katie, thank you. That was an incredible battle, and you and Carissa, you know, you had a lot of time to think about this heat, but one thing I noticed about your approach out there was you were just going so fast, like you had rockets under your board, and when the sections came up, you just ripped into them with such ferocious intent, and I just thought it was an amazing performance.
Thank you. I mean, I think going fast is the best feeling in surfing, so I'm always chasing that, no matter if I'm in a heat or if I'm free surfing. And I knew that I had to hit the lip and get in, like, a steep part of the wave to even do a dent against Carissa, because she's one of the best surfers of all time. And I was just watching videos of her when I was like 10 years old, you know, so it's pretty special to have a heat like that. And I think I'll remember that for a while, that heat.
For sure. Far out. I mean, you said in the lead up to this one that you're actually a bit scared of Carissa, and for good reason. She's such a hero. But I honestly thought that the way you attacked that entire ocean and the setup and even the fear was, I don't know, reflective of everything about you as a competitor. You know, like, you've got to want those battles to do really well in them.
I think, yeah, in terms of the fear, I feel like fear can be healthy in a way, and especially all of us girls here, I feel like we kind of like a little bit of fear, because you wouldn't really be here if you didn't crave that feeling of, like, being a little bit, or not even a little bit, really intimidated and kind of scared of each other, but also you kind of have to have the confidence to believe in yourself. And I had the belief in myself, but I was also scared at the same time. And I feel like you need both of those things to win the heat. You can't have, if you just think you're the biggest, best woman in the house, then you're gonna kind of like almost maybe just blow it, you know? But if you have a little bit of fear and like obviously respect for Carissa, and so I just wanted to go surf as best as I could, and I believe I did that, and I'm proud and I'm happy.
That is awesome. And well, speaking of you know, the best girls in the house right now, it is Gabby and Molly in terms of the rankings, and they're both out. So a great opportunity here for you on finals day.
Yeah, I think it's, honestly, I don't really think about the rankings. It's like second event, so it'll all even out and happen, and whoever's got the steadiest flow will win, I think.
I like that. Well, I'm telling you, you've...
I'll try to have the steady flow.
You're syncing up, Katie. Yeah, it looks like it anyway. That was unreal. That was one of the best, you know, proper world champ bug fests I've seen in a while, and it was just great to see two champions going at it. What a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honored to be here and honored to be able to surf in one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in. Yeah, thank you, Vaughn. I appreciate it. And I also am just so grateful for like the amount of love I'm surrounded by every day. Like I have my boyfriend here and my best friend, and it's just like, it's so special. And I feel like that's honestly one of the hugest part of enjoying life, and I can't really do good in heats unless I'm enjoying myself. So yeah, I feel good.
That is wisdom, Katie. That is pure wisdom. Thank you. Enjoy tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Good on you.
Heck yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Katie Simmers feeling comfortable, enjoying herself, loving her time here in the West like we all do. And looking deadly. That was a big heat win. You know, she surfed the final here against Gabriella Bryan last year, and Gabriella Bryan just overpowered Katie. So she obviously went out there thinking to herself, I need to attack the steepest parts of these walls to overcome someone who's got that power edge on me. She did it really well.
Yeah, I mean, she looked incredible. On paper, I was really looking forward to that quarter. I think, you know, for me, it came down to wave size. I mean, Katie just chose a bigger wave and maintained that speed the whole way through. We see Jacob absolutely loading up to just, ooh.
Just face plant.
Just a face plant. But yeah, I just think it came down to wave selection. Katie just chose a bigger, powerful wave, and yeah, just capitalised on that.
I want to talk to you two about the changes to the format. But before I do, Jake, I want you to share some thoughts on the incredible woman sitting next to us, Felicity Parmentier, who really her big wave pursuits started with your older brother just taking her out into lineups where you were just thinking, don't do it. Don't do it, bro. But yeah, rode the biggest wave a woman had ever tackled in Australia, right here on this coast, not too far away. What was it like when you saw that vision?
Oh, it's just crazy. I mean, what are you thinking, Flick? I mean, the big wave career is like you've got to be a couple of twisties short of the pack.
Well, look, my body's paying for it now. Yeah. We're just talking about it. So, yeah, I'm a bit beaten up these days. But
tell us about that foray into big wave surfing after your CT career, though, Flick, because that was huge.
It was big, but I didn't think it was that big. I think it's one of those things when you let go of a rope, you don't really have a good idea of how big a wave is until you see imagery or photos. You're like, oh.
So it's on your head.
Well, it was quite big, wasn't it? But yeah, look, I've always loved bigger waves, and I think it's just what we talk about with everyone that comes from WA. We're just so used to the power. You know, I was 10 years old and it'd be 10 foot and my dad would be like, we're going out of Mainbrae. And I'd be like, I don't want to. And he'd be like, well, we're going. And I'd be like, okay. And then, you know, I can look back on it now and laugh, but at the time I was scared, but now I have to thank him for it because it's given me a lot in my life. But yeah, look, I made the transition and I think it was probably one of the best things I did. It was it wasn't even I wasn't setting out to be a big wave surfer or anything like that. I was just going to have some fun and let go of a rope. And from that day onwards out at Cowbommy, which is where it happened, a few kilometres up the road in Quarterfinal Bay, yeah, I just really was like, whoa, okay, this is fun. And I just love the camaraderie within it. You know, we spoke, it was Ant-Man, yeah, your brother that kind of towed me into those waves, and I just love that. There's a real safety element to it, and there's a real life or death sort of element to it. So people are not stuffing around so much, and I just really like the team aspect, and you form really great friendships. I think that's something that's come from that part of my life a lot, that like these really strong connections with people, and that's generally what happens when you're towing someone into a wave that potentially could be make or break. So yeah, it's been cool. And
what year was that?
2015.
2015. I think it's still the biggest wave, right?
In Oz, yeah.
In Oz.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's huge. But obviously since then, your big wave career has, you know, continued to flourish. Getting an invite to the Eddie, what was that like, heading over there and competing?
Oh, scary, Ron. It was scary. I think it was something I always dreamed of, but you know, women weren't always invited to the Eddie, so it was it was a dream. And then it was only until a couple of years ago that they announced that they were going to have women invitees, and yeah, it was pretty special. I think it's the highlight, it's the pinnacle of my career, really, and it is something I will never forget. Walking down to that beach that morning with, I've never seen crowds like. There's literally like 20 to 30,000 people on the beach. Not 1 inch of sand available, cliff available. People camp overnight, like from 2 a.m. in the morning. There's people on those cliffs like marking out their spot, and it's a pretty daunting feeling. Hey, I don't know what, like catching a wave's scary in the heat, but navigating that shore break is probably one of the scariest things I've done in my life. And trying to time it onto a jet ski to get out the back. But look, it was pretty cool. It'll go down as probably one of the greater moments in my life for sure. And yeah, well, big wave surfing's cool. It is a cool sport, but. Yeah, it'll go down.
Oh, we're so proud of you.
Memories.
That was amazing. We loved watching you compete, and we love watching your big bro compete in the Eddie too, Jake. He almost got the W a couple of times.
He
did. A couple of thirds he had.
A couple of thirds, and yeah, he had a great competitive career on the North Shore as well. But yeah, that must have been a really proud moment for Western Australia, having another surfer get the call up to compete in the Eddie.
Oh, it's incredible for him. I mean, he's won Sunset as well. So I think just the waves down here, as Flick was pointing out before, we feel really comfortable in the deeper, heavier waves. So yeah, Ant-Man's killed it for such a small guy. And he's done some crazy stuff down at the right, like you've seen photos and stuff. Like, he's a few twisties short of the pack too.
Yeah.
He is, and yeah, he's still ripping. But let's get caught up on sort of modern day pro surfing, if you like. Obviously, we've been touching on the changes. Really exciting period there, 5 years with the WSL finals, and a unique way to crown our world champs. And, you know, for the most part, the most consistent surfer did win. The #1 seed was victorious. The only person that really suffered during the WSL finals was Carissa Moore.
Twice.
So that was obviously devastating for her, but she comes back, obviously, with a dream to see where her surfing's at and maybe chase world title glory with her daughter on the beach, which is great to see. But what do you think about the change back to the format and the big one, extra points for the Pipe Masters?
Yeah, I love it. I actually love the top 5 thing. I thought it was super, innovative and like super exciting, but it's just not really fair. I feel like the best surfer for the year not necessarily is going to win, because it all comes down to that one day, and if you're not feeling good that day or something doesn't go quite, it's one of the only sports you've got to deal with Mother Nature so dramatically in our sport. So the new tour format is great. Finishing a pipe, which is everyone wants to see, and for more points, so you can actually, it'll make it exciting no matter what, because I don't think anyone will get such a big lead that there won't be anyone, if they win pipe, can't catch them. So
yeah,
it's going to be exciting.
If you're a contender, if you're at that top end of the rankings, and someone who's sitting in #1 doesn't have the chops in those waves of consequences on a pipe on a big day, their world title hopes are in the balance, and they need to prove themselves to get that title, which has always kind of been the way, or more often than not been the way that champs have been crowned. But I think almost having pipe as a major event for the championship tour, Flick, has been a really positive change.
Oh, totally. It's core surf fans and myself, all of us in this booth, we want to see that. We want to see the world title get decided there. I think the thing with the 15,000 points too is that, as we see DMAC just absolutely nail that section. But
are we the judges for this thing, or is this just it's a celebration and we're not like throwing out numbers here? Is that what's going on?
Dave's winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say the other cool thing is even the surfers at the lower end, of the seeding who are, potentially going to, end up off tour, it kind of keeps their dreams alive too of, hang on a second, if I do get a big result here, I can keep my dream alive too, with just there being more points on the line. So kind of keeps everyone in it, because sometimes it comes to the, if we even think back to that traditional tour before WSL Final 5 in the cut, if you're kind of right at the bottom, it's like, hang on, we need an absolute miracle. And like, it still kind of keeps those crew in it as well. So like from all ends of the spectrum, I feel like it makes it such an exciting event. Most definitely, yeah. And, I've spoken to a lot of core fans who have asked my opinion on it, Snake, and it's an interesting one. A lot of people saying, oh, does that make the years that we had the WSL final asterisk years? And I was like, well, the number one surfer won for the most part, and the only person who didn't is a 5-time world champion. So no, these were legitimately the best surfers in the world through those seasons. And we've had seasons in the past where competitors have got on a mad tear and won a world title before they even got to the North Shore, John Florence included. Has Claire broken another leash? Yeah, she broke it earlier, and now I think she's just surfing without a leash. And oh, that's core. Yeah, it is core, isn't it? It's real West Aussie. Yeah, but that to me is just a vacant argument. I just go, every single world champ we've had has earned that title, and fought hard for it. No. And this year's definitely going to be no different. In fact, when you look at the talent from the bottom seed to the number one seed on both the men's and women's tour, it's probably the most incredible cast of athletes that we've had ever.
Yeah, I agree. If you throw if John was on this year, I think it'll be the best ever seen for sure. Yeah. I think he's the only one that's missing that would actually put it, for me, John is the best surfer out of Marg's right. So yeah, he's to miss him, he said he was coming back, and then he pulled a little Houdini on us and said no.
Well, obviously just chasing the dream with the family, hopefully for just one more year.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it looks like a pretty good life. But, I also think that maybe his motivation could be a fourth world title for Gabriel Medina, because those two are locked at 3 each. And that could be pretty interesting. And who knows, if Felipe can get a third title, it might spark something in him. But, it's an interesting thing. When someone steps away from the tour, the tour has a way of sort of filling that void, and you always get worthy performances. I think in challenging conditions, we had an amazing start down there at Bells. Things went pretty mad at Winky on the last 2 days of the event.
Oh, definitely. And what Jaeger had to do to beat Gabby in that semi-final was just incredible. And, Gabby's looking in crazy form here again as well. So, and he's won snapper before, so who's going to beat him?
Yeah, and then a bit of sort of a shake-up on the women's side as well, with a couple of those top names falling out of the mix. So.
Yeah, I think today Gabriella going down was a bit Molly. Of a Molly as well. I mean, the door's open, and to Vaughan's point with Katie, this is kind of valuable for you. If you can make it through to that final tomorrow, some valuable points on the line for her, and door sort of open.
That's right. Well, we're going to have a look at the GWM recap here. Jacob Wilcox stepping off early, celebrating 50 years of professional surfing here in the West, and putting on a show for the hometown crowd. Yeah, solid stuff from Jacob. And Dave McCauley out there as well.
Yeah, Dave's just put on a clinic. It just kind of, look, these are big, gnarly sections he's hitting, just going straight up into the lip. Kind of looks like I'm just looking at just another day at onshore lefties, and he's just absolutely tagging it. And we've seen Jacob tee off a couple of times on the right. And look, for what the conditions are, they're surfing it pretty good. Jacob's just looking pretty zazzy, and then Bevo, really. Let's talk about ultimate call lord. I think she's snapped about 2 leashes, and now she's surfing out there without a leash, the board, she loses her board just going after it with the ski. So real WA lordish behaviour right now.
Most definitely. Here he is again, Snake. Just on the rip and throwing everything into the final turn, going for the shot here.
Oh, yeah. I could have bet $100 that Macca wouldn't go right in the seat for sure.
Yeah, that's so true. Oh.
Been a cool event for Jacob, but I think just getting the call up just to reignite his fire and get him thinking about championship tour competition again. I know it's sort of been a little hard for him to psychologically pulling himself out of the depths after failing to get back onto the CT. But, you know, again, just showing that he's ready to put in against the big names on the CT. Won't back down.
He'll be back.
Sure. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we got 40 seconds to go here. And hopefully we see another set wave. The crowd here will certainly enjoy it. But it's been a treat for me to sit next to two of WA's finest, right up there with what Lewin Estate was serving up the other day when we were there. But yeah, it's going to be a big finals day tomorrow. Great matchups. Jake, you got any predictions on what's going to unfold on the men's side?
I think Gabby's looking pretty unbeatable for me. He's got no weakness. If someone takes to the air, he'll just go, yeah, I'll just go bigger and higher. And his power turns are looking really sharp. And on the girls' side, I think Katie's looking really sharp as well. So I think she might take the women's.
Flick.
Took the words out of my mouth. I honestly, I couldn't agree more. I think the women's for me is a little bit more open, but on the men's side, you just look at the form that Gabe's continued from Bells to here. He's just muscling his way through anything, powering his way through anything. His read on the water's so good. He's not falling either, you know, nothing is kind of shaking him. And tomorrow with even a little potentially cleaner conditions, maybe a little bit of offshore in the morning, I don't think he's going to be so hard to beat.
I know that you love it because you already mentioned it, just that underdog attitude. We got a few people chasing their first CT victories as well tomorrow. You know, is there a chance that we see a big breakthrough victory for someone, a maiden championship tour win?
Oh, maybe Sammy. Like, he's come like something new and fresh this season, I think. He's looking like he's been there and done it for a lot. Like, last year he still was kind of like looking like a bit of a grom, but this year he's like bouncing with the big boys for sure.
Love it, mate. Congratulations, Jake, on an amazing career, and look forward to seeing you on tour for the next 100 years. Flick, we'll be seeing more of you on finals day, but we got the Stone and Wood post show coming up next. It's going to be a good one. Don't miss it. Jesse Starling, Richie Lovett, and Kaipo.
to the Stone and Wood post-show of what was an incredible day setting up our semi-finalists. We ran through the women's quarterfinals and the men's quarterfinals. We lost some big names out of the draw. We also saw a bunch of buzzer beaters. It was such an entertaining and exciting day of surfing down here at Margaret River. I loved every single minute of it. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Richie Love and Uncle Kaipo. Kipes, you got to be closer to the action than any of us here in the booth. Give me your insights from the water.
It was rough out there. You know, it was jumbled. It was rough. But there was opportunities. We saw some excellent scores today. We actually saw the highest heat total of the event happen today in those jumbled waters. Some superhuman action by Medina. But yeah, it was the lefts were on offer. There was some scoring lefts, but it was really kind of figuring out that puzzle that main break presented to us today.
And Rich, am I jumping the gun in saying that GP's buzzer beater moment, George Pittars, was the highlight of your day?
Yeah, probably. No, you're not jumping the gun. It was a clutch performance from GP, and I think it just speaks to how much work he's done over the last year, you know, falling off tour, coming back, getting the mental game ready. The surfing looks better. That was a huge heat for him to get past the champ. So, yeah, tomorrow's going to be a really interesting day. The semi-finals are looking awesome.
Well, guys, let's get into the post-show. Let's start off with the women's quarterfinal. Sawyer Lindblad and Gabby Bryan. This was a really interesting battle. Sawyer never beat Gabby out main break before, but got the job done here, Kaipo.
Go the goofy foots. There they go on the backhand. Super vertical. But the last wave that Sawyer did to turn this heat, that was clutch, holding on in some evil water. Look at that. That is some voodoo out there that she has to cut through, Rich. But Sawyer really dependable with that backhand technique.
Yeah, absolutely. And probably taking down the event favourite, two-time winner. She was going for the hat trick. Gabriella Bryan, I'm sure, was littered through fantasy surfer teams globally. And, you know, Gabby, she brought her brand of surfing. She found a couple of waves, but it was a little bit of a wave-starved affair. You can see just incredible surfing there from the yellow jersey leader. But you're right, Copes, that clutch moment from Sawyer Lindblad just coming through to the inside, had to commit everything to that turn. And at that stage, I think she needed a round of 5, and she got the score.
Yeah, look at that convergence of water that she was able to iron leg through. Gets the news on the stairs into the semifinals.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad, I actually got to chat to her in a post-heat interview, and this was a big moment for her. She lost in a final out here to Gabby Bryan and lost in a quarterfinal out here last year. And even though it was one turn, to have the whole heat riding on that, Rich, it was really impressive that Sawyer could pull that off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you look at the heat totals, 0.2 of a point, so it was really close. Really good matchup of the coaches as well. Glenn Micro Hall up against Taj Burrow. So a little bit of friendly fire there as well. Those guys were pretty nervous on the stairs.
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool to see those two chatting, and they were both clapping each other's waves, breaking down scores. Like I mentioned, we've set the women's semi-finals here. Rich, I'd love to know what you thought of both of these matchups.
Yeah, really cool. Lakey against Sawyer Lindblad, so all-American final, as you said, Jess. Goofy versus natural footer, and then the all-natural matchup with Lana Silva, who has been the surprise package of the last couple of events, and even towards the end of last year, really finding that confidence and starting to take it to the more established veterans.
Kaipo?
Yeah, I feel like there was just a matter of time before Luana polished everything, and Lulu came through and win in a big way, because I've been watching her as a young lady growing up in Hawaii, and she's always been uber talented. I'm talking like just the very top of surf talent, so it's nice to see her apply that to heats and come out with winning formulas.
Awesome.
If I had to put you on a spot, if you had to pick a winner right now, who would you guys go for?
Whoa. I'm going to just go Katie Simmers.
Okay, Kipes?
I can't get past that. Yeah, I just think that Katie's got the magic. We've seen it before. But, you know, one thing we know about main break is it is really unpredictable, and especially given the changing conditions that we're expecting tomorrow, it's going to be a whole new playing field.
Yep. The men's quarterfinals, we obviously ran them today, and we saw a lot of upsets, but we also saw just total domination from this guy, Gabriel Medina. I mean, Rich, he just looks unstoppable here.
Absolutely incredible. You know, we've talked about Medina being back. That's old news now, because he's well and truly got his sights set on another world title. Just so strong out here at Margaret River Main Break. he has a way of making these 6 to 8 foot waves look like a little shore break. He controls the power of this wave so well. Manoeuvre placement just on point, really strong on the backhand. But I did love what Cros brought to this exchange. You know, he brought that front side attack, in particular, some of these big finishing moves, just really throwing everything into it.
And, you know, he took down his brother in the previous heat, had to regroup to come up against the animal that is Gabby Medina here. And he, like you mentioned, Kais, posted the highest heat total of the event so far. He just is looking like he never left the tour.
He's a machine, an absolute surf machine. He's got the package, he's good in all conditions and high heat IQ, and looks like he's in love too.
And he looks so content in the post-heat interviews. Smiling, you know, giving so many props to all his competitors and everyone else on the tour. But have a look at that heat total, 15.87, huge, the highest of the event. And good work from Cros Colapinto, making it all the way to the quarterfinals. That was always going to be a really tough matchup with Medina.
It felt like, you know, if anyone was going to do it, it was going to be Crosby, just with the way he's been surfing all week.
Yeah, and, you know, the matchup with brother, that was a really cool one. And Griff was down here, you know, to support Cros, giving him a bunch of advice before he paddled out, obviously working with Tommy Whitaker, his coach as well. But, you know, Cros will go away, he'll learn from this, and he'll come back bigger and better.
And obviously the Boost Mobile heat of the day, it's one that makes Rich Lover very happy. It's George Pitter and Iago Dora. It was kind of a nightmare heat for George leading into the last 30 seconds pretty much.
Yeah, a lot of, I guess, a couple of mistakes, both George and Iago in this heat. Relinquished priority to each other, and we thought they were going to be defining moments. The mistakes kind of cancelled each other out, and then George got a final wave that he surfed all the way through. But I mean, both these guys have just been in great form. For Iago, like, his surfing has been incredible. He's been giving us such good moments, even down at Bells, that big crazy air to finish. But I still feel like he hasn't fully hit his straps yet in 2026. He's had some moments, but the big heat totals aren't there. But this man here, the buzzer beater, he's been putting in excellent heat waves, excellent heat totals through the year so far, and it's just so clear to see that the surfing's gotten so much better over the last year.
It all came down to this wave as well from Iago Dora, and this just came in short here, Kaipo.
Yeah, just got 6-point ride, needed 6.08 for Dora, and spoke to Iago after the heat, and he knew that it was going to be close. It could go either way. To me, it was a flip of the coin in that last exchange. George Pitter coming out top.
I wonder if, you know, if Iago had his time again, would he have gone for the big air on that last section? Had he had already known the score, he didn't know at that point where the positionings were in that heat. So really close one.
Just loving what George is bringing just to the table so far this year, taking it back to that heat he had against Miggy down at Winky. I know he lost, but looking so incredibly sharp. And moving on through to the semi-finals here, finals day at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and he's got a pretty solid matchup here. I mean, both the semi-finals are, but Kaipo, I'd love, you know, these two semi-finals, I'd love your breakdown on it.
Well, I love semi-final number one because my emotional favorite is Samuka, Samupupo, but getting past the machine, that's going to be really hard to do with Gabe Medina. And then George Pitter, he could continue on with, I think he's made the semifinals here before. He's going to do one better, and he's put himself in a really good position.
So George was the last remaining Australian down at Bells, and he's now the last remaining Australian here at Margaret River against this Brazilian, well, it's the Brazilian Storm, let's call it what it is. These guys are an absolute force at the moment, and they are all pulling each other's energy along. They're feeding off each other. Man, what are we going to do? How are we going to stop it?
Storm's not going to go away. I mean, the forecast is that it's going to be cloudy and stormy for a while in surfing with these Brazilians. And speaking of that.
Yeah, speaking of the forecast, Surfline, we've obviously got one day left in the window. So tomorrow is finals day. We've kind of been waiting for this second front to roll through here, Rich.
Yeah, we've had a series of fronts moving through under the southwestern corner of the globe, and in particular southwestern Australia here, and all this energy moving up towards Margaret River. And, you know, we have just been absolutely pounded with conditions, wind and swell over the last week. and things are going to settle. I mean, it's pretty obvious. We're going to run tomorrow. It's finals day. We've got no more days left in the waiting period, but just have a look at that. 6 to 8 foot, 6 to 10 foot faces with offshore conditions, and that's one thing that's eluded us so far.
Yeah.
So let's hope everything falls into place. We'll probably be out of here by lunchtime, but it's going to be an exciting morning.
That's exciting just because with just semis and finals to run, we're going to get that best window in the morning for conditions.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we are on yellow alert. Tomorrow is finals day. We're going to crown some champions down here at the West Australian Margaret River Pro. We're going to see some wine barrels lifted above people's heads. And a lot of people are choosing Gabriel Medina as their champion. He's part of our Hydrolite heat to watch tomorrow in semi-final number 1, Rich.
Just Samuel Pupo is in such good form at the moment. Really has come back to the tour, you know, after dropping off a couple of times. He's a new man, new competitor. Boards are looking incredible, but he's going to come up against the force of Gabriel Medina. It's going to be a tough one, but an incredible heat.
And Kaipo, on the women's side, our Hydrolite heat to watch, Lana Silva taking on Katie Simmers.
Lana Silva, she's had a theme so far this season, beating world champs. Can she beat another world champion? She's going to have an opportunity. Semi-final 2, can't wait to see it.
I'm looking forward to all the semi-finals, and I agree with, you know, listening to Snake in that last heat and Flick both choosing Katie and Gabe to win, and I feel like there's some pretty solid picks, but of course, no matter where we go across the world, we absolutely love seeing Groms in the water, and we do that everywhere we go with rising tides. Let's take a look at the Groms in action here from Margaret River.
We're here on Moon Day for the Rising Tides 2026. Looks pretty hard, but hopefully us girls can find a couple and it should be super fun.
We're here to watch our best friend Lani surf and my sister.
Rising Tides is super awesome just to see every year how much better the girls are getting, especially here in Western Australia. I swear they are a different breed. They're fearless, the waves are wild, and they're all out there having a good time.
Like when you catch a wave and you're on it, you get the best feeling. Yeah, it's a beautiful feeling.
We were all once those young girls looking up to the girls on tour. The winner is Paige Hayward, custom lost surfboard. Thank you so much. Oh my God. So coming off of being at Bells, like, what's your best tip of like staying on that 5-3 competition? I think it's a fine balance between obviously celebrating the win.
I'd say coming here last year, being able to surf the box. And who are your favorite surfers?
I like Molly and Bronte and Jack Lodro.
On the tour right now is Molly and Steph.
Big thanks to IC for their support with Rising Tides, and you can't help but smile when you see Groms smile, but Gabby, she said it best, the Groms here in WA are built different. They seriously are.
Yeah, it was big.
Yeah.
And I thought they were going to surf like the inside, and they went straight out the back. It was really impressive, yeah.
No, they're nuts. They're actually nuts. You know what else makes me smile? The BioGland Daily Dose, guys. We're going to roll straight into it. We had such an exciting day. And coming in at number 5, it was the WSL 50 celebration heat. And 3 of the best just getting it done out there, Rich.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to watch, actually, and have Snakeo in the booth as well, breaking it down. This is Chippo, Jacob Wilcox, one of the locals who was really just taking the world by storm and trying to find his way back onto the tour. And then we had Dave McCauley, obviously one of the most decorated surfers ever to come out of Western Australia. And, well, you could call him the godfather of Western Australian surfing, I guess. But, you know, such an incredible talent. And then Claire Bevilacqua, didn't she have a marathon heat out here today, busted a leash, and had to do a couple of circuits all the way around, but just shows you the grit and determination of the Western Australians. They don't give up.
Yeah, and coming in at number 4, Lulu, taking down yet another world champion this year, Kaipo.
Lulu, you're from Sunset Beach, you know the rules. She did it again, and she's just been making a theme of that, taking down big names, world champs, celebration on the beach, on to finals day for Luana.
Yeah, knocking out Molly Picklum, which we thought, you know, Molly was going to go all the way. Lulu holding it down here. Coming in at number 3, we've got to talk about the excellent surfing we saw today from this man and Katie Simmers here, Rich.
Just in absolute control of the situation. Gabriel Medina just really, you know, manhandling these waves out here at Margaret River main break to go excellent. And took down USA's Crosby Colapinto, and happy Gabrielle Medina moves through to finals day. And then it was Katie Simmers who, you know, she had a crazy heat against Carissa Moore and took down one of two of the power surfers of the event. And well, she's got almost a clear road ahead of her, but she's going to have an incredible day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's one thing to hold on to that end turn. It's another thing to take down Carissa Moore. But GP getting a buzzer beater over our current world champ, Yago Dora here, Kaipo.
A lot of mischievous just paddling at the beginning of this heat, all kinds of positioning. It really came down to the final exchange between these two. Patar was trailing the entire heat, and then talk about a clutch moment for the man from Manly. Yago Dora nearly pulled it off, just needed a little bit more on the finish there, and Yago bows out.
George absolutely loving it. He just was elated by the time he got to these stairs as well. I think him and Timmy Mack high-fived and hugged about 5 times. I loved the energy they were bringing, and I love the energy this lady was bringing. Sawyer Lindblad had never once won against Gabby Bryant out here at main break, but just did it so convincingly today, Rich.
Yeah, she did, and on the backhand as well, to take down well, the other, you know, power surfer in the women's field, Gabrielle O'Brien, who was, I think, probably the real pick to take the event again, but Sawyer Lindblad was having none of it, and she just put in some incredible waves, just really sticking to her feet. And I love just the high-risk nature of that final turn, put it all on the line, and paid off for her.
Yeah, Sawyer, like I mentioned earlier, got to chat to her, and just how elated she was about finally, you know, breaking that barrier. There's a lot of people who have things to work through here at Margie's, so Sawyer getting that done for herself. But that is officially a wrap on today, guys. We get to do this all again tomorrow. We've got a 7:15 a.m. call for a 7:30 a.m. start. It's finals day tomorrow. We know that for sure. We're crowning champions. Rich, Kipes, love you guys to pieces.
You too, mate.
And let's do this all again tomorrow. You guys get to enjoy some highlights, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning.
I've been running up those rivers, go against the tide. I've been switching up directions, working overtime. On the grind, I can't hide everything I am inside. They've been stacking up the bets against me for a while. Thought I wouldn't take a step, but then I ran a mile. Look back and smile, you think it's wild. I changed the game, I changed the style. I go till it's said and done. I'll show you I'm that one. I'll take the hit, won't move an inch. I'll take the pain, won't even fade. Thousands been turning around. I'll stay on up the sun. 'Cause I'm that one. I've been fighting giants, kicking habits like a sin. I've been moving mountains just to feel alive again. I always win, it never ends. I take my shot, let it begin. They've been saying that I need a little thicker skin. I'm not looking back, I'm stronger than I've ever been. I just hit, I'm different. I don't take no shit. I'll work till it's said and done. I'll show you I'm that one. I'll take the hit, won't move an inch.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.